Welcome to the newly revived, freshly risen Hippy Dippy Recruitment, starring Sondsol. Give yourself an introduction real quick. Oh, shit. Can't hear anybody. Shit.
I think it's muted.
Okay, Nina.
Hi, I'm Nina from twitch.tv/Nina. I also like arguing, so I'm excited to get into it. I'm also AdmiralGibbs' nemesis.
Awesome. Media Wench.
Hi, I'm the Media Wench from Echoplex Media. You can find us in all the places. And I'm not really here to, dunk on people too hard. I'm just here to get high and laugh at y'all. That's probably basically it.
IBJesus.
Yeah, I'm IBJesus. I don't really have a media footprint. I'm just here to argue and yell at people because it's fun for me and it's therapeutic.
Druid Jesus.
Hello, everyone. You can find me on YouTube at Jesus the Druid, and here's my cat, Frankie.
AdmiralGibbs.
Hey, it's me. I'm AdmiralGibbs. You can find me everywhere as AdmiralGibbs. God bless America and God bless Texas.
Pentuple TV.
Hi, I'm an attorney by trade. I've been streaming on Twitch for 1 year, exactly to the day today, and you can find me on YouTube and Twitter.
And Drone Tech.
Hey everybody, I'm Drone Tech. I've been around for quite a while. I'm on Twitter and YouTube. I do videos mostly just calling out the media and left for hypocrisy and doing all the things they accuse us of doing.
And hosted by yours truly, Westside. Tyler, our topics today are: what are the greatest accomplishments and failures of the Biden presidency? Is the use of the generative AI moral or ethical? And whose immigration policies will be more effective for the United States? Kamala Harris's approach or Donald Trump's? Our rules for the show are simple and straightforward. Listen to the moderator at all times and do not speak when the moderator is speaking, at risk of being muted or booted. No slurs, misgendering, or violations of TOS, to include Fed posting. The only time you can return to any previous topic is in the intro to the next topic, but you will not be afforded any additional time. Our interlocutors will be given brief 1 to 2 minute opening statements per topic, so keep it quick and to the point, all of you, because I will let you get cut off to keep things moving on. Following intros for each of our 3 topics, we'll open the panel to all contenders. Each segment will end with closing statements in the order of how each speaker was introduced at the beginning of this program. And again, everybody, welcome to Hippy Dippy Recruitment. Our first topic is: what are the greatest accomplishments and failures of the Biden presidency? 1 to 2 minutes, starting with Sondsol.
For the beginning of my opening statement, I would like to ask a point of order. If we're going to differentiate between 2 different Jesuses on this, can we just call Hippy Jesus Hippy? Just make everyone's life easier? That's how I'm going to do it.
The guy looks more like Jesus,
all right,
too.
Cool. So my intro is basically Biden-Harris campaign and their administration has been unbelievable the entire time they've been in office. They've been able to get a lot done when it comes to major spending packages, major pieces of legislation, their foreign policy. Just about everything that they've done has turned to gold. Now, that's not to say that there haven't been some failures. I think that their early border policy was very weak. I think that they could have done way better on that. I think that there's plenty to critique, but if we're going to go into any kind of economic conversation, if we're going to go into any kind of conversation related to trying, if maybe not perfectly, but trying to bring the country together, I think that they've done an excellent job.
Are you good? Okay, moving on to Nina.
I think the Biden administration has been a great improvement, obviously coming from the Trump administration. I begrudgingly, in some ways, was always going to vote for Biden, but I'm very happy to see Kamala carry over all of the good things that the Biden administration did, such as on labor. Obviously, we see with Tim Walz, he's very pro-labor. And that's also a thing that, the Biden administration did a lot of. They were very pro-labor when it came to, being on the picket line. I think Joe Biden was the first president to ever even go to a strike. And also handling of COVID. I think we kind of forget, because we should forget, because it's not a big tragedy anymore. Now we're actually have some sensical policies around that and helped us get back on our feet. And also, I think that he did great when it came to the infrastructure, which is one of those things, again, where you don't really think about it, but it's incredibly important. And it's something that I think has improved the daily lives of a lot of people. That isn't like a huge thing. It's just actually just improving your life in a meaningful way.
Cool. Is that time? All right. Media Wench, go ahead.
So, I mean, a lot of people are going to talk about like actual policy things that are like Biden's accomplishments and stuff, but I think that probably his greatest accomplishment as president is his humility and willing to like read a room and be like, we need to unite and step down and put his pride aside. I think that the energy that he has just in that one act kind of breathed back into not just like his party, but the entire presidential race right now is an energy that I don't think that we've seen in a very, very long time in a presidential contest. I think that probably where he failed most was to just not throw enough shade at the Republican Party, at the archaic and just strange ways and policies that they're trying to push that are just the least popular and probably the worst arguments for to be put in power. I think that's all kind of pathetic, and I think that it's sad that a lot of opportunities were missed in taking people to task and actually calling things out where they should have been.
Okay. Going on to Hippie, the non-Druid one. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching at home, there's a Druid Jesus who looks actually like the canonical existence of Jesus with a little bit of flowers on his head, and we have Hippie Jesus who looks less like a hippie and Jesus than the one that does. So the blue shirt, Hippie Jesus, please take it away.
I appreciate the differential. We look so much alike that it was needed. It was absolutely needed to be done. I think that the Biden presidency has been as much of a success as we all could have assumed in 2021. We all thought that nothing was going to get passed. We all thought that Republicans in the House and the Senate were going to do nothing but block any chance that we had at making any progress whatsoever. I think that during this conversations, we should talk about the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, and the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, because I feel like these 5 were the strongest policies that this administration has put forth.
Okay, is that your time? All right.
Yeah.
Moving on to Druid Jesus.
All right, so actually, it's probably best that I'm the first conservative to be going, because I do have more accomplishments for the Biden administration than I do have failures. The biggest failure I have is their pullout of Afghanistan, because the Taliban are literally now rolling around in the streets on rollerblades. I got some mixed feelings about that. Kind of badass, but also like, really? We left them all that equipment? So now we get into what his accomplishments are. The top one of the list is that he hasn't died yet. The second one is that he hasn't revealed that Jill has been making all of the important decisions. And personally, I fully disclose that I honestly am someone who is heart, mind, body, soul. I am spiritually, ethnically, religiously, and naturally American. I salute our second female president. After, of course, Madden Wilson, our first. Just as I'll salute the soon-to-be glue factory orange golfing horse again, or the first, aka third, female president, or the hand-picked California celebrity DA. And I do kind of agree with Winch that his greatest accomplishment is not seeking re-election. He should have realized that in 2020, though, and we should have realized this at least a year ago when literal Republicans were calling it out, saying that he's not going to run again, and we should stop this charade of and actually answer to the American people of who is running for the Democrats. Who is running the Democrats? It's not Harris. She might be the top candidate, but she's not running it. Biden's not running it. So I think we just need a little bit more honesty from all sides in politics, and that's my answer.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on. Thank you. Moving on to AdmiralGibbs.
Howdy. I want to say the Biden administration is, by all accounts, an utter and abstract failure. He is guaranteed to be ranked as one of the worst presidents of all time, and maybe the worst president since Herbert Hoover. In fact, just this week while I was out feeding the homeless, I struck up a conversation with one of them. Much like Herbert Hoover, when they had shanty towns called Hoovervilles, I asked the man where he was staying during this brutal Texas heat wave we're having. He turned and pointed at a ramshackle tent encampment and said, "Over there in Bidenville." And I had to bite my sandwich in order to keep from dying from laughter, because the joke literally wrote itself. The Biden administration has literally failed in every regard. According to Sky News, as of 3 days ago, actual inflation since Biden has taken over is 20%, not the lower 2.3% that the dishonest and treasonous Biden administration has proclaimed. This is not even factored in Biden's abysmal job in regards to foreign policy. Let's talk about a couple of the highlights there. The pathetic pullout of Afghanistan that was maybe one of the most embarrassing chapters in American military history. Russia has run rampant all over Ukraine. BRICS is more powerful than ever, gaining power, and North Korea is having an economic boom, selling weapons to everyone and sending advisors to the Mideast and Russia. And finally, let's just take an issue that is objectively Biden's biggest failure as president: the border. The handling of the border has been an unmitigated disaster of such magnitude that it is literally treason. Texas, as an independent nation, fought 2 wars with Mexico that established the Rio Grande as our southern border. Upon joining the United States, one of the guarantees was that this border would be secured. Instead, the Biden administration has actively hindered efforts at stopping this crisis and actively tore down working barriers. In fact, the only reason the border crisis is abated at all has been due to Greg Abbott's
15
efforts.
seconds.
That's fine, with the Operation Lone Star, and it's been wonderful. And one final thing, I do agree with Media Winch. His only accomplishment is him stepping down.
Literally down to the line. Pentuple TV, continuing on with you.
So I think the Biden-Harris administration sucks. Obviously, the economy's terrible. The immigration, they've basically done nothing. They've blown up this student loan thing, promising everyone that they're just going to forgive their student loans. I think it's funny that Democrats are gaslighting themselves into thinking Kamala has a chance when they just spent 10 minutes at their own convention telling their own audience how to say her name. And then she spent her entire speech giving her own background, her Wikipedia bio, because nobody, even in her own audience, knows who she is. I don't think Biden woke up one day and had to step down. I think that this is proof that we were right. We've been telling the left wing that your guys senile and demented the entire time, and you guys finally admitted it, just curiously at the perfect time to let this administration avoid a primary challenge. I think they've been an absolute disaster, and I'm excited for them to get blown out of the water this November.
Okay, and moving on to the last introduction with Drone Tech.
Yeah, I found it's interesting that it seems we have some agreement on both sides that one of his best accomplishments was stepping down, which I think kind of shows that while the supporters of Biden will talk about how great everything he did was, they don't actually seem to believe that because they don't want him to be president again. In fact, they want, just like the meme, they've had a new chip implanted that tells them a woman that everybody hated just a few months ago now is their great hope. And I think actually one of Biden's greatest accomplishments is proving once and for all that our media is completely untrustworthy and is really just an extension of the Democrat Party and the Biden regime. They told us going back to 2020 that it was right-wing propaganda, far-right, misinformation, that Joe Biden was having a cognitive decline. And this is from the people who spent 4 years saying that Trump should be removed under the 25th Amendment. Now, they lied and gaslit the country for 4 years, telling everybody that, no, this is all lie. Then, right after a Biden supporter tries to take out Trump and kills a Trump supporter, suddenly now that's got to be memory hold. We're moving on to Kamala. Biden's out. Democracy, or I'm sorry, this is like our democracy, TM. And so I think the main thing that Biden has done is really just proven the left to be the programmable NPCs that we've always joked that they were, and how untrustworthy and how weaponized our institutions have really become under Democrat control.
Okay, and with that, we are moving into the open panel discussion. One more reminder for everybody that is competing: no slurs, no TOS violations. Try to let everybody have at least a second to talk, but most importantly, if I say to shut up, shut up! Go.
Amazing how much you guys love lying.
Yeah, seriously,
That's really
Okay, what are the lies?
We weren't lying.
the fact that the person
Your guy wasn't going to make it.
Can Gibbs post the link for that 20%?
Sure, I got it right here. I'm ready for you.
We
Yeah,
can
if you
start
mind
off
just
with
posting
the
that
I
in
fact
the
that
googled it, and it says it's not that inflation is up to 20%, which would be absolutely unbelievable.
It's a video.
Literally nothing shows that. This shows that the CPI in like prices are up nearly 20%. Do you recognize that there's a difference between those two things?
I'm just reporting what Sky News said.
That one
Well,
sounds more
and
meaningful.
beyond
So you
that,
don't
beyond-
know the difference
Everyday
between those two
experience.
things.
Look, beyond what the actual number
Do you
is,
understand the difference?
people are obviously feeling it, which is why the media and why you guys have to constantly insist how great the economy is. If it were so great, you wouldn't need to
Great
do
for
that.
Fortune 500 companies doesn't mean it's great for the average American.
Can you give me an example of how you're feeling it?
How I'm feeling it? Okay, so like I have 4 kids. I don't want to be a broken record on that, but groceries are and obviously energy are infinitely more expensive than they used to be. We have no we used to have spending money. We used to be able to go on vacations. We can't do that anymore ever because it goes
you know,
all
it's because
to
you have 4
gas.
kids.
Okay, and
Well, what are you comparing
we're
it
married.
to?
We're both employed. We both have.
Are you
good
saying
incomes.
under the Trump administration you were able to go on vacations and all of a sudden you can't?
Exactly. Yeah. Any disposable income that we had seems to have dried up. Just getting the normal things that we get every day. And don't act like it's like something special with me because I mean, this is obviously a problem because the media is constantly focused on it. They're constantly, you see all these people going out and interviewing the public from MSNBC and CNN, Don Lemon, whoever, and they're always surprised that these people say they can't afford anything. But what we're reporting is that they can. They're saying they can't. Look, it's the reality of the situation. You guys can't deal with that, and that's why suddenly Kamala is this new thing that you're trying to distract everybody with.
I don't think we have to distract any. I think that you
What?
guys are distracting yourselves with Kamala. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know
Why
what
would
you're
we
talking.
be
What
worried
do you
about
mean? We're
Kamala?
just,
You guys are still
I
running
mean, like
on
every
this
single one of the
anti-Trump
conservatives
ticket.
brought her up.
Crazy.
So the
Well, here's the
insanely-
difference
the
between.
insanely
Hold
Orwellian-
on, Trontech. I let
the
you
insanely
talk, and I'm gonna
Orwellian
talk now.
campaign that we've
So
been
like
put through.
when all of us gave our intros, we talked about the policies and stuff like that. Give a little bit of credit to Gibbs because he did, but the other conservatives talked about like, oh no, they're very conveniently swapping in Kamala at the last second. Like I think that Kamala is occupying
Why?
y'all's brain a lot more than it's occupying ours.
Did you
And
not
it doesn't have
hear
anything
what
to do with our.
Okay, when was Corinne
But
Jean-Pierre
what I
lying when 2 weeks before Biden dropped out, she was calling them cheap fakes? Like, was she lying? Do you agree or not?
I
Like,
I
do you
didn't
not
hear the
think
first.
Biden?
I
I
don't
didn't
even know
hear
what
the
you're
first
talking
half of the
about.
question.
How do you
I
stand
never
by
heard
the
I didn't
party?
hear
What
the
are you
first half
talking
of the
about?
The product
question.
they sold, you fell apart.
What are you talking?
I didn't hear the first half of the question. If you had, like,
I've never heard of that.
No, I didn't hear the first
I
half
don't
of the
know what you're
question.
talking
We
about.
told you guys for
Hold
4
on.
years.
I thought we were supposed to talk
this
about
guy's
the
senile and
accomplishments,
demented.
but you
He's
guys are
going to
super
fall
mad
apart before
about
the
fucking
term even is
Kamala.
over.
I mean, it's
And then you called them
hold
cheap
on.
fakes, and you guys are still sticking with this party that scammed you. You guys are victims.
Nobody's
That's what
I mean, hold
happened
on. Let me give you another
I
example.
don't.
Where they scammed
Hold
you.
on.
What?
Hold on.
Literally,
I
I
did
did.
that.
I'm gonna
I didn't
pop
know
in.
what to
I'm
talk
gonna
about.
pop
Literally, the only
in.
people that are
Are we
scammed are the ones that are
talking
sent
about-
Nobody has
are we
even
talking
completed a
about-
full
Are we talking
thought,
about
let
the
alone a
Biden?
sentence.
Are we
Listen
talking
first.
about Biden dropping out? Or are we supposed to
Okay,
be talking
hold on,
about their
hold on. Can you guys hear me?
accomplishments?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Just take it easy.
If Biden had to
Okay.
drop out, it's obviously wasn't working.
You are a little quiet though. If you want to cheer
I
up.
couldn't even
Everyone.
slow it
I
down.
love how
Okay.
we just
Give me just a second. We're gonna break out. Okay, I want to hear Sondsol versus Pentuple. Sondsol versus Pentuple. You guys had a back and forth. Go ahead, finish that out for
Okay.
just a minute, and
So
then we're gonna
what
go
I
ahead
wanna
and
know- Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So what I want to know is, we brought up, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, several other bills. Are we not going to talk about those at all? The accomplishments of the Biden administration, or do we want to focus on a completely separate topic, which is Biden dropping out of the race?
Really matter.
Well,
We
it
can
does matter
play
because
whatever
the
we want.
topic
It's
of
my
the
first
fucking
video.
debate,
You
the
wanna be
topic of the fucking
academic?
Can I chime in?
debate, the topic of the fucking
No,
debate
no,
was
no,
what
no,
are
no,
the
no, no.
what are the
Presidency.
successes
Right.
and the failures of the Biden administration. So if you want to talk about the other thing, then
20
just
million
admit that you don't
illegal
want to talk about
they're
the actual
intrinsically
topic.
connected, though. They're intrinsically
hold on,
They're
hold on.
really not, though.
They're not at
I want-
all.
I can
Hang on,
show
hang
you.
on.
Can I
Here's
go?
the point
Can I
I'm
go?
trying
I'll
to
tell
make.
you
You
how
already,
to
Biden-
do
you
it.
already went. You
No,
already went.
this isn't
Biden
Pepe
has to
Sylvia. I don't
drop
want you to
out
look
of
at
the
your
race.
fucking points on a board. Actually stick to the point of the debate, which is talking about the accomplishments and the failures of the Biden presidency. Granted, Gibbs did send a link. It was a Facebook video.
Well, I mean,
But
video
guess
from
what?
Sky News.
The
It's a video
exact
from Sky
same
News. I
time.
mean, I have
The
clip. It's a
exact
clip.
same Sky News, the exact same Sky News that you want to quote, stated that it is 2.3%. You're posting
Did you
the
watch
total.
the rest of it? Did you watch the rest of it? Or you
No,
just gonna
because I
stop
don't
at the
take
part
my
that
news
proves
off
your
of
point?
Facebook clips.
Well,
You fucking
listen,
child. Are you
wow,
kidding me?
it's called literally called the news source.
Actually
I
look
never
at
watch any
sources
clips of
instead
news
of what
ever.
you see on
Otherwise,
your
you would know
grandpa
that the
media.
administration was lying to you the
Alright?
whole time.
Right
How about
next
this,
door,
Gibbs?
hey,
Can you-
these guns are cool to buy.
From the hill. How about
And
a clip from the
Alpha,
hill?
and
All right,
come
I'm
on,
gonna let you guys
dude.
finish this
There you
out for
go.
20 more seconds,
I
and then
think
and then
it's
we're
like
gonna
over
move
here.
on.
Can you
You
give
know,
us a
Facebook-
different link? Gibbs, can you
I'll
give us
give
a
you a
link
whole
that
source of
gives
it.
us?
Hold on,
Can you
hold
give
on,
us a
hold on, hold on,
non-Facebook
hold on.
link that
Sky
shows
News
what you're
line,
talking
other
about?
one.
Send you a
Can
literal
you give us
video
a
clip
non-Facebook
of the
link?
guy
Can you
from
give us
Sky
a
News breaking it down.
non-Facebook link that
Here's
shows what you're
here's a-
talking about? If it
All right,
actually
all right,
happens,
all right.
if there's
Here's
actual
a-
reporting on it.
Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back.
Dog, you get the same news as my 12-year-old cousin, dog.
God, this is like Biden derangement syndrome.
Do you guys
Jesus
actually want
fucking
policy from a
Christ.
conservative perspective?
Neighborhood.
Do you guys actually want policy from a conservative perspective? Because this is the policy. From a
Yes, that's what we
conservative
came here
perspective.
for.
So here it is. Here it is.
All right.
I'll lay it out in plain English for you. I might. Okay. So what it is clearly is that the Biden administration is going to outspend Trump, and Trump outspend the previous 45 presidents before him. Or it's ridiculous how much this government is spending for no efficient purpose. The bureaucracy is broken and overspending like crazy, and this money that you guys are like, oh, this CHIP Act got passed. Oh, this act got passed. It is useless from the conservative perspective because you are overspending.
Because you guys don't care about facts. You guys don't care about links. You guys don't care about
So, hold on.
It was just an emergency fucking place.
Talk about the policy.
The policy is overspending like 10 to 100%.
Let's talk about
Because you're in a fucking bureaucracy that's fucking broken.
We're both Jesus, and I can be loud too. Talk about the goddamn policy.
All you've been is
The
loud
policy
now.
is overspending. Can you not
Yeah, but
hear
guess
me?
what? I've got
I need to
links
yell
upon
for you to
links.
hear me
I have
because
the-
I don't actually understand anything else other than being yelled at. Because you guys all have a daddy kink
All
and
right,
want to be
all right,
bent
all
over
right.
and smacked.
Maybe I
10 more
do.
seconds,
That's why
10
I'm
more seconds to
Jesus.
this.
Bless your heart, you sinner.
I want to say another
Seven.
thing. Y'all talk about facts. Y'all talk about facts, right? Here, I just posted
Okay.
another one. Y'all have been willing to sit here and like say the Republicans are lying. That's what I heard from several people just now. Well, all right. Y'all didn't have an issue with the lies coming out of the Biden administration when I heard all this talk about the jobs. Here, I posted a link since y'all didn't like a literal video clip. Since oh no, Facebook's for boomers. Wow, good one, bro. I know you get your news from TikTok. Cool story. But
Well, I
listen,
offered for you
gotta
to
say-
bring
Hold on,
another
hold
link
on,
that showed the
hold on,
exact same
hold on,
thing.
hold on, say that. I posted a link from the Hill, and it literally is talking about how the Biden administration misrepresented what jobs growth was. This is what's been happening every time. They'll say one thing, and then everybody's like, hey, what's this? That doesn't really make sense. And then it'll turn out later, it's not what they said at all. They're like, oh, there's no crisis at the border. Massive crisis. Oh, we have so much job growth. The job growth doesn't match that. Oh, guess what? All these things are good. Prices at the economy at the grocery store, fantastic. Milk is $50. It's bullshit, and we all know it. And y'all have been lying to us the whole time. Biden don't got dementia. He looks like the Crypt Keeper. Like, come on, bro. Like, what is it? What is the truth? You tell me. You don't even know.
All right,
How
hold
do
on.
you
I'm
guys
gonna-
give
I wanna-
credit
I
to
wanna
Joe
hear some
Biden when
responses
he's
to that from
literally,
two people
you
I
have to
haven't talked
take
to.
the nomination away from him. He's clearly not capable.
All right, let's get
Like, you guys are the ones who admit it. He's not
Okay,
capable
so
by
really
taking the
quick.
nomination
Hold up,
from
hold
him.
up.
I just wanted
How
to
do you
like
even get the
ask
credit
you,
anyway?
I wanted to ask
never
you, hippie or Mr. Flower Crown Jesus. Sorry. So you said that this is all.
Yes,
sorry,
Mr.
I'm not trying to.
Yeah,
like,
you're good. I'm calm down. I'm calm down now.
Yeah.
You're good.
Okay, so you said this is all bureaucracy. You can't see like what all this money is going into. Here's like an example. When it
Know
comes
what
to the
money's going into,
infrastructure,
my friend.
huh?
It's like 80% administration, 20% work.
More than $400 billion in projects has been announced, covering 40,000 projects in more than 4,500 communities in all 50 states, plus the District of Columbia and Native American tribal areas. This guy that's talking about this has traveled to personally to 130 cities, towns, and communities impacted by the law, logging more than 110,000 miles. Do you think that all of this is just an administrative bloat, or do you think that maybe these things are actually getting built when it comes to the infrastructure plan? Let's just talk about the infrastructure plan. Let's like dial in onto one fucking thing.
Sure. I think the valid critique from the conservative perspective is that we're overpaying for it, and if we did this through a marketplace, I'm not gonna say a marketplace of ideas because that's too vague.
Yeah.
An actual marketplace
Let the market
where everybody is, actually knows how to put their foot into the marketplace and give their opinion, saying, "Hey, I want moss green walls.
I would agree with you because I'm a capitalist. But
Yeah.
here's the problem: every single president of my entire lifetime, I'm almost 30 years old. Since Bill Clinton, all of them have said that I want to help repair America's crumbling infrastructure. We have an infrastructure problem. I remember back in like 2008, we had a C+ rating average across the entire United States based off of our own infrastructure bureau. All right. The only one that was able to get it done was Biden. The free market didn't account for this because there are some places where it's just not market, like the market is not going to go in and fix a random ass bridge in the middle of rural Arkansas, right? Because it's not going to benefit them in any way, right? But with the with us putting in this money,
especially with how
well,
decentralized
if it did, then why
AWS
didn't
is
they
now.
do it? If it did, then why didn't like some private company come in and try and like secure funds to do that? Because it wasn't
Because
going
guess
to.
what? Me and you would probably agree that monopolies aren't that efficient, and they have the same inefficiencies as a big
Do you think? Wait, hold on. Do you think
government would.
that construction work has a monopoly? There's a monopoly like business in the United States that controls building out infrastructure?
No. See, I mentioned AWS. So I'm saying that the places that are using these like rural roads that you're talking about are the big companies. Like it's Google, it's Amazon that are using the rural roads to get to their rural customers, and they don't give a
So?
shit about the infrastructure. So we're saying government, like we should make them pay their fair share. It shouldn't be coming out of taxpayer dollars. It should be coming out of going after these companies that are pigeonholing and
Oh,
like,
sure. If you want to
restricting
talk
our
about,
freedoms,
you know,
right?
if you want to talk about like
Like,
going after
that's
big
my
companies,
critiques of
especially
this,
like
yeah.
big tech, then you should love the Biden administration because
Don't.
for like out of all of
both of them have deep pockets inside of big tech. Both of
the
them have
Biden administration
literally
has just had the most successful. Hold on.
talking about
The
taxing
Biden
the rich
administration.
more.
Wait, Mr. Flower Crown Jesus. The Biden administration has actually gone in and done massive antitrust lawsuits successfully against Apple, successfully against Google, and I think that they're
some of that
pursuing
good stuff, but
several
it's not the Biden
against.
administration, like I said. It's
yeah,
the
I mean, like,
Democrat
that's-
administration under Biden, because like as we all say in the Republican side, he's not at the
it's
helm.
the DOJ, right,
He's not
investigating
king.
things, all right, at the instruction of the president. He set an agenda, like we want to go after.
doing anything.
All right, we got too many
I'm
responses.
bringing up facts
Yeah.
here. I'm bringing up policies.
What facts?
All right.
You guys put 20 million illegals. You guys doubled the cost of everything.
Literally everything you're saying has nothing to do with what I brought up. You're not making an argument. Do you know that?
You voted
Do you
for
realize that?
yourself.
I literally laid the
You're a
foundation
victim.
that we could use to actually have a beneficial conversation, but Trump's actual sucker here won't stop
Oh, here
and
we go.
talking about, but
Hold on.
no, he's
I
not
was
running
responding
anymore.
to
Let's talk
you
about
getting
shit.
frustrated at us for letting you know that you made a mistake.
No,
You should've
you're not
listened to
letting us know we're making a mistake. You're not talking about
Jesus,
what
I
we're here to
question
talk
for you.
about.
Hippie Jesus, I
This
got
is the Biden administration's failure.
a good question for you, Hippie Jesus. You
We're
Okay,
talking about
I'm
who's
gonna-
running
okay,
shit behind
If
the
it's
scenes 'cause
about
he's so senile.
It's a
any
policy
of the
question.
accomplishments we talked about,
It's a
then
pol-
I
it's
will
a
answer
pol-
your question.
It is a policy
All
question.
right.
We've talked about the economy, right? Do you think that homelessness is a economic indicator? Yes or no?
One of them. I don't think it's a leading one.
It's not the leading one, but it's definitely one, right? So here's the
Sure.
thing: the Democrats have like prided themselves on being the party of helping the poor and indigent. Like for years, I think we can all agree on that. That's been a mantra. Under Biden, it looks to me like, and I'll post the link here, that homelessness is at a 15-year
Facebook
high.
video?
And no, it's not. It's just American inequality. And I mean, that's cool. I know you keep dunking on that. It was literally a clip. I know you couldn't watch 2 seconds. Your attention span's not long.
Yeah, I
Just
don't know,
say, say your
because I don't
point.
get
Just say
it.
your point instead of complaining. Just say your point,
years,
please.
It's rising from 12% from alone in the last year. In the last year, it's up 12% from last year alone, and it's a 15-year high under Biden. Would you say that that has been an accomplishment of the Biden administration or a failure?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, and all the metrics are bad. That's the thing. Like jobs report was lies. It was bad. If you go to inflation's terrible. Inflation's terrible.
Every jobs
Home-
report.
Homelessness is
Mistake. 800,000 jobs. Sorry.
Posted the link for the jobs report in there, and it's not a Facebook link. You can go and read it, Papa. I got you. But listen, it's fine.
No, I read it, but it doesn't
It's a
say shit except for
Substack
there was
article.
less.
It says this was a lie. It was 840,
It
like
wasn't,
18
it was
something
less.
thousand. So if they say it's one number and it ends up being 800,000 less than the
Yeah,
number they
data takes
That's a lie.
corrections.
That's
It's a lie.
false, though.
Can you admit that's a lie?
You guys
No,
do that literally
it's called
every
a
jobs
correction.
report, by the way. They do that literally every jobs report.
Yeah, so it's a lie. Every jobs report's a lie.
No, it's an estimate until the data is validated.
Right, an estimate,
Well,
right.
why was
What
the
it
estimate
actually
so
is,
far off?
what it actually is, it's
How did
drive-by
that
media
happen?
bullshit where they put out a number initially.
You guys do that all the
That's what we're
time.
talking about.
He's a massive hyperbolic liar who doesn't know how to rein in any of his actual hyperbolic statements into anything that's grounded in reality. But there is actually reality on both sides' hyperbolic statements that you can piece out and find. California conservative, I gotta be, brother. I gotta be.
Okay, so if it's an estimate
Okay.
every time, that's way
I'll tell you
higher, and it's wrong every single time. That is intentionally. It has been every time. It's
Like
literally wrong every time. It's literally. Listen, just because you're drinking the Kool-Aid doesn't mean that it's right. Listen, it has been wrong every time consistently. And then when I look at the other indicators, and this is why I brought up the homelessness thing. Homelessness is a 15-year high. That's the indicator is bad. Jobs report was an estimate that was supposed to be higher. It's way lower. If like you were a Fortune 500 company and your estimate is, hey, we're going to hit 3.7% on whatever numbers, and then you come back at 2.8%, that devastates your stock, right? Why? Because guess what? The estimate may be one thing, and then if your quarter's worse, it destroys you. Same thing with the jobs report. They might have estimated high, hoping they could sell the bullshit to their investors, and which in this case, the investors are the American people, and then it comes out and it's way lower. Boom, failure, homelessness, jobs report, inflation. If I like everything is bad on the economy, housing just crashed.
What is the current
Literally this
inflation
week.
rate?
I mean,
What is the
it's
current
all
rate? What is the current
bad.
inflation rate?
I mean, but depends on which metric you want to go to. It's terrible.
Bad.
What do you wait? Hold on. If I
What
look
metric
up
do you think it's good on? What metric
inflation
do you think
Nobody
inflation
can
is
afford
good on?
car. Nobody can afford groceries.
2000
Nobody
from
can afford gas.
2024. I'm just going to look at this. Oh, look at that. So I see in 2020, leading into COVID, it was 1.4. In 2021, after COVID, it was 7%, which is really high because the target inflation rate is somewhere between, I think, 2.5 and 3.5, if I remember correctly. In 2022, the annual inflation rate was 6.5, so they started getting a handle on it pretty quickly. The next year, in 2023, the annual inflation rate was 3.4. This year,
Okay,
thus
do you
far,
understand
it is
what happens with that?
2.9.
Hold on. This is what's really funny about this. What happens each year? The inflation rate, it goes by the percentage higher from the last year, right? So we're talking from 2020. Each one of those numbers would be stacked.
What?
So guess what? We're at a way higher number than the little 2.3%.
No, that's
from
not
like the
how.
annual
That's not how
inflation.
percentages. That's not how percentages work.
Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. It's actually a larger number of the percentage each time.
No,
because you're
it's-
gonna take the
no.
inflation rate of the higher number from last year, and so we have a higher percentage from 2020 than we do before. I know math's not your strong suit, but let me help you out there. I got you.
Wait, can you repeat the? Can you repeat the
Are you arguing that everything's only up like
fucking
12%
screed that you just
at the
did?
grocery
You
store?
literally said nothing the entire time you just spoke. Yeah,
I literally said,
when you
I mean,
have
everyone
7%
understood.
inflation, the money is now 7% less valuable
Okay,
than
so
before.
all right,
it
let's
was.
just take a
Then
minute.
if you have
We'll
6.5,
explain
it's
this for you. I'll do
6.5
math
less.
slowly.
No, you use a lot of
valuable
words
before
for not
that.
knowing how
If it's
percentages
100,
work.
if it's $100, let's just use the number.
Do you
100.
think
If
that
it's
when we talk about
2.3%
reducing
higher,
inflation,
what-
do you think
what
that
is
when we're
2.3%
talking about reducing inflation, we're talking about deflating our currency back down to where it was pre the high inflation rates?
That'd be the goal if you could do that. Yeah.
No, because deflation is a
No.
horrible fucking
Your
thing
key
for your
word was if
economy.
we could do that. So what
The idea of
he's
prices
trying to
coming
tell
down
you,
is
You really wouldn't want to do
he's
that.
trying to
That'd be
get you.
do that.
What he's
Going
trying
up
to
is
get you to
fine.
say is that lowering the inflation rate is still a good thing, is it not?
Like lowering this, like yeah, cool. It's
Is
good.
lowering the inflation rate a good thing, Gibbs?
Bleeding out and you slow the bleeding. I
It's
guess
like-
that's good.
Wasn't it like
Yeah,
0%
and
at some point?
Guess what?
I just need you to answer. Is
few
lowering
months
the
ago?
inflation rate a good thing?
I mean, I guess
Again,
drinking less fucking arsenic is
again.
good too. But like, hey, that's
Gibbs,
neither
I need
here
you to
nor there.
answer the
Oh my
question.
God.
It's like
Is
if
lowering
you're
the
in a passenger
inflation rate.
seat in a car and the driver goes 90 in a residential, and he's like, "Chill out, I slowed down to 70." We're
Yeah,
still
that's
going
exactly
70 in
what
a residential, bro.
Like,
Like,
this
no,
is
it's not
a
okay.
terrible
Do you
You come
think
down
the
a little
economy
bit.
isn't a residential road?
Yeah, that was
It's a
dumb
dynamic
analogy.
process that we have to
No,
actually
but
have
there's-
experts
there's-
look
there's-
at.
Mr. Bean, it's an
The speed
analogy.
limit
Your
represents a
personal
normal
finances are not
inflation
how
rate.
It's not
Good
an
Good
economy works.
inflation rate.
Lowering the
We're
inflation rate
still
is a
pretty
good
far
thing.
beyond that.
Yes or
Okay.
no?
All right,
What?
I'm
I
hopping in
can't
here.
hear
I'm hopping in
anyone.
here. I'm hopping in here. I turned down Gibbs. I'm going to turn you off for a second. Sondsol, I'm turning you guys off both for a second. Just for a second. Pentuple and Hippie, what the were you guys even talking about?
Well, see, I was talking to Admiral
Hey, you don't have to
Stolen
yell over
Valor
anyone.
Gibbs, and
I was
I'm
just
trying
joking, man.
I'm trying to get them to answer the question of is just simple question: is lowering the inflation rate a good thing? Yes or
Okay.
no?
Except for the okay, Pentuple, do you want to take that one for just a second?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so that is an accomplishment that it went from 7 to 2.3.
No.
Yes or no?
Is it
That's an
a good thing
accomplishment.
if I give you $20? If I
Huh?
stole 50 from you? Is it a good thing if I give you $20?
That it's not at all comparable.
That's,
I think it is.
I know
Well,
you
you're
think it is,
wrong.
but you're not doing a whole lot of thinking except for this
You're
fucking
saying,
like.
is it good that he brought down the inflation rate? He's the reason
Yes.
it went up there.
No.
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 The
No.
fuck are you
Okay,
why is it
talking
up
about?
there?
Oh, well, of course.
because
Am I
there
unmuted?
was a pandemic and the whole shit shut down for like a year.
And the inflation
That is
reduction
why
had nothing to do with any of the
Am
prices.
I
Who
turned
shut
it
it
back
down?
up?
No,
I
it's
don't
at
know
the
if I
rate
can talk
it,
yet.
it increases. Inflation's always going to go up. That's how like our economy works.
Right.
Right, and if
It's
it happens under a Republican,
always
it's really
going
bad.
to go
If it happens
up.
under a
You
Democrat,
just said, isn't it good that it's come
I
down?
don't know about.
What are you guys?
Republicans
The
raising the
rate's
inflation rate.
going down.
She just said it's never going to go down.
Yeah, it's never going to deflate.
Oh my God!
Hopefully
It's
it doesn't
always going to
deflate.
go up, but the rate at which it goes up has been lowered. So instead of going up, I don't know, 10% or whatever, it's now going up like 2%.
It's
was
like
the
okay,
rate?
if
What
you
is
want
it?
a- if
It was
you want an
7 and
analogy,
6.5.
it's like when
Sure.
the price of oil goes up and the gas prices go up, and they started off at a level, and then the price of oil comes down, and the price of gas comes down a little bit, but never to the level that it was originally, right? Because it continuously rises and doesn't
Well,
ever
hold on,
have
hold on.
like
How
a
come
complete-
gas was
there's
the same
peaks and
price under
valleys.
Trump as it was under Bush then?
What?
Okay.
Yeah, we saw gas
How
prices
gas the same
fluctuate.
price as
Prices
Trump
do
as was under
fluctuate
Bush?
up and
It
down. I
doesn't
don't
have
get this,
anything
like,
to
they
do with
only
who's
ever go
president.
up.
The price of
Biden
oil doesn't
promised
have
to end
anything
oil
to do with
subsidies.
We're about to give our
That's
country
what
to
you just
people who
said.
think it always
Because
goes
there's
up.
multiple. Hold on.
No, you wanted a
So-
dumb analogy to have
As it
something
was
that
under
was
Trump.
comparable,
So-
and Pentuples
Okay.
was money between
There's
individual
so many
people.
different factors that
which
go
doesn't
into
have
the
anything
price
to
of
do with
oil.
anything
Just answer
relatively
Jesus' question because I know what his
economic.
question was going to be. Is it back to what it was pre-pandemic? Was that going to be your question? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the rate.
It is back to at the highest rate of what it was during Trump's presidency.
Okay.
It was at
All right.
2 point. The highest
Okay,
was
okay. Also, just to
2.7.
kind of preface this is where I was kind of like falling asleep. Though is that Jesus the Druid? I might have a degree in STEM, but econ just makes me tired. So I kind of render onto Caesar's what is Caesar's payout for being captured by the pirates. So econ is a little. I could go over the numbers like and take a few days, but like
Right, but
This
like
is a
here's
little,
the
like-
simple
Okay.
here's the simple
the
fact
highest
of the matter.
inflation it was during Trump's presidency was 2.7, and it is 2.9 now.
Damn, that's a dunk. That's the biggest dunk for the Trump presidency I've ever heard right there.
It
yeah,
rose
thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. I
substantially as
appreciate
soon as Trump started getting into office. It was like at 0.0, it was at 0.8, 0.7 under Obama, right? So
You listen to the argument you just made right there?
that Trump, the inflation rate increased. So, like,
So which one of y'all's correct here? You were a hippie. over
I,
here.
I'm sorry, I can't hear when everybody's screaming over each other, so I just stopped listening until
Oh,
there was
okay.
a
That's
moment that I
I'll get you that one.
Like, I literally could not understand a single thing that's happened for the past 5 minutes. Here's the thing, right? When Biden came into office, the groundwork for inflation rising was already set. If it was something that Biden did, you would expect to see inflation only happen in the United States, but it didn't. It happened all over the world. And in fact, because of Biden's policies, because of the things that his administration did, because of what the Fed did, after COVID, once Biden got into the office, we could see that the rate of inflation goes down. No, the money isn't going to magically regain the value that it lost in that time, because that's lunacy. You don't want your currency to devalue. That would be like an actual death knell. That would be like, we're going into a depression. Everything is, oh shit, what are we going to do? Any amount of deflation like that means that we're either in a stagflation or we're in a like full-on depression. All right. So let's not like pretend like we're going to bring the money's value back. All right. Also, on that point, it wasn't directly Biden's fault. Now, are we going to sit here and pretend like adding more money into the system isn't going to increase the rate of inflation? No, that would be stupid. But there's massive contention between the idea that Biden and all of his spending bills magically made this inflation rate this high, and all of the other countries in the entire world having massive inflation. Even to this day, they're still lagging behind us in how much we've been able to lower our inflation rate. So unless you guys have something to argue against that.
I got a question for you, Santo. You do realize that inflation does devalue the currency, right? Like inflation does.
Yeah. I don't think I said
so
anything.
You said in the beginning. Well, because in the beginning you said we don't want to lower inflation because it's going to devalue.
No. Hold on. Let me if I said something along those lines, I misspoke. What I'm saying is we don't want the value of our currency to deflate like that.
Well, we don't. Nobody wants to deflate, but as long as the inflation's going up, our currency
inflation is going
deflating.
down.
If an apple
the inflation
costs $1,
rate is going down,
and then the next year it costs $2, you have the same buying power as you did the year before, or no?
Nobody's arguing against that. We're saying that
I'm saying
the only thing that the government can do is
fly.
try to bring the rate of inflation down. And it seems like, based on the graph that I'm looking at, if you really want, I can go ahead and just send you the link. But I don't know what you're arguing against. Yeah, nobody wants the value of our currency to start dropping in value.
Okay, I'm going to move this one on to Drone Tech has not. I feel like you keep wanting to respond. You keep getting cut out of it. Go ahead, Drone
I
Tech.
had things I was going to respond to. I mean, they keep bringing up the CHIP Act, which I'll say that's probably the closest thing to an accomplishment, a real accomplishment Biden has. But it's not even fully Biden's because it started. Trump laid the groundwork for that, for the CHIPS Act, and probably
was he able to get it done?
Well, no, but you could also say that COVID and the Democrats' constant going after him and all that might have played into that. No, he's not the guy that finished it, but it's not like this is all Biden's accomplishment. That's all I'm saying. You guys keep pointing that, and I agree with that. I think the CHIPS Act is.
If you want to do that,
and why is it not Biden's accomplishment? Because he's being literally I forget what the reference is, but he's literally being puppeted. That's why it's not Biden's accomplishment.
Yeah, but you don't have any evidence for that. And to what Drone Tech said, I want to agree with the conservatives. I want to agree with the conservatives.
He came out and said, "I'm not dropping out," and then 2 days later, he's dropping out. I wonder who made that decision.
Am I having a fucking aneurysm? I thought we were talking about a specific.
All right.
Wait, hold on. Let me just say, I want to make a point of agreement.
Someone else want to make a response? I'm sorry, Sondsol, you got pulled.
Yeah, no, I just want to say that if you really want to say that, it's like I will full on agree with you on this if you agree with what I'm going to say. I agree that it is not all Biden's accomplishment and that Trump set the foundation. But that means that you have to agree that the Afghanistan pullout is not all Biden's failure. Trump laid the groundwork for that. Will you agree with that, Drone Tech?
No, I think that's completely different. I think that's different.
All right, thank you.
God, unreasonable.
Well, okay, I'm about to pull it on that.
Look,
okay,
I
hate the people who are underneath.
You also tacitly admitted, hold on, really quick. You tacitly admitted that, Donald Trump laid the groundwork for this, but the Democrats were being obstructionists and blah, blah, blah,
Drone
blah.
Tech, did you freeze or are you going to explain why?
I think,
okay, so,
wait, hold on. You're tacitly admitting that Biden can't make deals. The businessman, the guy, the deal maker, he wasn't able to make a deal with the Democrats, but the Republicans, they were able to make a deal with Biden.
Okay?
Why is that?
Yeah.
I was clearing the floor for you to explain why. I thought you were going to explain why.
Okay, I can. Sondol was talking. I couldn't.
Sorry,
I was just hearing Sondol talk.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Oh, can you hear him? I have him muted on my end. I'm sorry.
You have him muted on stream.
No, I would say as far as the same standard they're applying. In both cases, Trump didn't execute anything. Biden actually executed the exit from Afghanistan, and it was a complete botched failure. It was completely chaotic. Americans got killed. We left an arsenal for the Taliban, who then had a parade with all of our stuff, stuff that we've given to Ukraine. By the way, they have a lot of that same equipment that we left behind. And so, I don't think.
Well, that was Trump's plan.
No. Even if you would say it's Trump's plan, how incompetent is Biden to use Trump's plan?
Because he had already negotiated everything.
No,
you're just perfectly stating that it was a failure from Trump too.
Trump was the negotiator.
He failed to, and Biden failed to execute Trump's plan.
Yeah, but Biden may have not been able to execute Trump's plan, but guess what?
I don't think, and also, I will concede that I don't think that even if Trump was
Taliban.
I don't think that even if Trump was in office, I don't think his plan would have been executed either, because I believe, and there's a significant contingent of conservatives who believe that there's a significant portion of the government bureaucracy that works against Republicans whenever they are in office, especially when they don't conform to DOD and DOJ industrial complexes.
Right.
Or maybe the Republicans just can't negotiate.
And one last point. No, it's because you guys are literally like conveying like the other side as devils and demons for the past 30 years.
The Republicans, when Obama went into office, said that we're going to make him a one-term president, and then like openly obstructed
I love
every
that's
single
still a
fucking thing that they
controversy with
possibly
you guys.
do.
I cannot
Well,
believe
what-
that.
if you're going to
You
pretend
guys had
that
like
the
a majority
Democrats,
to actually instate Roe v. Wade, but that's we're not talking about Obama. We're talking about okay.
Do we forget that Hillary Clinton, Biden and Obama being the Antichrist? Like, we can do
I
this.
do remember that, and I
Every
could-
single
and I would
side
keep Republicans
did
for that,
this.
yes.
We can all say that both sides for the past 30 years have been very inflammatory, but for you to bring it up like the Republicans haven't done just as bad is just
Because
ridiculous.
it's supposed to be the Democratic Party who are supposed to be enlightened and better than stooping to that
we're
low level.
supposed to be
Yeah,
better.
guess what? Republicans are supposed to be respectful
No.
tradcons and fucking Christians. They're not supposed to be hateful little bigots. Well, guess what? Here we are.
Supposed to keep to their
Okay.
level.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for me to pop in. We're going to go into final statements. I'm sorry, there was a bit of a snafu. You guys can apparently hear yourselves talking, but don't worry. When I had you muted on my screen, you didn't
Nobody
make it
heard
through, so no one can hear you
ask
actually
Danibo
in the
for
stream.
the
Oh, it's just
firms
dead
to
space.
server mute
I
someone.
was like, Drone Tech, this is your
Sorry.
fucking moment. So
Tyler,
I will be server
sorry.
muting people
Yeah.
Yeah,
going
right.
forward.
Sorry.
I'm not going to use the Elgato thing anymore. It works for me, but not for you, unfortunately. So out of consideration for you guys, I'll be doing that going forward. We're going to continue into the final closing statements for this topic, which, despite how far off of it we got, was what are the greatest accomplishments and failures of the Biden presidency? You're going to get 1 to 2 minutes. Don't forget, if you waste your time or you want to respond to somebody after this into the next time, you can, but it is going to count against your time in the next opening statement. So we're going to start it off with final closing thoughts with Sondsol.
Yeah, so I mean, this topic has been but the only reason it's been is because Republicans seem, I mean, I'm not going to name names on who was the good ones and who was the bad ones here, all right, but it seems like they're completely unable to like argue on the specifics of the like data points or anything like that. Instead, it seems like we're much more mad about like, I don't know, Biden being old and Kamala being introduced into the race late into the campaign. So I guess that's where we're at.
Okay, moving on to Nina.
I absolutely agree. It does seem like you guys are just kind of butt mad about, I guess, Kamala because there's a lot of hype behind her or something. It doesn't seem like you guys really care. I think it's very telling that you expect the Democrats to be better than the Republicans, which, let's be real, they are. But why don't you think about it on that scene? Like, why aren't you guys able to be good? Like, I don't understand why, like, this, like, petulance is coming from you. Like, we're, like, we have to be the parents in the room here. And yeah, we are, and we will be. But like, why are you so childish? Would be my question.
Okay, this is a final statement, so they actually can't respond to that.
Well, it's a rhetorical statement. I didn't actually expect an answer, of course.
Nice.
Okay. All right, are you done? Okay, we're gonna be moving on to Media Wench.
Yeah. No arguments from the right can be made without first creating a straw man and then putting it next to the goalpost and then moving the goalpost and then setting the straw man on fire. So I think that yeah, I fully agree with the two people before me that there's just that there's there's just a rejection, an all-out rejection of facts because all politics seem to be identity politics and everything gets missed in that swamp. And that's unfortunate because there are things that could be acknowledged that were very positive that benefit everybody. And you know, just hate trumps over all of that. So that's all I got to say about all that.
Okay, moving on to IBJesus.
Yeah, so my ending statement's going to be pretty short because the Republicans on the other side have done nothing to refute any of the accomplishments that we brought forward. We have Pentuple, who is essentially just a Kamala Harris clone with the laughing and the smiling and making everything into a joke. Druid Jesus was probably, as much as he turned red in the face like a mater, he was still one of the only ones who actually tried to talk about the policies that we brought forth. Drone Tech didn't really get a chance to talk because everyone was shouting over him. And Gibbs is just as conspiratorial as my boomer uncle bringing up Facebook videos as an argument instead of bringing up actual links like me and Sondsol did. We are apparently the only adults in this goddamn call, and Gibbs is a petulant 12-year-old that just says nuh-uh.
Okay. Moving on to Druid Jesus. Save it.
There's no way. There's absolutely no way that you guys are on the internet right now and saying that the other sides are children. We are all on the internet. We are all petulant children. And if you guys can't recognize that, take some time to self-search, all right? We are bringing up Kamala because Nina, right? You yourself were saying that you begrudgingly voted for Biden. Why did you begrudgingly vote for Biden? Because the Dems aren't Democratic. They're more Republican in their choice of representative and leadership than even the Republicans are. That's some good stuff, honestly, right there. I can give you guys some props when you deserve it. But what it comes down to is that these policies that you guys are bringing up are the same things that Republicans critique Trump for. He passed over trillions and trillions of dollars in government spending. Real Republicans don't like that. Real conservatives don't like that. We don't like that when Republicans do it in the guise of international security or national security. We don't like it when Democrats do it in the guise of infrastructure that could be done much better if we sat down at the table and stopped being petulant children on the international and national levels.
Okay. And moving on to AdmiralGibbs.
Yeah, first I want to thank IBJesus for proving my meme that I always make about dishonest Dems. I actually posted one Facebook clip and then 2 links to sources, and then that's more than him and Sondsol combined. So
check the logs.
He's just outright lying. We can post a screenshot. We can show it. I don't give a shit. Also, it's pretty impressive that my cat Garfield here understands more about logic, economics, and foreign policy than any of the Democrats here. I'm real proud of him. Maybe learn to read.
Yeah.
Okay, was that it? Okay.
That's it.
Is that me?
All right. Thank you. Moving on to Pentuple TV.
Yeah. So we spent this whole time pretty much talking about like inflation rates and stuff, and I think that you can just peruse Google all you want, get all those numbers, but people see their prices at the grocery store going up every day. They see the price of gas. They see the energy policies that this administration has are definitely going to affect gas car drivers. They've let in 12 million illegals. They're promising a pathway to citizenship, which is only encouraging more and more people to come. It's worsening the problem. They've done the same thing with student loans by promising to forgive them. Now people aren't paying back their loans. Less than 25% of people are actively paying more than their minimum payment right now. The economy sucks. Immigration sucks. This administration's done nothing. You can peruse Google all you want. The real world's out here.
Okay. And last but not least, Drone Tech with your final statement for the segment.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that Joe Biden's regime has been very mediocre at best. The accomplishments that his supporters point to are all very boilerplate kind of stuff that just happens as new administrations come in. The infrastructure stuff remains to be seen if that money spent will be a benefit or if it will just be wasted money. I guess we'll find out, or maybe we won't, because the media isn't great about following up to hold Democrats accountable. So more likely you just will never hear about it again. Unless it does something good, then you'll hear about it. But Biden's failures are many. He's divided the country when he said he'd be a uniter. He called half the country semi-fascists. He bragged about how many J6 protesters have been put in prison and how much prison time they have, which was particularly evil to me, considering that it was only around 300 people there that were violent. The rest were, peaceful or on the grounds, but the Biden regime came after them like they were terrorists. And this was after 4 years of Democrat rioting where Democrat DAs dropped charges. He discredited the free press even more because they had to debase themselves and gaslight and lie to the country to get these people to think that there's any accomplishments. And now they're kicking him to the curb, which is even funnier, right? They lied all these years about how great it was, and now they're kicking him out for somebody they said up to this point was awful, and that was so hated across the country. And it just shows you how the media can literally program these people on a dime. Yeah, and I think he's made the country look more like the CCP and Russia. I think these people sound like these interviews I see with Russian citizens when people interview them about what's going on, and they just are completely brainwashed. And you know, oh, and I missed something here. You know, just the weaponization of our systems that
10
Biden has
seconds.
done. Yeah, he's weaponized our systems, and if Republicans get the power to do what Biden and Democrats have done, as far as attempting to imprison Trump before an election, suddenly they're going to see the light and see how bad it is. But I
Okay,
doubt that'll
thank
happen.
you very much, Drone Tech, for the last one. Sorry to everybody. I caused some minor snafus during the first segment. I thought I was muting everybody. I was actually just muting my ability to hear them. So don't worry, you didn't get through to the actual audience that I have, but you got through to yours, and you just completely still talked over everybody else. So my apologies. From now on, we're going to be going into server mutes. I will be muting. You will feel yourself being muted more in this upcoming segment. More than likely, AdmiralGibbs, Sondsol, you guys are dominating conversations. It's a term of respect that I'm going to be muting you probably a little bit more often, just because you're so dominating. You're so overpowering, okay? It's out of respect for you. But we're going to be moving into our second topic. This one's supposed to be a little bit more chill, which means more than likely it's going to be the one that you guys rip each other's heads off over. Is the use of generative AI moral or ethical? Is the use of generative AI moral or ethical? We're going to be starting with our opening statements with Sondsol. You guys can use some of your 2 minutes to respond to stuff from the previous section. However, that is going to be your 2 minutes, and I will move on hard to the next individual afterwards. So, starting with Sondsol, please take it away.
I think the AI is a tool that is both amazing and scary. I think that is it moral to use it? I think yes, but there are ways that you can use it immorally, like making deep fakes of random women to jerk off to them, and then they see that. That's probably not a super great feeling. Also, the idea that we could use it for disinformation campaigns to trick people about political topics is really scary. But I am going to be honest on this one, guys. I could be pushed either way. It just depends on what kinds of safeguards that we put up, and we definitely do need to put up some kind of safeguard for it.
Okay, moving on to Nina.
I would definitely agree with the safeguards. I think that we talk about morally when it comes to using AI. I think one of the big factors of that is AI art. And one of my issues is that it obviously pulls from actual artists that make stuff, and none of them are credited. I think there is a way that we can do that, because it's cool, to just have something generate an image. One of my pictures is a picture of me that I got from a bunch of different AI things. But the big problem where it comes to morality is are we giving people credit for what is being pulled from? And that's a big point. When I think about AI art, is about the morality of basically, are we stealing, or are we as you would a normal thing, being inspired by? And if that's the case, should that be, because obviously if it's able to steal the artistic elements from a particular artist, they obviously know where it's coming from, so it could easily be sourced if you think about that. And I think that's a big aspect for me that I think is important to talk about when it comes to AI stuff.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Nina. Moving on to Media Wench.
Yeah, I'm probably with Sondsol on this one. I could probably be pushed either way, whether or not the safeguards that should be put in place will ever be put in place. To go to Nina's point, is where artists are getting credit for things that are getting pulled from the internet and pulled in. I don't use AI a whole lot. I am an artist, so most of my stuff is physical, and I don't really mess with computer art much. But the ease of which people can manipulate things and create misinformation and disinformation campaigns with the technology, I think that's probably in the future one of the things that we're going to have to take harder looks at as more information is available faster and in more mediums. So yeah, I would have to just say that it's probably, it definitely moral ways to use it. Absolutely immoral ways to use it. There are certainly ethical ways that you could use it, source things for yourself. It's already been proven that there are tremendous unethical ways to use it. So I would be a big fan of, lots of safeguards be putting into place so that just people aren't tricked by something that's fake. It causes lots of problems when people are fooled and can't admit it.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Media Wench. Moving on to IBJesus.
I think any outcry and outrage about generative AI, I'm sorry, AI is ridiculous. It's baseless, and it really is just like a feelings contest about what can we be offended by today. I saw during like the commercials for the movie Late Night with the Devil, a lot of comment sections were boycotting it because of 2 AI images that were made. AI is just a tool that is used in media, and it's nothing more. It is a moral neutral until proven otherwise.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Druid Jesus.
Yeah, and there might be actually quite a lot of agreement here. Like, AI is a tool. That's the exact thing that I have written down, and a tool is only as ethical as its user. And that goes into a conservative's idea behind 2A, where I have the right to defend myself. I have the right to use my God or artificial created clause, so to speak. And when we come into AI, we absolutely have to have a conversation behind stealing versus appropriating versus art as a muse, a source of a muse. We also need to have a conversation about how these works should be as transparent and open as possible, especially when there's not significant trade secrets that are being exposed. And obviously we need to punish the stuff that's already bad, like impersonating someone or harassing someone along those lines. But I think that, like, also the scary thing behind AI is that people don't understand that they're just large language models. They're able to synthesize a lot of information at this point, where we look at a test for AI actually gaining some kind of human capability of reasoning beyond the given facts. Bless you. And so what this test could be is that we give it all the information of a flat earther, and then if the AI and the large language model can actually logic its way through, oh, this is actually wrong information, and I need to actually denote that this information that I thought was right is actually wrong, would be the first step. And as soon as that step is done, I think politicians should legislate actually that step would need to be immediately given and told to. I'm a military brat, so like my immediate impulse is to give it to DoD or the executive board, because that would be really scary if AI and large language models can do a novel tech.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Moving on from, I lost track of everybody. Moving on from IBJesus to AdmiralGibbs.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the prompt said generative AI. So yeah, I mean, not AI as a whole, but I mean, I don't really care if we expand to either one. But I'll say this. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tool. I think that's been mentioned a few times. I think there's some interesting uses for it that are like good things. Even in the creative realm, where like they do use former images of people. And the example that comes to mind as a Star Wars nerd is Peter Cushing, that the actor that played Tarkin. He signed his rights over to Lucasfilm, and he was a huge fan of Star Wars and wanted to be in more films, but unfortunately he died. And the idea that they can use generative AI to bring him back, him and his huge family are a massive fan of this. And like we saw the early ones in Rogue One where it looked janky and weird, but now it's getting better and better. I'm looking forward to maybe an AI generated Tarkin sometime in the future. You know, we'll see if Disney does that right. That's a whole different debate. But I will say, I think that IBJesus here, the other Jesus over here put a proper spin on this with the 2A thing. I left my generative AI running on the porch, and it didn't make any new pictures. So I'm real impressed.
Okay. Thank you very much, AdmiralGibbs. Moving on to Pentuple TV.
So I have the same basic take. It's a tool. Like, if you use a knife to stab someone, that's unethical. If you use a knife for its intended purpose, then it's fine. But Nina had me thinking when she said that she thinks that you could tell where the AI is sourcing stuff from. I don't know that that's true. And I actually think that one of the best uses of generative AI is going to be content creators like us, who aren't musicians necessarily, who want to use stuff like background music or other sort of any sort of music that we don't have that talent, we don't have that ability, we don't have the time or whatever. We can now use background music without it getting claimed by these artists who own copyright. I think its best use is going to be like if these artists don't want us to use their music on our stream, they're going to claim all of our work for doing that. I think it's absolutely moral and ethical to use AI to fill that void for the content space, because I don't know if you guys have seen it, but if you upload a video on YouTube with 15 seconds of a song, it's gone, it's over. So I think it makes sense to use it. I think that I mean, assuming what Nina said isn't true, that I think the AI, especially as the data pool grows, it's not necessarily picking from like one person that you can credit. And also, I think what its purpose is going to serve is that it's going to be music that isn't copyrighted, that isn't owned, that doesn't exist anywhere, but allows people to use music in ways that we weren't able to before. So that's sort of my spin on it.
Okay, and that's moving right into drone tech with the final statement on the matter.
Yeah, I think we probably mostly all agree on this. So I agree with everything everybody else said. I also agree that it's an amazing tool for your average person to be able to compete with more talented, more people, people with more money. It's just like YouTube kind of was. It gives an entry level ability for your average person to compete with everybody else, which I like. I definitely see that there's plenty of evil that can be done with it. One of my all-time favorite 80s dystopian movies, The Running Man, is all about that. It's all about this oppressive government and corporations lying to the public by making essentially these AI-generated deepfakes kind of thing. This is before AI, obviously, it was in the 80s. But I would say the biggest threat that we really face from it now, we already have a media that's willing to lie to us right to our faces every day. And if they get that power, and I'm just talking about the people who are dominant, control our institutions right now, I think that they could be very dangerous with that technology. And I think that people who believe that pretty much any action that they take is justified to save our democracy or whatever, I think they'd be willing to do that. And so, yeah, it's amazing technology. I love technology. I love anything new coming around like this. But it, just like anything else, nuclear power has the potential to power everything cleanly, or it has the potential to completely destroy all life and ruin the planet. So just how we use it.
Okay, cool. And that brings us into open topics of conversation, guys. If you want to add anything, go for it.
So I'm going to actually start off with some friendly fire here, Pentuple. I got an answer for you, is that these LLMs and these AIs will and can reproduce if you do enough effort into it. They will reproduce like text and practice material that they trained on. And it's actually like seriously a matter of like, are they reproducing Van Gogh's Starry Night, who's dead for 200 years, or are they reproducing a modern artist who's still making money off of their art? So that's where it really comes down to, and it's really tricky.
If I generate a song with AI, well, let me respond to this real quick. Yeah. If I generate a song with AI, and you're saying, okay, we can identify the AI pulled from these 100 sources, right? Like, okay, it took some, the voice sound from this song and this from that. Do all of those inputs need to be credited?
Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about when I said that earlier.
The transparency behind it needs to be transparent.
I agree. That's exactly what I was saying, because obviously they're pulling from those sources, which means you have those sources, which means it should be transparent. Exactly what Druid said.
Just like an essay or like a research paper has to credit wherever it's getting that research from. Where if it's doing like a novel process and petri dishing construction, you have to reference the 1800 paper on Petri construction. So yeah, and it should be even easier for us to require like, hey, this is looking fishy. What about, we want a discovery on what your background is? So, and because maybe there are some trade secrets, and maybe there's even like proprietary things that it's learning off of that the company owns, where it's like, we hired these 5 people to do very classical music for us, and we're gonna train an AI off of that. So there's a lot of very like conflicting, complex things to this. So,
for example, I just started learning to play guitar. I can only play like simple chords, but a lot of songs, way more than I thought, have almost the exact same chord progression. It's like the same 4. It's just like maybe slightly different strumming and stuff. How do you know who to credit when you have songs that are even going to be providing very similar data? I mean, I don't know that I necessarily buy that like the data is clearly attributable to like a single source for every little bit of it. I don't think that coding exists, but I could be wrong.
I have a devil's advocate position. I'm going to help out Pentuple.
Well, I use Suno AI, for example. So like, however Suno works, I don't know. I'm not on the back end of that.
How does regular music work? Don't people pull from other sources?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great point, John Tech. That's a great point.
Yeah, really quick. I want to steel man him. I want to steel man him. What is the difference between the generative AI training itself on 1 million Van Gogh paintings, right? and someone who trains their entire life to recreate the same exact like color palette style, the exact same art style of Van Gogh, and makes those paintings digitally. What's the difference between those two things?
Well, that's where I was going to go with this question I'm going to ask, right? So let me say this, right? So like, what is the thing they always say? There's like 6 stories that have ever been told, right, throughout history. Like, are we going to start going after like George Lucas for making Star Wars and saying, oh, you stole from Ronin, this 47 Ronin, you stole from Oedipus Rex, you stole from, all the Shakespearean plays, like you stole from. This is bad, this is evil. Because, I mean, what is Star Wars but a hodgepodge of all these things?
Well, I think you're looking at it the wrong way. We're not talking about going after anyone. We're just talking about crediting. Like the same way that you would in an interview or whatever.
To be honest, even if I agreed with you on crediting, there's no way we're going to do that. I don't see that as being
you can
feasible.
because you can see what the AI pulls from.
Where does
Like you can't do that with a person. I understand you cannot do that with a person.
Previous AI generations, though, like the AI pool.
Yeah,
of data
so you can. It's like the blockchain type shit. You can look at the chain of what it's pulling from.
His stuff
I don't know.
Because he's a person. He's not an AI. He's not an artificial intelligence.
Yeah, but Shakespeare didn't credit anything.
Because
I just don't see why I generate a song
necessary.
that's like its own unique, like randomly
Because
generated
you're a
song that doesn't
human
exist
being.
anywhere. And some like 100,000 artists across the world can get credit. I can't use it anymore. I think that the use of generative AI is to create
can't use it.
Well, do you think that there should be copyright strikes on it if I use it and it's
I would not.
attributed to all
No,
these other
not like
artists?
a copyright strike. Like if it just takes elements, no, that would be silly.
So how do you think they should be credited? What does that
Well,
mean?
that's an
to you? Just, like,
interesting question. I mean, I think maybe
Can I bring up something else that's kind of
in the metadata at least.
one thing, like right now, if we post a YouTube video and there's music in it, it gets struck down and that money goes to the artist.
Yeah, real quick. Something that's similar to this is something called chip music. Are you guys familiar with that?
Chip music or
it's
Chip
called
or
chip
shit?
tunes.
oh yeah, chip tunes.
Chip
Yeah.
Oh, chip tunes. Yeah.
So
I thought it was
they're
chip
created
music, too.
through
Wasn't it?
software, and you got a lot of so like all that like old 8-bit music, 16-bit music, all that stuff. You can from video games from that Nintendo put out. You can use all that stuff. It's not copyrightable, and yet that was created by somebody. But because of the method that they use to create it, is my understanding that they can't copyright it. And so that music, anything created on these chips cannot be. Yeah, it can't be copyrighted. Although I'll take that back because I know that there's people now who make modern chip music who I'm pretty sure they do copyright it, but something about the music they created back then that's not.
I'm almost certain that there's like Koji Kondo, the guy that wrote like 90% of the music for most Nintendo stuff. I'm pretty sure that like his music is copyrighted. Like the melodies are going to be the copyrightable bit. I'm not sure exactly how copyright law applies to like the finished product or anything. But in terms of why we don't get dinged for it on YouTube, I think is because so many people put up gameplay videos, and so there might be like something like that. But I'm pretty sure
there's
it is
something to do with how it's produced too. I'll look it up, but yeah.
Well, also has
I've never
something to
heard
do with
anything
how
about
it's
it.
reproduced as well.
Well, some of the companies have dinged people recently for posting game clips. They said this is copyright, and they dinged people recently. I saw that on YouTube. Yeah, that's bullshit, but whatever. I have one more question about this. Is like this is kind of one of my issues with the generative AI. Is like, what's the line, right? Say like I took like I don't know, let's do anime, like One Piece, right? And I made my own original, totally unrelated to One Piece, but I used a nearly identical art style. Clearly, it's my influence. Should I get like hunted down because I didn't credit Oda with, oh, you drew things a certain way, so I made my own new story?
No, you're a person. That's what the conversation's about AI.
Right.
It's not a person having like it in their head, adding their own creativity to it. I mean, to an extent, AI is stealing a bit.
How?
But it's completely different if you're being influenced as an individual. As a person.
What is the difference on the actual substantive level, right? So, like,
the difference is because
I draw it versus I like tell the AI to do
because
what I
the
want it to
AI is
do.
not going to add your own creative flair to it because you're a human being and the AI is a computer.
Yeah, if I tell
Garbage
I
in,
want
garbage
this,
out.
this slight difference, what's like the difference?
That's why. Garbage in, garbage out. So you could train an AI off of yourself, right? Garbage in, garbage out is what they say in software dev when because a software isn't going to just, like you said, Admiral, is you're just gonna leave my software of my AI on the couch or out in the backyard.
that's my
It's not
point.
gonna make a picture, because garbage in, garbage out, or whatever the human input is, you're gonna get an output based on the human input. But it comes down to the fact that the AI has a huge matrix behind it that is actually almost incomprehensible to even the people who are writing it and the people in these spheres, that we kind of basically assume, or we say that this AI is more or less, because of how sophisticated it is, it's able to have the training systems almost embedded into it like a copy, and it's not
So you're saying it's a skill
using
issue.
like
You're
you
saying it's
would
a
like
skill
you
issue.
wouldn't. And
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what
it's
it
a
sounds
skill
like.
issue.
So, okay,
it's a
that's
skill
my
issue
point.
for the robot, and this goes back to what I was saying, which is we need to see if an AI that we've developed so far can actually create a novel material. Because once it can say that, oh, the Earth
Well,
is
hold
actually
on.
round, and
Hold
I've
on.
got all this information of the
No,
Earth
no,
being
no,
flat,
no, Papa.
and
No,
once
no,
it
no.
can. Once it
No,
can make
no.
a novel material, that's the case.
Let's
but it
use
has
your own
not made a
example.
novel material
Yeah,
yet.
it's
It's
an
only
example.
synthesized.
Hold
This
on,
is
hold
only
on.
synthesizing. It's only
Jesus,
synthesizing.
let's use your own example. Use 2A earlier, and I use 2A, and we both agree. All right,
Yeah.
Christopher Kyle, greatest American sniper in the world. Let's give me
Okay.
both the same gun. He can make a 1.5 mile long shot. I can make maybe, I don't know, 200 yards.
We're talking about art.
Right, we are, right?
This is a good example. No, I think I see where he's
So
going.
this is where I'm
Let
going,
him
right?
cook.
So yeah, if
Let
I
him
go,
cook. I need to hear this.
if I go in there and I have the skill to type in there and go, hey, I want them to recreate Oda, but with this slight variation that's my own personal flair. I have the skill to go type it out and do that, and the AI does it for me, versus I have the skill also to paint it, and I just save myself thousands of man hours to paint it, and then I might type it in the AI and the AI do it for me. You know what it sounds to me whenever y'all are about this? A lot of weeping and gnashing of teeth and pussitis.
I mean, it
maybe
really-
we should just get good.
It goes
Wait,
down to
where's
the Olympic
the
thing,
Chris
though, right?
Kyle part. I wanted to hear.
Oh,
why
yeah,
are we
what was the
talking
Chris Kyle
about
It's the
about?
same thing. Well, it's the same thing. If I go in there, I'm like, if I go shoot, I'm not gonna go, oh my god, it's so unfair that Chris Kyle is just naturally more gifted and can shoot 2 miles down the road. Like,
So-
it's just
so-
because he's using a tool, right? You just said it's a tool. We're both using the same tool. Everybody. Can
So
use the
this
tool.
goes to
Equal
the
playing
Olympic
field.
example. Exactly.
Oh.
If you look at the shooters who we've been memeing about, the top shooter and the silver and gold in the Olympics, there's literally like all these gadgets that like the gold and the bronze had, but the guy from Turkey was just bare bones in it. Like that's the Picasso that's just got the paint and the easel, and he's developed the skills to just bare bones it. Whereas some people need some AI, maybe they need a little bit of Adobe, maybe
And
they
they're all in
need
the Olympics,
some,
aren't they?
maybe they need like 3 years of training, and they can all get to the Olympics and get to that Olympic level of shooting, but they're all using different tools to get there and different skill sets to
That's
get
my
there.
whole point right
And
there. Like,
it's up to the general public to determine whether or not those skills like steroids are too much, which I kind of believe that we should have steroids Olympics and a nothing Olympics, but that's besides the point.
I mean,
Where
if
we
you
can
go down
actually
the
like
route you're saying, you're gonna start going after every cover band ever that's made their own original song. Like, all right, I'll give you one that's not even a original
Someone-
cover
yeah.
band.
Cover
like
bands
Greta
can't
Van
make
Fleet.
original. It's
Greta
they're
Van
covering.
Fleet sounds
songs.
Literally,
identical.
by
Their singer
definition.
sounds
But
identical.
due to the fact that it
Van
is a
Halen.
cover,
It
you
sounds
can easily
forget
find
the cover
on the
band.
internet
Forget the cover
or
band thing.
by
Look at Greta
research.
Van Fleet. No, look at Greta Van Fleet. Their lead singer sounds identical
Yeah.
octavely to what's his name? Eddie Van Halen. Yeah, like it's
Zeppelin.
They're a Zeppelin cover band, man. They're a
It's
Zeppelin cover
Zeppelin,
band.
dog.
It's
You get Zeppelin. There you go.
disgusting.
I knew it
It's
was
Led
one.
Zeppelin, dog.
disgusting.
I haven't listened
It's
to music.
ridiculous,
Zeppelin.
man.
Are you
Yeah, a lot of big songs.
Are you gonna go after him now and say no more music for you, Papa? You sound too much like this
No,
motherfucker."
nobody's saying
No,
that.
because those are giving the proper flowers to the people who are their
He just
muse.
thinks I'm a badass. I don't think I've once heard him say. In fact, he gets annoyed when people say he sounds like
Well,
Zeppelin. Even though
Admiral,
all the
I mean,
songs
if
are
somebody
Zeppelin
said that it was their song, though, like
It is their
go
song.
with what you're saying, like no, like they wrote and
it's
composed
identical.
that song. If they said to claim that, then that you would think that would be ridiculous, right?
I mean,
The-
I
the
would say
government
prove
claimed
it, or
that
else
they
otherwise
made
quit
up
your bitching.
that song.
I would just say quit crying.
You,
All right, we got 2 minutes until we
that'd
start
be a
final
weird thing to
statements.
say.
Everybody, get in here and get this shit popping.
Okay.
Hey, I was
Yeah, I
completely
loved it
wrong
when
about
Greta
the,
Van
the
Fleet
chiptunes,
covered
by
the
way.
great Led Zeppelin song "Jump." Yeah, loved that.
Oh wait, I missed that.
So
Greta
John
Van
Tech,
Fleet
you were
does smell
saying
like
that-
Led Zeppelin, though. Does anybody disagree? Does anyone like disagree?
I love Zepp, so I mean, yeah.
They're
Love Greta.
like, it's like disgusting
Greta's good.
copying. It's like making
Yeah,
your
it's-
own at
and
least.
he doesn't
'cause
give
they're
credit to
good,
him at all.
But it's like, man, dude.
He's like, he even says this. He even says it's my own thing. And then you listen to him, and you're like, "Holy God, he's risen from the grave." I don't even think he's dead, but it's like he's over here like singing identical. Like it's literally he's saying the exact. Like,
Well, to be
bro,
fair-
even the writing style is the same. And like he's like, "No, I don't even know who Zeppelin is."
Yeah,
and
and to
I'm
be
like,
fair,
just call that guy
Zeppelin
out for
did
being
steal
a
like a
dick.
ton of
Like, you
black
gotta call
people's
that guy out
like,
for being a
music and then
dick.
didn't credit them whatsoever.
Oh my
So
God.
maybe it's just their comeuppance. I don't know.
I think that's
I
a good
mean-
point. That's a good point. We're gonna move into final statements on this one. That is the funniest 20 minutes. Thank you all for letting me be a part of that. That's awesome.
I wanted to swoop in at the tail end and make
Okay.
Tyler laugh.
Okay. Really short final statements on this one. A minute tops. Okay. We're going to cook through them. Then we're going to get into the final arguments. Starting with Sondsol, final statements on is generative AI moral or ethical?
I think that the conversation is interesting. It's just that it goes into so many different layers of legal stuff and moral stuff that I just don't know enough about to like make a strong determination. The interesting questions around AI to me have to do with its effects on people's perception of reality and things like that. So in terms of like this topic, I'm mostly just listening. All right. I'm sitting down, shutting up and listening. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nina, with your 1 minute, kick it off.
I'll keep it short and sweet. I actually really enjoyed this conversation. I think there's a lot of interesting questions about it, which are, very like Star Trek-esque, where because you're talking about, the ethics, and I think it's really interesting that we all have no matter our backgrounds here, we do have a very interesting perspective with what we take from and benefits of, and I do agree with the aspect of it just being a tool at the end of the day, and how we use it is the important part.
Okay, thank you very much. Media Wench, you are up next.
I think that Pentuple brought up an interesting point about music. I think that definitely we should give credit where credit is due when it comes to people who create music. We do that, and we hold all musicians who create music for profit and put that out there to a standard where they need to credit people's whose samples they take from and things that they take from other songs or whatever. And if you need music for your stream, man, then go and hit up some local bands around your area and ask if they can you can use their music.
Hell no.
Okay, thank you very much. IBJesus, on to you.
Yeah, I really didn't have a dog in this race. I just really wanted to watch and see what everybody said and then like say something, at least one thing. I thought it was really funny that the one Republican who kind of knew something about AI was getting dogpiled by 3 Republicans who knew nothing about AI. I thought that was really hilarious.
True.
That's too many Republicans.
Okay, moving on to Druid Jesus. Thank you. Please take it away.
So yeah, I'm basically going to what Sondsol says, basically sums it up, is that there's so many layers and it's a huge, just giant onion that has like tracks through it like a dessert, like with like bunnies and yeah, it's ridiculous. There's so much legal and tech stuff that just doesn't that's just so complex. Yeah, the effect it has on people's perception of reality needs to basically be talked about and understood. It's only a tool, and a tool is only as ethical as its user. We should punish those things that we all already kind of have on the books to be punished, and maybe if there's unique crimes that come over this, we can punish those as well. But yeah, we'll just see if it actually can come up with information by itself, and until that happens, I'm not too scared about it.
Okay, thank you very much. AdmiralGibbs, your statement.
Yeah, so I actually came into this pretty neutral, but I think over the course of this conversation, I have actually moved positions further on one way or the other here. And It does bring up a lot of interesting questions about copyright and intellectual property. As an avid hedonist, if I decided to like join some women's OnlyFans and
Hey guys, really quick, if you guys like my content, if you guys like my my stream, this is my only form of income right now. So if you guys want to help a brother out using your subs, if you guys want to help a brother out using that donation link, please feel free to drop some of the Skrilla in my bank account, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that statement. And moving on now to Pentuple TV.
So I guess this comes down to our understanding of how AI works. I don't know how it works, but what you guys are saying, it sounds like you're suggesting that it takes a random data points and then gives you those just straight up. Where when I have used this to generate music, I don't see that. Like, you'd have to be giving credit to people for like this A minor chord and then like this C chord. I just don't see it as being reasonable or feasible to like give credit to people when it is generating something that is unique. It isn't like just giving a random song from its data point and giving you that song. It's trying to create something that appears to be the same, that is actually novel and unique. So unless I'm wrong about that, which I guess I could be, I don't know much about AI. I don't know how it's generated. When the way I use it, it seems like it's generating something that's like completely new. Like if you don't find it somewhere else, not just like giving you someone's song from the data
10
point.
seconds.
So yeah, I think that the use of generative AI is awesome, especially for us content creators who want to have something like background music while we're talking on stream. As simple as that, without stepping on the toes of those who did work and create art.
Moving on to Drone Tech with your final statement. 1 minute.
What I was talking about earlier with the chiptunes, Pentuple just kind of hit on that, where he's talking about copywriting the tones or whatever, and that's what I was thinking, but I was actually completely wrong on that. It is copyrightable, so hopefully Nintendo never sees my channel or knows of it. But my stance on this is basically it's a technology that's coming regardless of how we feel about it. I doubt moral or ethics will factor into it a whole lot, because money will probably be what really drives it, and innovation and whatever comes from that. And I like the Star Trek analogy there that was just made. I think there actually is an episode that deals with it with data, but I basically think regardless of how we feel about it, it's coming. So get ready for it. Learn it. I would say learn how to use it. If you know how to use it, it's going to be a powerful tool for you. People who don't are going to be left behind.
Okay, thank you very much for the last statement. Folks, we are getting ready to move into the last and longest section of the night. Does anybody need to take a break or anything? I'd rather you hop. I can talk for a couple seconds if you need to go take a fucking leak, grab a drink.
Yeah.
Okay. That way you don't have to leave in the middle of when everybody's in the in the fight zone. So go ahead, hit your real quick interim. You people at home too, please feel free to take a piss. I will just this is not to start an argument. I will just say this real quick, so it's a public service announcement. All of the music you guys have ever probably used on stream that's like from video games and stuff that's copyrightable can be struck. They don't do it because it's more valuable to them to have everybody free advertising their games by playing them. At any second, they could retroactively full strike the entirety of everything you've ever done and copyright claim them. Just so you know, you have let them gently place a gun against your head and they can pull the trigger whenever they so choose to.
No, I asked my brother and their friends if I could use their music, and I have a playlist on my Spotify full of their music that I just turn on and just let go. I have their credits on the bottom though, so that whenever the song plays, like they know that it's my brother, Jalen Tyree, no spaces, on Spotify, Apple, iTunes, and then Jive JXVE. If you want to listen to their music, go ahead.
I actually mute all music in my streams, and I for when I do it, and just have the sounds of whales humping in the background.
There you go.
Solid.
Hey,
So I follow you into battle, Admiral.
There's a lot of no copyright music out there that a lot of creators use, but you got to be careful with that, because it happened to me. Sometimes they can just decide to copyright that song and then retroactively come after like 20 of your videos.
Yeah, I'll explain it to you guys, because I'm just going to guess that none of you know anything about copyright law, which is perfectly fine. That's my specialty. That whole last segment was literally to just torture me, because that's what I'm good at arguing. It's specifically that one thing. If you don't have licensed music that you know that you have 100% the license is like golden from a reputable company,
I will
that,
boy,
that music
sure.
could get pulled. Sometimes they'll even tell you that this is free use music, and what you don't realize is they took a recording from someone else and just told you that, and then you can still get. So that's a public service announcement. It's not for the debate
Absolutely,
issue.
Tyler. Hope for the best,
Sure.
but expect the worst.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I use only my own stuff that I make.
I do have a
Oh,
question
I love
for
AI
other
music.
Jesus.
I think the AI music is amazing.
I do have a question for
Tell you
other
what.
Jesus.
I'll tell you what.
So if
Watch
it does
yourself.
like pull from like all these like all these songs and stuff like that, is that still counted technically
It
as
still
like
So,
fair
so
use?
you know,
or-
da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Do you know that? You know that
You
jingle? That little jingle? That little
Oh,
jingle?
hello,
Have you
everybody.
heard of that before?
Down.
What's up,
Hi,
buddy?
Dylan.
Hello, you know,
Long
I
time no see.
heard there was a little show going on, and that was being co-hosted by Westside Tyler and a lot of my old friends and some new friends of the show. And I just wanted to stop by and thank you guys for coming to. I mean, this isn't the relaunch of the Hippy Dippy, but this is the relaunch of the recruitment show, which we ran for about 2 years. We brought a bunch of new people in the Twitch space, old people in the Twitch space on it, and I'm happy to see you all. Happy to see Drone Tech. Happy to see Westside Tyler again, even though we just talked. Sondsol, I haven't talked to you in a bit. The Media Wrench, I haven't talked to you. Wrench? I never knew which one was, but I never wanted to call you a wench. because
No,
I
no,
didn't
no,
wanna get
it's-
canceled.
Really, neither does Discord or Twitch.
Yeah, Discord forced me to change it. It's Media Wench. Don't ever.
It
call
is
me
Media
anything like
Wench.
that.
Okay. For a
Your wench
second,
will never steer you wrong.
Nina, it's nice to see you, and it's
Oh.
also nice to see people I haven't met before, including Jesus, which
Which one?
put in a good word for me.
Of course. You're doing great work in Ukraine, man. Also, I like Annapolis better. Never been to Ocean City.
All
I
I'm gonna
love
say is-
I love
We Maryland
Annapolis.
folks here. Are you
I've
guys
worked
as
in
well, Maryland?
Annapolis. I was born and raised in Maryland. I love Maryland.
Oh, okay.
I
live
lived
in
the
Maryland.
reverse of everybody hates Chris until I was 8.
I just moved to
I hope
DC, and
I hope
still
Dylan's
haven't
getting good
been to
use out of that
Maryland.
Three Dog Night album I gave him in Cincinnati.
Oh yes. Oh my God. It's right over there. It's right over there, right next to my record player. Actually,
Hell yeah.
All right.
awesome.
Yeah, it's good to
All
see you,
right.
man. Glad you're back.
Westside, how are you
You're home
doing?
for
How is
Ukraine,
Westside? First, how's Westside Tyler doing? How is he
Oh,
doing?
I'm
Terrible.
having a.
we
Oh,
talking technologically or as a
Wow.
moderator? Because he
Yeah, he didn't
muted on
realize he
his
could.
side.
Muting people was not global for all of us.
No, I had a tech up. It's like standard for my channel though.
Welcome
Yeah.
to
We're
my
going good,
pain
though.
I
zone.
feel
He
you on
brings
that
the
one.
content. He brings the
Yeah, I like a
content.
handicap because one of my teammates was muted on Tyler's end for like half of that topic. So I would like a handicap there.
You already have a handicap, don't you?
We don't talk about that.
That's a HIPAA violation. Don't go there.
So Tyler, how have you done? How do you enjoy the job? I love hearing new people try panel hosting.
This is I'm having a blast. If I could actually control everything the way I wanted it to, it would have been even better. But unfortunately,
I've thought that
I think
many
everyone's having a good
times. I've thought that many times. The main thing that they need to implement a Discord to help the panel game. They're not thinking about us, but if they did, would be a universal server mute. You just press a button, everybody gets muted, everybody gets deafened. If you could control that, if somebody could bot that, oh, that'd be the most useful thing.
They just need to
I thought
upgrade
I
their
had
macro
it.
services because like I can macro myself to be muted and then deafen with my numbers keys. Like they just need to do a rehaul on that and give us that.
I have it basically so that it'll work for me, but it won't work for everybody else yet. I don't know. I might need to hook it up in a different way, but if anyone figures that out, yeah, that's like that will change panel game completely. So now I will have to be right clicking people to turn them off, unfortunately.
Okay, I'm not gonna stay too long. You guys have a panel to finish. Thank you all for coming on. I wish you all nothing but the best, and have fun with the final topic. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye,
Take it
Dylan.
easy.
Bye,
See you
Dylan.
later.
Man.
Good
Good to
choice
see
of
you.
corncob pipe.
Always,
Those are
I'm
classic.
Popeye Maxing. Popeye Maxing, always.
Don't die, Dylan.
Okay. Waiting for
Oh God, that's dark.
Wait,
So we went
right.
from the wrestling references with Dylan to now he's a Bond villain.
That was very Bond villainous.
Hey, he's an American villain. That looks like an American villain to me.
Are
I
we
mean,
all
American
Americans?
superhero. I mean,
all right, I'm
American
losing everybody
vigilante?
now.
Are we all just American?
Okay, I don't know if
I think
Popeye.
Has
Dylan's
anybody got
Canadian.
if you guys got your thing open, we're gonna give it 2 to 3 more minutes for everybody to get back. By everybody, I mean specifically Drone Tech, and then we might have to start off. Fortunately,
just
he's the
sitting in
last
a
one to introduce
hallway?
himself. So I
I said,
think
don't
so,
worry
yeah.
about it. All right, don't worry. About
Also, wait! Shout out to the lefties who have the American flag in their back. That's my
Look,
fellow
yeah.
Jesus and the Ninas. Yeah, yeah.
Mine has
Patriotic
suicide
as
bars
fuck,
on
brother.
it. So.
Yay!
I don't have a
Hey,
flag.
I walked
just have
40
my
miles
honorable
for the
discharge from the
DNC.
United States Marine Corps as a lefty.
Yeah, I'd
I
like to
mean,
point out
thank you
that
for your
the guy
service
wearing an
on the
American
panel,
flag
mainly.
shirt does not have an American flag in his background, but a German flag in his background.
That's for my fiance. She's German. In German.
How
American
German?
brother.
I got a bunch of books on Satan, and then I have like a Tolkien book.
Hey, that's my brother.
The thing I like so far is
Beautiful.
Sonsol's SpongeBob microphone.
Yes, the
Is that
sock.
SpongeBob?
Yes.
I didn't know what that was.
I had a.
I feel like Sondsol is slowly getting quieter.
Oh, am I? Yeah, I can crank myself up a little bit. But I had a short
Am I
stint in
the
the
one hearing
hospital.
that?
I had a short stint in
No,
the
I was
hospital
too.
earlier this year, and when I moved over to DC, I couldn't find my pop filter box, and so I just put the sock on it. It pissed a lot of people off, so now I'm keeping it.
Based.
It
All
looks
right,
like
he's
one of those
coming back.
creatures. It looks like one of those creatures from Happy Tree Friends.
All right, everybody,
Never
wrap
watched
up the
it.
side chatter. We're gonna hop into this last one.
And that's why I think Drone Tech has the. Sorry, never mind.
Oh yeah. Don't worry, we weren't saying anything about you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last segment of Hippy Dippy Recruitment here on this Sunday, the 25th. We're going to be getting into our final subject of the night, possibly one of the most heated. Whose immigration policies will be more effective for the United States? Kamala Harris's approach or Donald Trump's? One more time, that's whose immigration policies will be more effective for the United States, Kamala Harris's approach or Donald Trump's. We're going to give everybody 2 minutes to introduce their point on this, and then we're going to go opening it up to the pit. I'm going to be a little bit more heavy on the muting this time. If you guys get cut off mid-sentence, hey, it's probably because you've just been talking long enough that we all just really have internalized what you had to say. So with all that said, we're going to be popping off with the same order we've been going in before with Sondsol. Please, Sondsol, take it away.
Yeah, so if we're going to solve any kind of crisis at the border, we have to figure out what the crisis is. It's not just the massive amount of people; it's also how we deal with those people once they get here, or how they're trying to apply for citizenship or asylum once they get here. Putting up Title 42 or erecting a physical border wall. We can do all of these things, but it seems like, because we still have the law in place for asylum seeking, you get onto American soil and say, I'm claiming asylum. At that point, they're legally required to allow you to go through the asylum process. So in terms of who is going to actually do that, well, it seems like the Democrats are finally on board with doing something about the border crisis. They made a lot of concessions in that Senate, the Senate immigration bill, and it dealt a lot with the exact issues that I'm talking about now. No bill that we're going to do for immigration is going to change anything unless we change the underlying reason why so many people are coming here, because they can apply for asylum in very easy ways. So if you guys want to change anything about the border, if you want to fix anything like that, it's probably going to be the Harris campaign and not the Donald Trump campaign that's going to end up doing something about it.
Okay, thank you very much, Sondsol. Moving on to Nina.
We just had this conversation with Gibbs
Right, I think it's pretty obvious that the
it's
Trump
gonna be
administration has no
ridiculous.
interest, or in Trump himself has no interest in actually securing the border, considering obviously we know that the Democratic border the bill that was proposed was shot down by Trump directly because he said because he wanted it to be a political thing. He doesn't actually give a shit about the border. All the border is to Trump is a political thing. He has no interest in actually fixing anything. What I think is one of the most important things that we need to have that is in that bill is more border judges, because I think the most American thing in this world is to have immigrants come in here legally. And I think you need to have people have a ability to come to this country legally, the same way that we all of our ancestors, assuming we're all Americans here, did. Because that's what's amazing about America, is that we are a nation of immigrants, right? This is what the Statue of Liberty is all about. We need immigration, and we need to have it legally. We need to have it properly. We need to have it so that people have a path to citizenship, so that they can become citizens. I think that there's nothing wrong with somebody wanting to come to the best country in the world. Of course I want to come to it, because why is this country the best country in the world? Because we are built of a country of immigrants. We are a melting pot of so many different people. That's why our food is the best. We need immigration. Not only that, when it comes to just having people come into this country, as obviously
15 seconds.
Is America. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I was getting carried away. I guess I'll leave it at that. I don't want to add into more, but yes, immigration is the most American thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Nina, moving on to Media Wench.
Yeah, obviously the candidate who's going to be willing to work with people on immigration is probably going to have the better policies versus the guy who doesn't have any plans on immigration except for outrage, which is kind of ironic because his wife is an immigrant. I guess she's just of an acceptable color. So yeah, I definitely think that, you know, taking things into advisement from people who may know more on the subject than you, rather than thinking that you're the only one who can fix things, probably going to lead to better policies. And also, I agree that there needs to be better processes, and namely more judges and more attorneys and representatives in the positions of helping people get through the asylum process, as I have friends who are attorneys. And even just in small counties and jurisdictions, things being able to get through court process is a nightmare because there isn't enough judges and there isn't enough attorneys to be able to deal with cases. Those areas are very, very stressful because they're heavily overburdened with trying to help people. And also, you know, for some reason, helping people seems like some sort of a source of weakness when I don't believe that that is something that is true either. So, yeah, we should definitely work with people who are willing to work with people instead of people who just want to shut people out in a place that's historically been one with a reputation for bringing people in. That's all I have to say about that.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now moving on to Hippie Jesus. Can't ever remember which Jesus it is. Go ahead and take it away, bud.
It's the cooler one. So the point of the topic was talking about whose policies would be more beneficial to America: Trump's strict border policy or Kamala's reform, I guess, border policy. I have a feeling that the other side are going to mention the fact that Kamala was the border czar when and saying that she did not do anything to protect the border, to work on the border, to stop any mass immigration. But her job wasn't to hinder immigration. Her job wasn't the border czar. Her job was specifically to examine and improving the underlying conditions in the Northern Triangle of Central America, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, which, in fact, she did do that. In March of 2014, she had secured commitments from major U.S. and multinational companies to invest more than $5 billion in the region. So if any of you are going to bring up the fact that she did nothing to secure the border, that wasn't her job. She did her job and she exceeded her job. Now we can talk about the actual policies that she is going to put forth. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Hippie Jesus. Now on to the other, maybe better, maybe worse Jesus. Up to you to decide. Druid Jesus, take it away.
So part of the problem with this issue is that it's so contentious, and it probably is the biggest, most zeitgeisty issue that we have, at least for this election, and it's been building for quite some time. Going back to Obama, like the Hispanics that I live around called him the deporter-in-chief, and to be honest, I think every single president after him should have probably maintained that deporter-in-chief title, because our asylum system is broken, and because it's broken, we need to start more systematically denying asylum seekers, because Congress is obviously not trying to actually figure this problem out. Why are they not trying to figure this problem out? Because each side wants the credit and the political aptitude to be like, oh, we fixed this, and the other side didn't. The other side was pushing back. It's all bullshit. They are petulant children that are worse than us, and we're on the internet for some substantial amount of time per day. So when it comes down to it, I do like what some of the policy ideas that some of the lefties say, which is like more judges, so that we can actually have maybe an actual constitutional asylums, or not asylum system, but immigration system, because currently our system is so broken that I think it is unconstitutional because they are not given timely hearings for their grievances. I think that the Trump and the Biden administrations both had a remain in Mexico policy that started to get the process to be a little bit more efficient and a little bit more not under the control of the cartel. And that's where it comes down to.
Okay, thank you very much, Druid Jesus. Moving on to AdmiralGibbs. Take it away.
Yeah, so as the only one here who is the child of an illegal immigrant, aka an anchor baby, I feel like that I'm intimately tied to this issue and I know it very well in and out. It's really an interesting topic to me. And I find what the Dems do is just utter dishonesty the entire time here. First, they want to talk about this bill that got shut down all the time. Every time this topic comes up, they talk about this bill. But you know what they conveniently leave out is the Border and Security Immigration Reform Act of 2018, which was done under Trump, which would have gave us a border wall, and it would have also done immigration reform. I agree. I think immigration reform is absolutely necessary. We need more people coming. We definitely need that. I agree. We should make it easier for people to come. But we also got to build a wall. We got to get a secure border. We need to know who's coming. We need a wall stop. Sex trafficking. It's a major issue. It stops, drug trafficking, all these things. There's a reason why the DNC has walls outside the DNC. It proves they work. I don't know really why that's even a debate. I know Tim Walz doesn't understand walls. That's why he's always talking about them. Crazy stuff. Good stuff there. I just, whenever we sit here and they talk about these things, they talk about, oh, Kamal was never the borders are. Well, it was the left that actually started calling the borders are. And ironically, she replaced somebody whose unofficial title before was the borders are. I mean, even if we want to call her the migration czar, the Northern Triangles are, she accomplished nothing there either, and it's an abysmal failure across the whole border, and it's just terrible. In fact, we should call her the failure czar. In fact, she's only pushed forward a immigration reform bill with even the last bill was only an immigration reform bill. It didn't actually address the root issue, which was the porous border. Thank God Greg Abbott has, and we've had Operation Lone Star, which has decreased illegal immigration by 85% since he implemented it. It's amazing. Just for one example,
15 seconds.
Shelby Park had 1,500 people come in a day. Now they have 3 a week. I got to say, that sounds like a win. Sounds like Wall's work.
Okay, thank you very much.
And it's party
Admiral
time.
Gibbs.
All right. Oh, sorry.
How the fuck did somebody do that? Did you do that?
What was that?
All right.
He
Alex
actually managed
Jones?
to play that on my shit. Okay.
All right.
I see you fucking,
I
there's
thought someone
fucking
just did
hacking
a
going
good,
on here right now.
Impression.
All right.
All right, Pentuple TV. Thank you.
So I'm going to respond to you guys real quick. We have legal limits for a reason. The solution isn't just to have enough judges to give everyone legal citizenship. We couldn't take in 50 million in a year. I think we would all agree with that. So there are reasons that we have limited even legal immigration. Yeah, it's nice to help people. It's like being charitable when you're $40 trillion in debt. I don't know that I agree with that. And as far as the immigrants comment that this is a country of immigrants, those immigrants are already here. The immigrants that are showing up at the border are not the immigrants that built this country over the last 100 years. So those three arguments don't matter to me. But as far as which candidate has a more effective platform, it depends what your goal is. Kamala's path to citizenship plan is going to incentivize even more immigration, which we already know is a largely economic migration. It's not all asylum seekers, and there's a lot of asylum abuse, which I think Trump has talked about fixing. So if you want to actually address that asylum problem that Sondsol mentioned, I think Trump's the one to do that. Kamala's plan is to incentivize more migration, give them a path to citizenship, and enshrine a Democratic majority forever. We will never have presidential elections that are anywhere close because they just gifted anyone who can get here citizenship. Trump is going to disincentivize. Hold on, well, one second. I'll skip this last part just because I have it all written down like a schizo.
Sure.
Trump's plan is going to actually disincentivize future border crossings by engaging in deportation as normal. If you think we can't deport them because those places are so cruel, I don't know why you would suggest that these countries are shitholes like that. So I don't see the problem with deporting. I don't think it's like this door-to-door thing. It's as simple as having local law enforcement actually work with ICE like they used to without giving federal funds to sanctuary cities. These are all, it's not an immediate, we just got to wave and go door to door. But when you get arrested and you're here illegally and you've had a DUI or you
15
any
seconds.
crime, basically, you should be deported. It will actually disincentivize further immigration. So if you want to fix the immigration crisis, it's Trump, obviously.
5.
3.
Okay.
2.
Yes, thank you very much, Pentuple. Moving on to Drone Tech. Take it away.
Yeah, so it's pretty clear to me that if you want to fix this, or at least get on a road to fixing it, you definitely have to go with the Republicans, because Democrats have been very open for decades now about the fact that they want an unrelenting flow of illegal immigration. They say immigration, but we know they mean illegal immigration into the country, because they think that they're going to turn red states blue by doing that. Some people call this replacement or whatever. I don't know if it's that, but Democrats have been very open about their plan to do this for a long time. And so they don't really have any motivation to stop it, because they believe that these people are going to come, and once they become dependent on Democrat handouts and they're just going to be dependent on Democrats and vote for them permanently and give them a permanent majority. So when Sondsol asked, why is the crisis the way it is? I think that's a big part of it. A lot of illegal immigrants, a lot of migrants that have come have said that they came because they felt Biden was they felt Biden was going to give them everything they need and was going to welcome them with open arms. So there's a big incentive to come here illegally. There's no incentive to come legally. And Nina said that the border is a political thing to Trump. Well, it's purely political to the Democrats. Don't believe any other thing, because like I said, they've been open for years by the fact they do believe that this will result in them getting permanent control for the foreseeable future. A lot of the reason, if you look right now, a majority of Americans do support mass deportations. And that's the big reason for that is because it's gotten so bad. There was 2.9 million encounters, or I'm sorry, 2.7 million encounters in just 1 year. In 2003 of Biden's term.
10 seconds.
It never reached anywhere near that under Trump. Trump had the Remain in Mexico policy. Biden got rid of that on day one, although I think it took a while to go out. But
okay, thank you very much, Drone Tech. We're going to be moving on to the pit section of this. We're going to have everybody in here popping around one more time for everybody. Whose immigration policies will be more effective for the United States? Kamala Harris's approach or Donald Trump's? Please, for everybody that's in the pit, try to keep this connected specifically to the candidates for clarity. What's going on?
What do you think encounters means?
That was just T for Trump. Sorry.
Okay. That means time out.
Yeah,
the hype's on our
seriously.
side. Don't let them gaslight you.
Okay.
What do you think encounters mean? Drone, what do you think encounters
actually goes off of what Pentuple was saying, and I'll be real quick because I have this written down too. Was that also Jesus?
Wait.
Great straw man, because you did unlock AdmiralGibbs'
Jesus, the third Jesus?
I know, right? But when it comes down to like who was running this, like Republicans really actually don't care who's in charge, because your elites don't care who was in charge.
Okay, I have a quick thing. Okay, first off, you said that Kamala's plan would incentivize people to
it already
come
is.
over. All right, but like here's the thing, the main incentive, right, for people to come here and try and claim asylum is that the asylum process is so like forgiving, all things considered. It has been the policy of the Democratic Party over the past couple of years to make that a little bit more difficult, but the actual law.
Do you agree that there's asylum abuse, or is that what we're getting at?
What is asylum abuse?
Asylum abuse would be
It's
people
who
that are
claim
coming
asylum
over,
but aren't coming. They aren't fleeing persecution for some.
They're coming for economic reasons.
So
Because
if you
like
want to
said,
sell
we
the
have the best
judges,
economy in the world, not by accident. We didn't get handed to it either.
Right.
These
But,
immigrants
like,
that came here had to build it.
Biden and Kamala.
You can roll your eyes. You have no argument. So it's over for you. I don't know.
I'm letting Sondsol talk. We can have our argument bet, but I'm gonna let
Biden
him.
and Kamala,
Right.
they were the ones
give you a
that
minute
were
to think.
totally fine with, getting the Democrats behind the mostly Republican. Granted, they had to make some concessions, but the amount of concessions that the Democrats made to the Republicans so that they could get that Ukraine funding and that Israel funding through was unbelievable. It was the most conservative anti-immigration bill.
It was still worthless.
That's not true. That's not true, Sondsol.
It's
That's
absolutely true.
No,
what do you mean? You can't say it's not
Let me
true.
finish this super. Oh my
Okay,
God!
all right.
Sondsol,
Let
you
me
are
just
actually
finish.
not-
Let me just
Go
finish
ahead,
this
Sondsol, but
real
you're being
quick.
bad faith right now if you want to
I'm
say
not
that.
being bad faith
You are
whatsoever.
because I can
All right,
give
let
you
me-
the
hold
immigration
on.
bill was stronger
Okay,
from
so
the
Kamala's
Trump
plan.
administration.
Kamala's plan includes resuscitating that bill that Trump was the one that went in and said, "Hold on, I don't want you guys to
$2 million
this.
illegals through every year.
That's not how it works, and that's just a misreading of the thing.
Again,
So
it's not
that's
illegal if
number
they're
one.
asylum
They're
seekers.
not even
Trump
allowed
hasn't
to
said-
declare.
Trump
They're
hasn't
not
said that-
illegal
Trump
if they're
hasn't-
asylum seekers.
Oh
you
my
fucking
fucking
idiot.
All right. I'm
God.
going to have to take.
So,
Sondsol,
Kamala-
are you done with your point yet?
I'm trying, but literally every time I start, they
Did you
start
say Kamala?
freaking the fuck
I'll
out.
give you 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Go
All
ahead.
right,
Wrap it
so
up.
Kamala's actually trying to get that thing through. Trump has not said that he wants to revive that plan. That is a good plan that would
We don't need
disincentivize
that
people from
plan.
coming over. Number two, Mr. Drone Tech brought up the soft replacement theory. Even you admitted that was like the soft replacement thing. But,
I
like,
didn't
if-
bring it up. Democrats
You
openly talk
literally,
about
I'm talking.
it.
They
Who's
are
in this
replacing us.
conversation?
They're trying to add
Democrats in this
20 million
conversation,
new Democratic
or we in this
voters.
conversation,
They're
Drone Tech.
All right.
So you
We're
brought the
talking about
soft
Democrat policy
replacement.
and who's
you
gonna-
talked.
All
Hold
right,
on. You
Sondsol,
talked-
I
you
gotta
brought-
blow
I'm
you.
just gonna.
I gotta
I'm
blow
going to
you.
respond to this. I have
All
4
right.
points that you guys brought
Sondsol,
up. I'm just going to say this, and then I'll let you guys
Okay,
do
can't win
it.
the
Let me just finish this one
Sonssol's
point.
absolutely
Let me finish this
incorrect,
one
by the way.
point. Fuck
He's absolutely
off.
incorrect.
Oh
I
my
posted
God.
the link just now, and
Jesus
that's why I'm going,
Christ.
not a Facebook link. This is the Congress.gov. It's HR 6136. This is the bill that was issued under Trump. It actually has border wall funding and oh Lord, please, thank you, Lisa.
Yeah,
Nobody
Mexico
gives a
is
shit
supposed to pay
about
for that.
border wall.
More
It's
funding.
in
It has
fact
more
insanely
funding.
ineffective.
You
It
don't,
has
because you want to
more
incentivize. You want
funding.
people to immigrate here forever,
It
for
has
like at
more-
any rate.
Yes,
It's
I
like,
think that's
hold
great.
on,
We're
hold on,
America.
You don't care.
Why don't you want
You don't
immigrants?
understand that
Why
we've
do you
built
not
an
want immigrants?
infrastructure.
Hold on,
We've built
hold
social
on.
programs. You can't give them to 8
Pentuple.
billion people. We
Pentuple,
can't
let
double our
Gibbs
population
finish.
in 10 years. It's not
Billion
possible.
people?
Let me just finish.
You want to
This
actually
is
even
gonna
like
take
be on
a
the
while.
level? It makes sense.
You are giving
Just like to
no
remind the
limits.
moderator he's got a
wanted
server
to
mute
just
button
make
that
him
he
a
can
citizen.
use on the Republicans at any fucking time instead of just our side.
Like,
Okay.
silence
You can
my
practice
political
this.
opponent, please.
I just all right.
Silence
So,
them.
Okay,
I just want to bring up
Gibbs and
thanks.
Nina, please.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Look, so the thing is, I post this, and I know I just talked about the border wall that Trump wanted to do, but he also, in this bill, and you can look at it, y'all can go through it, he actually gives more money to every single thing that the Dems wanted in their most recent bill. He was going to hire more judges than they wanted. He was going to do all the things they wanted in
That's
this
really
other
weird
bill,
that he decided to
plus
strike
some.
it down then,
Well,
huh?
guess who struck it
No,
down?
not him.
It was your boy Chuck Schumer. So you can't
Yeah.
sit here and get on your high hill and
It
tell
was
me,
our boy
Kamala
Chuck
and them
Schumer.
wanted
Yeah,
to
what
sit here
office
and
did
go,
Trump
Okay.
hold?
hey,
What happened?
Wrap it
yeah,
up,
so-
Gibbs.
Was he
yeah,
holding?
I'm gonna get this. It's interesting. They're gonna sit here and get on this dishonest high horse and say, "Oh, you struck down this other bill, which was total bullshit." When Trump
about to
had a
get muted.
more inclusive immigration bill.
Would
and
you
a
say
stronger
that Trump
border policy.
is the head of the Republican Party?
Okay, we're moving on. I'm gonna bringing back hippie. Bringing back Pentuple. Boom.
You're
Oh,
Sorry, Sondsol and Gibbs, you guys are just tempt. Everybody else, do you want to respond to what Gibbs had to say, or were you even listening?
well, I guess I
Well,
have to
dude,
ask,
I
like, do
was
you
still
think that the
zoned in
wall
on
is useful?
Sonsol's point that he was trying to make and never got through because laughing Republican Kamala over here
Okay,
and
well then respond
Mexican
to it.
Ginger
Stop
is
complaining
just
and
fucking
respond to it.
crazy.
Stop complaining and
Yeah.
respond to it right now. Come on.
I can't respond to it because I don't know what he was trying to say because I could hear him.
He was
With it-
talking about replacement, soft replacement or something.
Okay, what is the problem? I have to ask, what is the problem with having immigration? It's always made
Oh my
our
God.
country the strongest.
Legal.
It's been
Legal
a net
immigration.
boon to our country. What are you
Mia.
guys talking about? Our population growth is not going to succeed. Like, we need
What?
immigration to have this
Mia,
country keep running.
let
What
me
are
ask
you
you.
guys saying that you have a problem with immigration?
You're the one who wants social programs for everyone. You want Medicare for
I'm-
all. New York City's falling apart because they're taking so many migrants
what
and
is
they can't
this?
give them anything. They're giving them
Hey,
fucking
you
hotels.
can't say
They're
those are
taking
Taking the resources of
Alright.
the city. Like we
you
can't.
claim
That's
that you
the answer.
love-
We can't. We
You guys
can't
claim
take
you
the
love
whole
illegal
world.
immigrants, yet what happened is
I'm not saying illegal
immediately when-
immigrants. I'm saying immigration in general.
No, but this,
We can
this is
have
the word
legal
game you guys play.
immigration,
We're
but
They don't
talking
know
about
how to
illegal.
distinguish between the
It's
We're
two.
talking-
limited for a reason.
Can I say this?
Yeah,
so what
sure.
happened
I
when,
don't disagree.
What happened when Republican governors started busing all these people to Democrat cities and to Martha's Vineyard? Immediately,
They spent a lot of my
gone.
taxpayer
Start
dollars
freaking
in
out.
Texas to send
Why do
a
you
bunch of
think-
people randomly over to Mars. Yeah, it was psychotic.
Hey, Texas
right,
saved
okay.
money doing
And-
that.
but it's not
I don't know if you
psychotic
knew
to
that. They
fly these
saved
people,
money
drop
doing
them off
that.
in
That's
American
why they
suburbs,
spent
right?
the money to send them out because then they didn't have to
Can
pay
you
them.
shut the f- up so I can hear what he's saying?
You just said that. Yeah, Joe Biden was flying immigrants in the night on planes into suburbs of America in secret for years there.
Thing.
Where are you getting that from?
Oh, there's a lot of sources. We can
Is
pull
that
it
a
up.
real
Yeah, I
thing?
mean, it's-
Well,
yeah, it's-
I mean, don't act like I should know
well-reported
this.
news.
That's a weird thing.
Why Why do you
to
think
say.
every other country
Why
is
do you
such a
think they
shithole
started
that
doing the
have to be
busing thing?
entitled to
It was a
coming here?
response.
Yeah,
Because
that's
Because
100%
America's
So you
fucking
were you
basic
think
and they
okay,
wanna
regardless
be
if it's a
Bring up another
response,
point.
you think it? Oh my god, this is so silly. Why do you think that they should
why do you
spend
think-
taxpayer money to send immigrants randomly to Martha's Vineyard?
Good question. Oh no,
a good PR
the
move,
Martha's
honestly.
Vineyard thing was to make a point.
It was a good PR move.
You're
It
doing
was a way to
this-
show
You
the
think
world
that's
that the
cool that
elites don't agree.
my taxes from I
Your
live in
tax dollars
Texas.
are
My
going to it
taxes were
anyway.
used to
Your
send
taxes,
them there.
it's not only your taxes.
Are you
Hold on.
insane? Like
Well, hold on.
you don't
think
think
a
your
good
tax
political
dollars?
stunt
Hold
is
on.
good?
You don't think your tax dollars are going to pay for Biden to fly the migrants around the country or to
I have
bust
no
them or
idea what you're
whatever?
talking about. If that's the thing,
Okay.
then I don't agree with that.
Okay,
Well,
well,
it's
okay.
happening.
So why do you think there's so many black voters now who are saying they're going to vote for Trump? Because a lot of these migrants have been busted
What does
out
this have
into
to do
these
with black people?
Democrat. Well,
It's
there's
a
been a
state
big
social program.
shift.
Where do
There's
you
been
think
a
the
lot more
migrants are
black
going?
people.
What neighborhoods
No,
do you
but
think they're
this is
getting
happening.
ending up in?
I'm trying to. Yeah, they're
You
ending
guys
up
are
in
so
these
behind
neighborhoods.
on this
and they're
conversation.
taking these
Okay,
these
Pentuple, chill.
illegals are taking resources away from these low-income black residents.
What?
And
Because
so
the
they're
black
like, what the
residents
hell?
wanted to go to Martha's Vineyard?
No, the Martha's Vineyard thing was just to show that Democrats, they say one thing, but they act another way. They don't actually want
It's almost
Well,
like if you
what
send them
point
to a
was-
place
what
that doesn't
point-
have
wait,
any
hold on, what
infrastructure
point
to
do you
fucking
think was
hold them like
improved in that?
Martha's Vineyard, they're not going to be able to house them. Yeah,
What do you
it's
mean
like
you don't have infrastructure? Aren't you guys all about the
Martha's
community?
Vineyard is like a
Putting in their
fucking like
charity?
specific
What-
like tiny
Martha's
suburbs
Vineyard
like
has
rich place.
multi-millionaires who have multiple houses and have a house in LA, Miami,
Do you know what
and
Martha-
Oh wow!
Virginia.
Congratulations! Yeah.
Okay.
But are there
Okay,
like
most
are there a
retired,
bunch
we're
of
spending a
apartments?
third of
Are
their
there
time
there
there.
enough apartments there for them to house?
It's like taking them to like
migrants?
the Hamptons. Like, what do you
Well,
what are you gonna
yeah,
expect?
definitely.
What did the mayor of New York say?
You're gonna get
What did- or-
But
of
like
New York
but
City
this
say?
is like
He
this
said
is so
the
fucking
migrants
stupid.
are being
What?
bused
All right,
into a
hold on,
city.
hold on, hold on,
I don't
hold
even
on.
want to care about Martin.
Okay,
Okay,
this
okay,
is this is what I want to ask because I didn't get to finish the point earlier.
Sure.
Because we're like off on a like major tangent here. So we haven't really like you said that Chuck Schumer was the one that shot it down. I have a link right here. AP News that's Schumer saying, "Hey, why do they not want to fix this emergency? We're literally like here. We have the votes to do it, and it's the Republicans that are not voting for this. I don't know how it's Chuck Schumer that's the one that's killing this bill. Also, I just want to bring us back to that soft replacement theory thing, right? Like they just want to build up more votes in all these places because for some reason, and I'll say this: Democrats have a problem too with just assuming that minorities are going to vote for them forever. But why do you think Hispanics vote for Dems even though they're largely social? Hold on, because they're largely.
You're
Oh my
promising them
god!
fucking
I'm literally on the
citizens.
last sentence of what I'm trying to say
What's
before I get
wrong with
muted
that?
again. You loser! Shut the up.
You're
Okay?
like, why would they
so
vote for us?
why do they vote for us when they're largely socially conservative? There are a bunch of Catholics coming from
True.
below the
Yes.
border. I lived in Houston, Texas for the majority of my life. A lot of them are extremely socially conservative, but for some
That's
reason
gonna-
Republicans can't get those fucking
he's
voters.
right.
Why? Maybe it's because
the
they
Dems
come
have
off
better
as
propaganda than the right.
well, maybe the Republicans just come off as super racist
That's
all the
just
fucking time. Every single time they
That's
open their mouths.
That's
Okay,
not
hold
as big
on,
as
hold
what
on.
they make it out to be.
Confusing
Take it,
you why
take
they
it.
vote for you?
Moving over. Druid Jesus, it's your turn. You haven't talked for a little while. I'm going to focus on Druid Jesus, Media Wench, and Hippie Jesus for a
I'm
little
already
bit.
server
And this
muted.
is
I
'cause
was
you guys
trying to
haven't said
shut the
almost
fuck up
anything.
so that they could get a.
So there's a lot here, right?
I
But
stopped
it's like,
so
I mean,
that they could
going to whatever Sondsol was like talking about is
not
comes down to the
conservative
Dems have just
Fuck.
kind of better propaganda, and Republicans just are very bad at being creative and are very bad at actually talking to their constituency because they're so used to being in their small communities and their small churches and being very great and talking to those guys, and they're not so great at talking to communities that they don't constantly pertain to, which is why it's actually probably the conservatives here probably rank way higher than any of your average conservatives on creativity because we're here, we're trying to be loud and we're trying to like be advocates for this cause. And so when it comes down to it, like
I know no
there's
Mike, but
just
I
a
can't
lot of like
speak for
points
long
and
enough to
tangents that we're
even
getting
respond to
on
that
into this,
point.
which it comes
What's
down
the
to
cause?
both sides.
Yeah,
Both sides
what's
are
the-
playing the political game around this immigration
What's the cause?
system.
Yeah,
the cause?
because what's the policy other than just
Yeah.
build a
The
wall
policy
and
is
close
both
the
sides
border
are
down
trying to get
and stop
their
just letting
win.
brown
The
people
policy
in.
going back to what you guys are saying about this whole entire back and forth.
Shut up.
This policy of going back and forth of like
It's a cop out. You know it is.
What policy?
Can we let Jesus talk here?
Yeah. So this going back and forth of, oh, Trump had a policy to help immigration. Oh, the Dems had a policy to help immigration. This is literally the problem. Everybody wants credit for for fixing this problem, which means that this problem is just going to persist. So what it comes down to, what?
I don't
What?
understand that. You're saying that because they both have policies that the problem is going to persist?
So, yes, and I'll get into the exact
Sure.
line item part of what Republicans are so annoyed about with this system of huge bureaucracy. Everything is connected and together in one bill, whereas we could just do a border bill, a nonpartisan border bill, nonpartisan international affairs bill.
Yeah, and the Dems try to do
focus on the bills. No, you guys don't. You guys try and lump everything together so that there's a child tax credit for the blind and people without feet.
Wait,
I don't know what that part
are
is,
you
but-
saying that the
Literally,
border bill
that's what, yes, literally.
No,
Like,
we
I'm being a
literally
little
did
hyperbolic here, but literally that's what the Dems passed for their.
and then the Republicans were the one who shut it down.
But there's so many different. We can go line item by line. We don't have.
Like,
We don't have the possibility to do that right now. But we could, if you guys want to, later on. We can go. We can go over these bills and actually show, like, hey, this is a connection of like something that the left would even be like, why is this in an immigration bill? Why aren't we talking about asylum in this immigration bill? Because we're not. We're just talking about things that we can do. We just don't focus on the actual topics at hand on a national level, and it's really frustrating when people are at each other's throats when we need to be bipartisan about this. Like a kind of bipartisan idea behind this.
I would agree.
Real quick, I'll hand it over. Is that there are more Dems who are leaving the left and coming over to the right to try and work on this issue than there are people on the right leaving the
I mean,
right
the idea of it
for
being
this issue.
bipartisan is that there are a lot of, you're right, there are a lot of Dems that are working on this issue, but it's not necessarily like leaving. You don't have to not be Democratic if you support like having a border bill. That's not at all like
They
a
go
thing that
independent.
you can't.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
When you say that they left the
no,
Dems,
that's not
what
true.
do you mean?
I mean they drop the Dems from their election voter registration and they go as independent.
No, well,
Sure,
whatever.
they're still going to be voting for
Sure,
Dems.
sure, whatever.
Probably up and down tickets.
Oh, wait, well, hold on. To be fair,
Prominent senators have done this, my friend. Prominent representatives have done this.
Are you talking about random
I don't know
citizens,
the
or are
name
you
off the top
talking
of my
about
head,
people
but we
in
can
power?
get the specific name. Yeah, I'm talking about actual politicians. There's a senator
So
from
can you
Arizona.
name one?
I can't off the top of my head. I have too much knowledge in my head to actually give you
you're
a
talking
specific
about
name.
Kristen
Family
Sinema?
based answer.
It wasn't
that's one of
over
them, yeah.
that. That's
There's
not why she
obviously a
dropped to
fundamental
an
disagreement about
independent.
how to approach this. There's one side that doesn't want to deport anyone. They don't want to disincentivize further immigration. They just want to legalize all of it. And the
Nobody
other
said
side,
that.
And the system
Yeah,
was
I think it would
working
be
with them
Nobody
going
said
illegally.
solid if we had more
disincentivize immigration from
legally.
the start.
Nobody here said that. Nobody here said that there should be no deportations. Like even Sondsol said
Yeah.
that
Do
the
you guys
deportations are
agree with
okay.
deporting people? Do you?
It depends, but like the
If
mass
illegally
deportation
here,
that you
Depends
guys.
on.
makes
Okay, I'm
sense,
gonna
and
pull
yeah,
Nina for a
absolutely.
second.
Because,
What does
okay,
it depend on?
the
We're talking about the
depending is-
cartels controlling our immigration system.
Well, hold on.
What are
hold
you
on.
not talking
we're
about?
talking
We
about
can tell
criminals.
immigration
We are
system,
not
we just
talking
don't
about
do anything
criminals.
about it.
No,
These
hold
people
on.
are coming across the border paying like
Hold
$3,000
on.
a head to get carried up.
That's
What we're
Hold on,
trying to talk about are the policies put forth, and if we're going to be talking about the deportations and then Pirtle or Pentuple saying that we just giving our arguments that we're not saying about how we want to make it all legal, we want to make no deportations, when Sondsol himself said that deportations were fine, it just depends on what it is. Mass deportations
What do you mean depends on
logistically,
what it is? They're
I'm just
illegally
going to
here
keep
or not.
going, and then you can ask me the goddamn question when I'm done. This is the
Okay.
problem. Yeah, thank you. You've been interrupting everybody this whole time.
Everyone's
We
been
need to
interrupting everyone.
actually-
this whole
Jesus
time.
No. Hey, I'll
We
do the
need to-
moderation. Say what you have to say. I don't want to hear metagaming. Say what you have to say.
Yeah, thanks. This is like we need to talk about what we're actually saying, not what our brain imagines the other side saying. We're okay with deportations. Mass deportation would absolutely logistically us up if we try to deport all 20 something
logistically
million
ridiculous,
illegal.
yeah.
Okay.
It's just
Do you agree
it's
then
impossible.
Do you agree with
Can
cutting
we
off
shut
federal
up and
funding
let
to
him
sanctuary
finish?
cities and where local law enforcement refuses to work with ICE? Do you agree with those
No,
changes
because I
to
think
allow
sanctuary cities should
But
be
I don't
something
think you
that
actually believe in
advocate
deporting
for.
at all. I think you
No,
look for any reason to
sanctuary
not
cities,
deport
Like, do you
everyone.
even know
that
what
you
a
advocate
sanctuary
for being
city
a
is? Do you know
state
how they
rights,
function?
like issue.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Let's
are you
jump
not
in here
for
because
state
we're
rights?
a little off topic though, right? Like that's not really what we're talking. Who gives a shit about like the sanctuary cities? We're talking about the Kamala policy versus Trump policy, and we have at least the Biden policy that was put up, and we have the Trump policy that was put up in 2018, right? The Trump policy was secure the border with
Way
the wall,
better.
and then check this out. It was everything in the border bill the Dems put up in 2024, except it was more. It gave you everything you asked for, and you said, Trump, and y'all just shut it down. So when y'all get on y'all's high horse and say, "Oh, we want immigration reform. We want these people to stay," you are lying, because you would have sat here and supported that bill, which would have done two things. It would have stopped the inflow at the start, and like the project or Operation Lone Star has proven to be worked, 85% effective, and it would have gave you everything you wanted more of: asylum, more judges for asylum, speed up the process, reform it so we have asylum reform, every single thing you wanted, and y'all still said, "Fuck you, Trump."
Protecting the DACA recipients,
Guess what?
and it included.
Hold on, the new one didn't do that either. The new one didn't do that either. So
I
this
know,
is dishonest.
I know.
And
no,
guess
but
what?
that was the state of negotiations in 2018.
No, they threw a little hissy fit, even though they got everything they had.
And you guys are, that's what I'm saying, you're petulant children. You couldn't even take
Hold on. I've been
protocol.
quiet. I've been quiet because I don't want to get server muted. But like, that was the state of negotiations in 2018. All right, and part of it was they weren't giving any protections to DACA recipients. I'm pretty sure that they said something about deporting DACA recipients, and the border wall was a complete political non-starter. Now, if you want to say that the Democrats are just like obstinate, they'll never vote for anything as long as it's Donald Trump in charge, you can say that, but I don't know if that's necessarily true, because they were, this is the last part, because they were willing to pass this bill that had less of the things that they wanted in it, right? They had this bill that was in front of them that had less things that the Democrats wanted and way more things that the Republicans wanted, and the Republicans shot it down. Right?
No, this is the problem. Is the border wall works? Like, I know y'all don't want to sit here and say it
doesn't. There's no proof of that.
Operation Lone Star has unequivocally proved it does work. Shelby Park is a perfect
How?
example.
Can you give me any?
It went from 1,500 people a day to 3 people a week. I like that is unequivocal proof. And then if you look at across the board,
how is that unequivocal proof if it's just a small subset of information?
It's a very, very tiny. It's a small section that's heavily patrolled. You can't have that level of security. You're muted, Gibbs. You can't have that level of security across the entire 1,000-mile border. That's
but we don't have the manpower to go from one side of the border to the other. Like, this is the same thing that's a logistical nightmare, as well as the mass deportations. Every single policy that the Republicans put forth, like Trump, are a nightmare logistically. There's no shot we're going to be able to easily mass deport people. There's no shot we're going to have the manpower for the border wall.
And the final point is, you could just destroy.
Would be horrible.
You could just destroy the incentive, which was you could see exactly when Obama changed there was some executive action that he took that changed the way that asylum seeking was enforced at the border. He changed that. And then people were like, "Oh, well, if we go and we claim asylum, then we can go into the United States." It seems like that's where like the massive influx of people started, right? Now, if we change the way that asylum worked, which was in the bill, if we change the way that we process asylum seekers, which was in the bill.
You're unmuted.
Oh, what's 85% along the whole board?
I'm sorry.
Talking about Shelby Park. Listen, I was ready. I was going to get that point across.
Jesus
I couldn't raise your hand right. Can you say it
the
again?
racism here, my guy. Who gives a shit about immigration? That's what America's built off of. It's built off of immigrants. We need
Why do you keep saying that? Why do you keep saying that? Like the immigrants who are showing up at the border, the ones who get credit for building America.
Because it's true. We need illegal immigration. We absolutely need illegal immigration.
Immigrants who are already here.
My
They're not at the border. They're not showing up today.
So sensitive.
They didn't do anything. I'm laughing.
What did you do to deserve to be an American? You didn't do anything.
Pentuple.
Hey, I was born here. I'm an American.
Do you disagree?
Yes, you didn't do anything.
No, I did. Do you disagree?
They worked their ass off to get here. They're more American than I think that you are.
More people in the United States means that there is a larger labor pool. That means that people can get more jobs, and it speeds up our economy.
What are we, GDP chasing? I thought you guys didn't like that, but I don't understand.
What do you think that we don't like GDP?
Instead of obfuscating, answer the question he's asking you.
What is the question he's asking?
More people coming here equals more people here equals more people that can move into the labor force, get more jobs, meaning that build
who are they
businesses.
taking jobs from? Who are
They're not taking any jobs, you dumb bitch.
Nina, they're right. No. They do take jobs from people. It's like it hurts.
The people that y'all are supposed to be helping.
Yeah, no. I think it reduces the average wages of people who don't have a college degree by like 2%.
Sondsol. So
Yeah,
why?
and
do they
not to
freak
mention
out-
the
why do they
jobs
freak
that
out in
most
Chicago
immigrants are
about it?
taking
Why?
are like labor jobs, like working on a farm or working construction. I am somebody
And
who
then
works in
the
construction.
native
I
born
work
workers
with a
move
lot
into
of
the management
immigrants that come to this
position.
country to work.
This is just fake news.
Yeah,
what
they're
you're doing
great
right now.
workers.
No, what I'm trying to do is talk. So
Yeah,
when
sorry.
in my
Yeah, we're all trying to
workforce,
talk.
in my workforce, there is a lot
Okay.
of immigrants that come to America to actually help build. We are in the trades. You Republicans preach that people need to go into the trades. You preach that we have a labor shortage when it comes to working in the trades. Guess what? The immigrants are actually putting forth that
Illegal
effort
immigrants.
to
Good.
rebuild
Good.
that.
Yeah, let's get them to
not
pay
just illegal
taxes.
immigrants.
Let's get them
You
to pay
saying that
taxes.
is
Look,
fucking
this is
racist as hell.
Replace
Because
Americans.
those
I'd like
immigrants are
Americans to do
helping
that.
us. They are helping rebuild America, being into the trades, helping rebuild businesses.
Yeah.
Let me read you this. They are helping our labor force,
So-
and you're over here trying to cut
No.
small businesses.
So let's
down
get
to
why
the
wouldn't
cities.
they help-
specific
wait,
as to
wait,
what
wait,
Republicans have an issue with. Let's get specific as to what Republicans have an issue
Why
with.
don't they go help that one?
Let's get a specific with what
Why do you
Republicans
think
have an
every other
issue
country's
with.
a shithole?
I want to know why Democrats hate poor people, because that's what's happening right now in Chicago. A
Famously,
$300 million
Democrats hate poor
$300 million dollar.
Druid, I'm going to listen to you when he's done.
That was
Let
going to
him
be
talk.
built.
2
Yeah,
minutes.
Yeah,
I
it's
wanna
a
hear
$300 million.
Druid.
I'm not going to take 2 minutes. It'll be quick. $300 million dollar facility that was going to be built and used by African Americans was instead repurposed to use to house illegal aliens, and they are up in arms about it in Chicago. But hey, Democrats are like, no, suck our dick and enjoy it. That's what
That's
they're telling
real
the poor
fucking
people.
cool.
What it comes
Druid,
down
can you
to-
ask
what
your
it comes down
question?
to that I think both sides can agree with is that there's an abuse of our asylum system, and that we need. Okay, sorry, I wrote some stuff down and it's all chaotic right now.
Sure,
But
sure.
because this conversation is just
Take a
fucking
second.
mess.
Take a second.
So what? Okay, we can be specific on what Republicans actually think, which is anti-immigrant crime, anti-cartel crime, anti-cartel control over the border, which I think the Dems can also agree with that their
1
trafficking
minute.
sucks. And I think that the Dems can also agree that there's an abuse of the asylum system and that both sides are trying to take credit for the fixing of the asylum system and immigration system when we need to stop being or wanting credit. We need to be able to do things anonymously, and if you can do something that actually creates a better world, if you can do it anonymously, you're actually a good person.
It would be great
Whereas
if we
you
could do
want
it
credit for it,
anonymously.
you're just
That would be great,
Well,
but
I
what
don't
we
think
need
that
is
that's
people
true,
to have
though.
the
You think that
bravery
both
to
sides
put
want
their
to do that.
faces down. We need people that
Yes.
are brave enough to actually go out there and make
10,
the hard decisions. But Republicans aren't willing to do
9.
that. Democrats seem to have been able to do that.
no. And that's just a perspective issue that we're gonna
Yeah,
keep
that's a
battling
perspective
over.
You
issue,
said they
but-
work really hard to get here. If they
5-4.
work really hard to break into your house, are you cool with that?
My
My
house
house
is
is not
different
a
from
They're
the
not
country,
breaking into
you
my
dumb
house.
fuck.
Being in
All
my
right,
country does
everybody,
not
thank
break
you
into
very
my
much for all the
house.
stuff that you had to say.
Oh, it's
Thank you very
not.
much. I know it feels like we could go forever, but unfortunately,
I don't
it
own
is
my country.
4:20, the official fucking have a good time moment of the day, and we have 18 minutes roughly of closing statements, and then you guys are going to be able to say your goodbyes as well. Thank you, everybody who is participating. Thank you for everybody who survived the pit out there in the audience. You guys did great. Hopefully, everybody is pissed about how much I muted you. Because that's really what I was trying to accomplish. Shout out everybody who is who was a good sport about it and who popped back in. We're going to be going through closing statements in the same order as before, unless you guys want to switch the order up. It does actually favor the conservative side. I realize that you guys all get the last say. If everybody
Just
wants to
stagger it.
continue that way, we will. If you guys want to go in the perfectly opposite order, we can. I'm just going to offer that.
I think if we're gonna switch it, we need to switch it multiple times throughout the panel and not just at
do
the
like
end.
liberal, conservative, liberal, conservative, liberal.
Yeah,
All right,
probably.
yeah,
yeah,
we're
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
switch
yeah,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
about it.
I
All
don't really
right,
have that
and
with that.
I'm going to be doing exactly that by just going back and forth. So it's still going to start with Sondsol, but then immediately after that, we're going to skip straight to I believe Druid Jesus. So, with all that said, we are entering closing statements of the final topic of conversation, which I'm going to repeat because we may have gotten off of it a little bit, just so everybody's caught back up. Whose immigration policies will be more effective for the United States? Kamala Harris's approach or Donald Trump's? One more time. Whose immigration policies will be more effective for the United States? Kamala Harris's approach or Donald Trump's? Sondsol, with your final statement for the evening, please take it away. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why conservatives are saying that the bill was not as strong as it should have been. It needed to go way further when it's majority Republican policies that are inside of that. They took out most of the Democratic concessions that were negotiated back in 2018. So it's like overwhelmingly what the conservatives wanted. It was a wish list, and they shut it down because it was supposed to help Donald Trump with his election bid here in 2024. There is an interesting conversation to be had around immigration in the United States. It feels like IBJesus was like kind of tickling the edges of that interesting conversation. But unfortunately, we can't get past like the Democrats are, trying to bring in as many people as possible to like actually have that part of the conversation. And we're doing like our shout outs and everything too, right?
No, you can do those at the end. You can take this whole 2 minute for your argument.
Yeah, no, I that's about it for me. I'm like a little bit disappointed whenever I have a conversation about immigration because there is a problem with the Democrats and the way that they handle things. Like the conservatives have some points on it, but unfortunately they like cede that entire conversation in favor of arguing a completely different social issue.
Gotcha. Actually, we do have plenty of time. Do you guys just want to do your I'm leaving here?
Yeah. Well,
okay. Cool.
Yeah, and
right,
I'm Sondsol. Yeah, I'm Sondsol. I like to very badly play Pokemon on stream right now.
I saw you have a GameCube behind you.
Dude, I collect all the old Nintendo systems. All right,
That's
love playing the old retro
I'm a
stuff.
GameCube fan.
Let's
You should
fucking
check
go.
out my eBay
Let's
store.
go, Sondsol.
All right.
But anyway, you can find me on YouTube and on Twitch. I got unbanned finally after a year. So Sondsol, SONDSOL. We talk about all sorts of things over here.
Cool. Thank you very much, Sondsol. Outro for Druid Jesus.
All right,
Take it
I'll
away.
also give my final closing thoughts on the whose immigration policies will be more effective because I didn't really. I mean, like obviously you kind of know that I favor Trump, but the real answer is neither. Both sides just suck at this topic, just across the board. Trump marginally because it's just a little bit more authoritarian and a little bit more just blanket strictness. And what it comes down to is that we need to use the good of both to get rid of the bad fat. Both sides are being just petulant children and trying to actually take all the credit for fixing this significant national security and fundamental society issue that we have. And it comes down to the principle on the bills, basically, whatever bills we talk about, whatever policy we talk about, whether it's immigration or something else, it comes down to the principle that conservatives really are gunning for an item-by-item vote in Congress instead of a bundle of bills, because that's what comes down to a lot of the he said, she said of who gets the political one-up on somebody. So with that exit of the topic being said, I am Jesus the Druid, who you can find on YouTube at Jesus the Druid, where I try and do profound vlogs. I also shitpost on Twitter and can be found there at Desert Eon, but that's mainly to see my cute kitty more than even me. I'm willing to stream video games. I'm willing to come on and talk and be a conservative who looks like Jesus for any one of you guys. So please don't be shy in reaching out. And I come to the internet for fun. I watch entertainment and I participate in these because they are entertaining, at least to me. And maybe you're a hate watcher and that's also fine, but I just hope that every viewer and all the panelists are here to have fun and to somewhat stimulate productive, peaceful conversations that lets us be honest as if we were sitting face to face. And because I know that some of this would be a bit more Jerry Springer than actually how peaceful that we're able to do it if we were in real life. And yeah, I hope to continue these awesome internet dialogues.
Cool. Thank you very much, Druid Jesus. Moving back to another lib with Nina. Take it away.
Oh, hello. All right. I very much appreciate it. Want to say thank you to all of our panelists here, of course. I think it was really interesting to get all of your perspectives, as much as I disagree with you. But I will go with when we're talking about immigration. I think that immigration is incredibly important for us to do in America. We are a country of immigrants. I am a patriotic myself. So I think that we need immigration as we've always needed it. And that's what makes this country so strong is it's our diversity, not to be too on the nose with that. But I think that what we need is a legal way to come through and come into this country. And I think that we have failed in that as a country we have not done a good path. Like the idea that you have to wait 10 years to become a U.S. citizen, I think is insane, unless you're able to expedite it. I think that we need people in this country to come from other countries because that's what our country is built on. I'm patriotic in that. Call me a little silly on that, but I am a very patriotic person. When we're a country of immigrants and we need all of these people coming in, they need to come in legally, of course, and asylum seeking is legally. So I want more judges being funded to be able to have these cases go through where the people who don't have any reason to be here through asylum, then okay. But I want the option for people who do to become citizens and have that start when it comes to even your asylum seeker and become a citizen. Because the most American thing in the world is to be somebody who wants asylum.
15 seconds.
To move to our country and find it because they deserve it, because they have it for the right reasons. That's what I believe in.
Shout yourself out.
Oh, I'm twitch.tv/Nina, Neina, and thank you all.
Cool. Thank you very much, Nina. Back to the other side, AdmiralGibbs. Take it away.
Yes, I am AdmiralGibbs. I'm living proof, boys and girls, of failed immigration policy. Like, my father is a 3-time felon in Mexico. My blood father. I don't know him. All I know is his stuff that I looked up after I found out who he was. Terrible, evil. This is the kind of person we don't want coming here. You know, I thank God that I'm alive today because of him, but oh well, we don't want this guy. This is the reason why we need border walls, because then, guess what? We would stop him from being here and, you know, maybe not have him be raping and killing people for a living. That would be great. But, hey, anyway, on that note, it's pretty clear that Dems are dishonest. They sit here and they talk blue in the face about how they actually want change, how they want immigration reform. Then when Donald Trump gives them everything they've ever asked for, plus the border security that we actually need, as evidenced by my father coming over here and just knocking people up willy-nilly, you know, it's clear they don't want it. It's clear they don't want real change. They just want to pretend they want real change. It's clear they hate poor people. They use welfare programs that keep these people indebted to them so they keep getting voted. And then whenever they go, oh, we're going to use these immigrants here, we're going to give all the money we were supposed to give you to somebody else, like they're doing in Chicago, people finally are onto their game. And it's just really sad that they're just so willing to be so dishonest to all their constituents. And I can only pray that one day the rest of the Democratic Party wisens up to this evil, evil tactic. On that note, I'm AdmiralGibbs. You can find me at twitch.tv/AdmiralGibbs and everywhere else as AdmiralGibbs.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Behavior.
AdmiralGibbs.
Thank you, AdmiralGibbs. Heading back to the other side of stuff. Media Wench, take it away.
I'm not even getting into it, quite frankly. I mean, give me a break.
Admiral is like wish.com Alex Jones.
Hey, listen, I'm much better than Alex Jones.
Hey, it's
My
true.
conspiracies are really witty.
Only as in you don't owe people $1 billion combined.
Listen, turn the freaking frogs gay.
So I think that definitely the policies of somebody who is going to be willing to take advisement from people who are more versed or better informed than them on how to deal with immigration and legal immigration and asylum is definitely better over a policy of authoritarianism and absolute chaos. Also, somebody who understands that all of the cogs of a machine need to turn together. You can't just piecemeal out bills and hope that the one section will work without all the other moving parts that will need to go with it, and then blame somebody else when the whole thing falls apart because you didn't fund everything that needed to go together in order to fix a problem. That being said, I'm the Media Wench. You can find me on Echoplex Media. I play Magic, and I'm working on Cult of the Lamb here. We stream 6 days a week. You can find us at echoplexmedia.com, and my soundboard is better than yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Media Wench. Moving on to Pentuple TV. Take it away, bud.
So I obviously made my argument. I think Trump's more effective. I think we have different goals. I think we want to disincentivize this economic migration that's happening. You guys don't care about it. You're willing to just welcome in however many people that can get to our border. That's fine. I don't think law enforcement is authoritarian. I noticed you guys said that. It's the laws of the land. Enforcing law is not inherently authoritarian, so I disagree with that. But I will say to my final statement, it's fortunate that Trump's plan is better because he's going to win. I knew it was over for you guys when your own audience had to be told how to say her name and you were handed a candidate 3 months before the general election. So good luck. I know you guys know you're losing. That's why you have to keep telling yourself you have the joy and hype. Yeah, okay. We've been doing these all year.
Let's put $100
good luck
on it.
in November. I'll put $100 on it.
Let's do it.
All right, I'll message you. Anyways, you can see me on Pentuple TV, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter, TikTok. Make America great again.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for
very
having me.
much, Pentuple TV. Moving on to Hippie Jesus.
Yeah, to me, I'm still stuck on the fact that we heard both arguments of they're lazy and they're taking handouts and they're taking our jobs. It's really disheartening to me to hear people disenfranchise an entire group of people that come to this country and actually join the jobs that nobody else wants to work. They actually put forth and help the trade job sector that they so wholeheartedly about. No workers, nobody wants to work hard labor. When you have an entire group of people that are willing to work hard labor and are willing to do it well and fast. It's really confusing to me. You're just talking out of both sides of your mouth. If you actually worked hard labor and you actually worked to build things, maybe you'll have a different opinion. But until then, enjoy your desk job.
Do you want to shout yourself out?
I literally have nothing. Like, this is just like fun for me.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much then, Hippie Jesus at the end there. And then on to our last person of the day. Thank you very much, Drone Tech. Pop off with your 2 minutes. I completely forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead. Just go.
Yeah, I kind of agree that it's a problem in both parties and nobody really wants to solve it, and that it's an asylum issue. A big part of it is Obama talked about it in 2018 that the asylum system was being abused. This is something we've known for a long time and nobody seems to want to fix. However, when you look at it, Democrats have the bigger incentive not to fix it, at least right now. And they've made it pretty clear that they don't really want to fix it and that they see as an ends to permanent control and power. And above all, the people who have been lying to you all this time about Biden's cognitive decline are now telling you that Kamala was never the borders are, even though they're the people who told us she was for years. And now we're supposed to believe that same Kamala Harris is going to get elected and then fix the problem. I mean, she's already there. The problem is happening under her watch, but we're supposed to believe she's just going to magically somehow fix it when she gets in power. I don't believe it. I don't think most Americans believe it. And while a majority does seem to support mass deportations, I just want to say I don't support that. I think that would be really ugly. And I do support immigration. I want people to come here and I want them to become Americans. I don't want millions and millions of people coming in here who don't really have any desire to become American and just want to sort of exploit the country. While these people do come in and they work hard, they work for a lot less than your average American will. And so they're priced out of working in these jobs. So that's pretty much all I have to say. Thanks for having me. And if you want to hear any more of my rantings, you can find me at Twitter at @TheDroneTech and on YouTube at DroneTech, DroneTek.
Okay, thank you very much. And one last time, thank you to everybody who popped in for the Hippy Dippy Recruitment Show. I hope you guys all had a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, theys and thems, thank you again for tuning in to Hippy Dippy Recruitment with me, your host, Westside Tyler. Make sure to support the Hippy Dippy and its contestants wherever you find them. Follow our own long-haired Vince McMahon on Twitter at Dylan Burns 1776. And don't forget to get your pets spayed and neutered. Once again, I'm Westside Tyler. You can find more of me at Westside Tyler on YouTube and Tyler Westside on Twitter. Check out my live streams Monday through Thursday, 1 through 5 p.m. EST. And until next time, as always, stay safe out there.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. See you later.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Good
you
seeing
for
you,
having me.
Sondsol.
Catch you later, Drone. All right. Now listen, if you guys like this content, if you guys like me, consider for a second the donation link that I'm putting in chat right now. All right, your boy is ultra poor. All right, I have a couple of job opportunities, but unfortunately, all of them are being very slow at getting back to me. So I am currently unemployed. So if you guys want to help me out, the donation link right there would really genuinely help me out. $1, $2, $5. If you guys want to go crazy on it, $10. Any little bit helps. Because your boy needs to buy groceries. He needs to help with the bills. And so if you guys want to help me out with that, that would be really, really, really awesome. All right. Now, let's see here. That panel was chaotic. I don't even know what to say about it. The hippie Jesus guy. No, hippie Jesus is basis. I talked to him before the panel. He seems super cool, but the other Jesus guy, he kept on like waffling between being like pretty reasonable and then like wacko conspiracy, and I don't understand like how you're like doing both, you know, how you can be both reasonable and not. Alrighty, let me see. Let me go to our content suggestions. Also, what did you guys think of the panel? Like, we can do more like that. It was mostly just like screaming and shit like that, but you know, it was something. The second half was, well, the last topic and the first topic were the super contentious ones. I kind of checked out during the second topic because I just didn't know anything about it. I'm going to give Tyler a lot of grace on moderation because this was his first time he ever moderated. Break it into 3 different videos or one big one? Let's do 3 because I'm going to not be able to stream a lot of next week, so you won't have any content to post. I'm going to be unavailable for streaming or basically anything from Wednesday because I have to do some stuff for my girlfriend's brother's wedding. So I came in and thought I entered a zoo. Couldn't tell who was who from the ape screaming. Yeah, well, Westside Tyler at the beginning said that he's moderating for content, and he did. But again, like I'm giving him a lot of grace because it was his first time he ever moderated a panel, I think. So I'm not going to be super upsetty spaghetti about it. And he did unmute me eventually, both times. But man, I gotta say, dude, I was like super frustrated that like he was muting in a way that like it wasn't necessarily unfair, but damn, dude, the conservatives, every time I opened my mouth, like all 4 of them like would start like no, like it's just like unreal. Like the idea that I bring up a point for them to respond to, and they don't want me to bring up the point because then they'll have to respond to it, is what it felt like. But you should talk to the conservatives from that panel and try to have like an actual chill conversation. Yeah, well, the Druid Jesus. One second, let me respond. All right, now we're back. We're good. Versus everyone else, assuming the program doesn't confuse your voice with someone else's. Well, I would assume that like in the first topic, I probably did talk quite a bit. I won't lie about that. Oh man, everyone's messaging now. One sec. Yeah, for sure. All right. The panel was this. True. All right. Well, hold on. Let me get rid of it. Let me move this one over here. Minimize that. And then we'll go like, yeah, also the multi, whatever is the issue with OBS, it might be multi-streaming. I don't know what the deal is, but I need to either find a new multi-streaming program or something. But like whenever I do the safe mode and stream just to Twitch, my thing is not crashing. Let's see here. All right, so we have our content window here. Wrong. The parties have completely flipped on immigration. Republicans were the party of open borders and amnesty. Democrats was the party of border fences until Trump came and the Democrats lost their mind. That's not true. I think it switched well before that. I think it switched either in like the 2004-ish area where Democrats started softening on the border pretty significantly. Okay, 1 second. Let's give the Jesus the Druid a sub. He seems like a fun guy to talk to. You guys should go and follow him. Here's his link right there. Let me just follow some people here. Let's see here. My memory tells me the Democrats have been soft on immigration for as long as I can remember. Yeah, I mean, like 2004, I was what, 9 years old? Or 2004, yeah, I was 9 years old. So, like, it's been a very, very long time. Democrats have been softer on the border for a long time. I don't think it was until, like, the 2010s where immigration became, like, a super major, like, top-of-the-ticket issue, right? I don't even know how I would look that up. Immigration polling USA over time. How far back does it go? 65% decrease. Okay, so think about now about immigrants, that is, people who come from the other countries to live here in the United States. In your view, should immigration be kept at its present level, increased, or decreased? Decreased was at its peak in 1995, and then it went down. I don't understand what this middle is. Oh, keep it at its present level. Got it. Does it have it by party? It doesn't have it by party over time. Okay, here we go. Immigration is a good thing for this country today. Well, the Democrats seemed to be pretty stable through the early 2000s. It's 63%, and then they jumped up in the 2010s, probably. I don't know why that is. The Secure Fence Act was 2006, but I believe Hillary was for this when she ran against Obama as well, or was for this when she ran against Obama as well. I'm sorry, like we can see exactly what the issue is. All right. How was the debate about immigration? Man, it was really stupid, man. And the problem is, like, there is an interesting conversation to be had on immigration. There is. Even the position that I had just a couple of years ago, born out of just not knowing much about the topic. I was everything that the Republicans say that the Democrats were, but that was back when I was a socialist. Now I know more about economics, and my opinions haven't changed too much, outside of like the political reality that we're in. But man, the interesting conversation is like, what are the actual reasons? What are the actual reasons why immigration is blown up so much? And what are the reasons that, what are the things that we can do to stop it? And to like conservatives right now, the line of logic is like, well, they walk across river, they come in the United States, make it hard for them cross river. And my God, like it's literally like toddler politics. We have to like simultaneously recognize that our policies were the driving factor for people coming to the United States and claiming asylum here. It was our policies that caused that, right? Both our foreign policy from, like the 60s, or sorry, probably earlier than the 60s, but I'm just going to say the 60s until, the late 80s, when the Soviet Union started collapsing, right? Our policies did change then, but like we kind of fucked up the, Central, South, and, Central and South America. That led to a lot of like pretty bad things. Then we had our border policy for a long time. It was in one place, and then we changed some policies, right, on when it came to how to apply for asylum. And since then, because it is really easy to just come over the border and say I'm claiming asylum, right? Depending on which president and what years of their administration we're talking about, there was either like really, really easy or slightly more stringent ways to decide whether they had a legitimate asylum claim. What we need to do is we need to change the way that we go about granting asylum. And if we do that, then largely a lot of the issues, because if they don't have an easy pathway into coming into the United States, then they're probably not going to come to the United States, or they're going to try a different method of coming to the United States. But we don't want to have that conversation. We still want to have a conversation about a stupid border wall that, like, I'll just for the purpose of talking about it, I'll grant this, but I'm not even sure I would normally grant this. Let's say that it makes it harder by like 15, 20%. Let's say it makes it 15 to 20% harder to enter the United States, okay? Those people that are coming in, right, once they find a way around the wall, which they will, they found a way around literally every other kind of border fence, every other, blockade in the, Rio Grande River. People will find a way around it if the incentive there, which is easy access to claim asylum, that incentive is still there. We haven't changed anything. We have to change the actual laws around asylum. We have to have more border guards, and we have to have more judges and more lawyers to represent these people. And we can't get rid of the asylum claim. Like, we can't get rid of the concept of asylum because, number one, I don't even think that would be popular in the United States. And two, we're bound by international law. It's something that we signed on to. And I'm pretty sure we helped spearhead claiming asylum UN resolution. I can't remember exactly which one it was. But it's just like, man, we could have a reasonable conversation about this. Like, the people that are already here, they're here. We've already set the stage for all of that. Now we should probably give them asylum, and we should bring them into the tax base, give them citizenship, and move forward with whatever amnesty policies that we have going forward. Because right now we have a bunch of people that are living in the United States, either on temporary visas while their cases get adjudicated, or they're just completely off the record. And it would be so good if we could just get those people, give them citizenship, have them pay into Social Security, which they're not doing right now. They're paying some taxes, which are absolutely unavoidable, but we should bring them into the tax base. We should bring them in, and we should allow them to pay taxes and become full citizens of the United States, because it was with our policies that incentivized these people to come here, right? They're already here. It's not really feasible to kick all of them out. So at that point, what do we do? Well, we give them amnesty. We bring them to the tax base. It increases our fiscal budget. Bada bing, bada boom. That's pretty good. That appeal might have worked in the 1980s. Yeah, back when people were wanting to talk about policy. Yeah, that approach probably would have worked in the 80s. But right now we have people that are way more concerned about whether or not the Dems are trying to import as many brown people into different states to flip them over to Dem to the Democratic Party. I just can't. I don't know. Yeah. That's the real appeal now. They're here already, and it'd be tough to just kick them out. Yeah. So why not we do the thing that's better for us and better for them, mutually beneficial? Why would we harm ourselves?
To kind of preface this is where I was kind of.
Or would you call them? Wait, what was the first part? If it was majority Russians coming in the southern border, would you still feel the same as you do? Nothing that I said would change literally anything that I've said so far. If they had legitimate asylum claims, then I don't think that we as a moral nation should turn them away, right? We know the answer. No, literally, I imagine, and I'm pretty sure there are a lot of Russians, or I say a lot, there's an increased number of Russians and Chinese, asylum seekers coming over here. And do I want to turn them away? Not necessarily. I mean, we can do, whatever checks we have. And I think that we should increase the, what's the word I'm looking for? increase the scrutiny by which we look at all these asylum claims, but that doesn't mean that, like, yeah. Well, you say Putin is an evil dictator. They have more of an asylum claim than anyone from Central America. Yeah, I do think that Putin is an evil dictator. So, but just because someone lives in a country that has an evil dictator doesn't mean that they're, if they're fleeing for asylum, then that probably means that they disagree with the dictator, right, Letner Goat? Do you disagree with this? By the way, Hippie Jesus here. Oh, hey, how's it going? I mean, if you're down to talk some more, I'd be curious to pick your mind on like some things that you said on the immigration topic. But like, or unless you just want to type them in chat. But like, oh shit, there was something that you said about the immigration thing. And I can't remember, and I'm worried that I'm attributing something that someone else said to you. Hold on, JMac, you're typing like crazy, and I don't even know what your point is here. We did talk about policy in the 80s. The Republicans negotiated a security for amnesty deal, and the Democrats reneged on the security part that has strained the discourse ever since. Okay. And let's not overlook the vast majority of those illegally entering and fraudulently claiming asylum are uneducated, underskilled people. Importing them and then legalizing them is not a net positive to the economy. I mean, this isn't even something that's argued. The idea that more people, even if they're low-skill workers, coming into your economy is a boost to your economy. Even the most anti-immigration, economists who have done studies on this. What's his? Oh shit, I know his name. It's like some German-sounding name. Anybody remember? Borjas. Thank you. Not very German sounding, is it? Borjas. Even his thing said that, like, yeah, no, there are some dangers to having like massive waves of immigration come in, obviously. But like when you look at what he's talking about as a massive wave, it was like 10% of the native population being increased in like the space of 6 months. And even that leveled out at like within 1 to 5 years. Like there was impacts, but they're not nearly as grievous as the people that on the right want to make it seem, right? When again, like the conversation around the economic aspect of it is mostly settled. Like no mainstream economists, like even if they're like a socialist, if they're a capitalist, blah, 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 blah. Like this is not an economic argument. This is totally a social issue. 1 second. Oh, Tron said, hard question I have. What if a huge disaster happens in the Middle East and radical Muslims start pouring into our country and then they align with the Republicans and start like removing evolution from classrooms? Do we try to stop the immigration at that point? I don't think that there's ever like really a good reason to stop immigration or asylum, like full stop, like with the exception of something like coronavirus or something crazy that comes in and, like we need to close our borders for health reasons or some shit like that. Probably not. But also like the idea of a bunch of Muslim immigrants coming here because of a natural disaster, it like seems fantastical because it's not like a natural disaster that happens on this side of the world. We're like an entire hemisphere removed. So like if you look at the massive waves of immigration that went into Europe, those were mostly Muslim immigrants. Why? Because they were closer. They walked a lot of that distance, There's anti-democratic and anti-science values that we probably just don't want in this country. I mean, if people are seeking asylum, I'm not entirely sure how it works, but just because you've been granted asylum doesn't mean that you've been granted citizenship, right? That was a thing that happened. Thanks for showing them the ropes. Hey, Danabo, listen, if I was like in any way like a massive contributor to it being a shit show, please just like DM me things that I should change in the future. But like, I messaged me and Westside Tyler already messaged a little bit, but like I was getting frustrated by some of the people on my side, and then I was very frustrated by the conservatives, and I was talking a lot at the first and third topic, but yeah. Okay, I'm gonna watch this.
They're
I'm
intrinsically
gonna watch this clip real quick, and then I have to pee so bad. Okay, so give me 1 second.
connected, though. They're
Hold on,
intrinsically
hold on, hold on,
connected.
hold on,
Really not though.
They're not at all.
I can show you. Can I go? Can I go? I'll tell you how
Wait,
they-
what was connected? What were we talking about? Talk
They're
about the
intrinsically
actual
connected,
topic.
though. They're
Hold on, hold on,
intrinsically
hold on,
Really
connected.
not though.
They're not at all.
I can show you. Can I go? Can I go? I'll
You
tell
already
you how
went.
they are.
You already went.
No, this isn't
Biden
Pepe
has to
Sylvia. I don't
drop
want you to
out
look
of
at
the
your points on a board.
You know, the accomplishments of the Biden administration, or do we want to like focus on a completely separate topic, which is Biden dropping out of the race? Well,
We can
it
play
does matter
whatever we
because the
want.
topic of the
You want
debate,
to
the
be
topic of the
academic?
fucking debate, the topic
No,
of
no,
the
yeah,
fucking
no,
debate
no,
is
no,
what
no.
are the
Presidency.
successes
Right.
and the failures of the Biden administration. So if you want to talk about the other thing, then like just admit that you
No,
don't want to talk
they're
about the
intrinsically
actual
connected,
topic.
though. They're
Hold on, hold on,
intrinsically
hold on,
Really
connected.
not though.
They're not at all.
I can show you. Can I go? Can I go? I'll
You
tell you how
already
they
went.
are.
You already went.
No, this isn't
Biden
Pepe
has to
Sylvia. I don't
drop
want you to
out
look
of
at
the
your fucking
race.
points on a board. Like, actually stick to the point of the debate, which is talking about the accomplishments and the failures of the Biden presidency. Granted, Gibbs did send a link. It was a Facebook video.
Well, I mean, it's a
but
video
guess
from
what?
Sky News. It's a-
That was I didn't look at his link because I didn't know that he had sent it. And when he said Facebook, like it killed me. But like also like Gibbs, my guy, why would you use a video as a source in the middle of a debate panel? Like we can't watch that. It's a clip, right? Like Gibbs, I didn't know you were still watching. Like we can't watch that in the middle of a thing. Like, can you get us like? That's what I was trying to say. Can you provide another link? Like I was memeing a little bit because it was a little funny. Y'all can mute for 2 seconds? No, because then we're going to miss something. And if someone calls to us to like answer something, like, nah, like I don't think that you were trying to do anything like bad by it, but it's just like, how the f- are we supposed to watch that while like in the middle of a 8-person debate? Just give us something that we can read. I did both. Well, you did both after you got called out for it. I don't know if I would have like called you out for it as much, but I was telling someone was DMing me throughout the entire debate, and like one of my problems is like people say that I'm bad faith, but I have a really hard time being bad faith. I wish I could be more bad faith so that I could be better like content wise, right? But one of my problems is that I'm really bad at being bad faith. I'm really bad at like instead of like going bad faith and like intentionally because I know where you're going with something, right? In like attacking you in a bad faith way, like I'll Socratic method it instead of going bad faith. It's really hard for me to remember to be bad faith. So anytime you guys like argue with me, like know that I wish that I could be more bad faith. I can't. It's just not. It's not in my personality, I guess. Take some hits of your weed so you lose your filter. Man, I still feel so bad about that. Like I don't know if CTV hates me now or not, because I really wasn't trying to go in there and have a hardcore mean ass debate. But when I'm high, I just get mean, dude. In fact, I think I posted the most sources in the chat. Well, I have sources up for our topics. It's just like, if someone requests them, I'll put them in there, but I don't want to bury something else in case. So I'll link it if requested, but otherwise, like, I'm not going to give. We barely got to. I mean, yeah, I tried to bring up the. Is this the right one? I think this is the one with the paragraph that I was gonna. This is one of the paragraphs I was gonna read off, but again. It was a pretty chaotic, and I don't know if it was like actually more chaotic. I don't know if it was more chaotic than other hippy dippy recruitment panels that I've been on. Just because it's been so long, I don't really have the frame of reference anymore. But like, it doesn't really matter though. Show Gibbs the Twitter thing. It's just not that good of a dunk because most conservatives now hate Ronald Reagan. But where is it? Here. Oh, no, it's in the content suggestions, isn't it? Oh, well, then you'll love this.
Aliens should be allowed to attend Texas public schools free, or do you think that their parents should pay for their education?
Who are you addressing that to?
I think you're first in this.
He was looking right at you. I said he was. Look, I'd like to see something done about the illegal alien problem that would be so sensitive and so understanding about labor needs and human needs that that problem wouldn't come up. But today, if those people are here, I would reluctantly say I think they would get whatever it is that they're, what the society is giving to their neighbors. But the problem has to be solved. The problem has to be solved because as we have kind of made illegal some kinds of labor that I'd like to see legal, we're doing two things. We're creating a whole society of really honorable, decent, family-loving people that are in violation of the law, and secondly, we're exacerbating relations with Mexico. The answer to your question is much more fundamental than whether they attend Houston schools, it seems to me. I don't want to see if they're living here, I don't want to see a whole thing of 6- and 8-year-old kids being made, one totally uneducated and made to feel that they're living with outside the law. Let's address ourselves to the fundamentals. These are good people, strong people. Part of my family is a Mexican.
I love that, Leslie. Part of my family is a Mexican.
And I add to that, I think the time has come that the United States and our neighbors, particularly our neighbor to the south, should have a better understanding and a better relationship than we've ever had. And I think that we haven't been sensitive enough to our size and our power. They have a problem of 40 to 50% unemployment. Now, this cannot continue without the possibility arising with regard to that other country that we talked about, of Cuba and what it is stirring up, of the possibility of trouble below the border, and we could have a very hostile and strange neighbor on our border. Rather than making them or talking about putting up a fence, why don't we work out some recognition of our mutual problems, make it possible for them to come here legally with a work permit, and then while they're working and earning here, they pay taxes here. And when they want to go back, they can go back, and they can cross and open the border both ways by understanding their problems. This is the only safety valve right now they have with that unemployment that probably keeps the lid from blowing off down there. And I think we could have a fine relationship, and it would solve the problem you mentioned also.
I just wish that conservatives like you would chill out on the border wall thing, dude. The wall thing is just so stupid when there are much better ways and much stronger ways to curb the massive immigration that comes from the southern border. The wall doesn't work. I would almost say just build the wall. All right, do the money sink, right? Just to watch it fail. There's times when I'm looking at conservatives talk about policy. I'm like, you know what? I wish that they could take over, I don't know, Montana or some shit, and just institute all of their dog shit policies and just do a little case study there, and just every single federal and state and local, right-wing wet dream policy, just do it in Wyoming. All right, and let's watch for 10 years as that state crumbles. Project Lone Star isn't the dunk that you think it is. Again, that's one itty bitty little tiny thing, along the border. Yeah, there's probably very few border crossings right there because there's 8 trillion goddamn Texas Rangers and shit all around there. I know that we have the Texas National Guard, whatever they're called, but it's the whole border, the whole Texas border. Hold on. When you said that only 3 people had crossed the border since Operation Lone Star, were you saying that only 3 people have made it across the border in Texas since Operation Lone Star? In Shelby Park. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I said that I had to pee 5 minutes ago. I desperately have to pee. It's all I can think about. 1 second. All right. Is the whole border, Shelby Park was one of the most egregious areas for a wide variety of goods and services. Immigration does not. I have never read anything that says that immigration is a drain on our goods and services. How could it be? When you're increasing the labor pool, more things get produced. Texas ain't doing well under Republicans. Texas is doing fine. Florida has some problems, but I didn't say drain on those goods and services. Well, hold on. Both sides express a desire to at least slow illegal border crossings, but they don't ever talk about the inevitable costs to Americans for a wide variety of goods and services. I'm referring to the literal cost of those things. If you increase your supply of labor, and as such, more things are being produced, meaning that there is an increase in the supply, how is that an increase on prices? Seeking asylum is legal, yeah, but the issue that we don't seem to be able to like get past is that seeking asylum is legal. We might have too loose of asylum, like whatever our benchmark for claiming asylum is might be too low or too easy to get through. So like maybe we should try to fix that. I can answer that question if you want a VC. Sure. But like just jump in and say it and then jump out. Oh wait, Gibbs is in the waiting room. Let me talk to him for a second. Yo, sorry, I didn't see that you were in here. Uh-oh, someone didn't thumbs up the rules. You're gonna have to disconnect and then reconnect.
Woo! Okay, wait now. I thought it did. All right, yeah. So I mean, this is what we were talking about the border. I agree with you. Immigration's great, right? And it's kind of like this is an issue I have with like a lot of this topic. Is that I absolutely have been preaching immigration reform for, as long as I've been alive. I think we need the immigration reform. We need more people coming. That's the thing I've always said, right? This is where I take issue with y'all when y'all say the walls don't work, right? Because I think that Operation Lone Star is like definitively proved walls won't work. And this is what we need the walls for. It's not because people won't still come, right? It's the deterrent factor. And when I say the deterrent factor, the biggest issue, and this is maybe not as big an issue in other areas, but it's a massive issue here along the border, is that we have the drug trafficking and the sex trafficking. And then we also have the coyotes, which are taking over, which are like definitely are not good people. They like take people through dangerous stuff. People die on the way. We find bodies all the time. We'll see them like every other week. We have a thing where like someone sneaks a car across, or like not a car, like a semi, and it's packed with like 200 people, and they died in the Texas heat. I mean, it's literally the heat index yesterday was 130, and it was 111.
I think that only happened one time, right?
Oh no, it's happened. I mean, recently once maybe, but it's happened. Well, I mean, the numbers vary. One time it was 200. I remember going up. One of the big ones was 72. Another was 43. This is
I
the thing
this
that
happened
happens.
like last year or the year before, some shit
Oh
like
no,
that.
I mean, at least since I've been born, it happens probably once a year. Like where the like a semi gets taken out, and there's like over 15 people in there, they died. And like it's
Hold
a
on,
problem.
I'm about to get so triggered. J-Mac said, I know, that's why I was confused by Sondsol's attempt to suggest that an ever-increasing pool of illegal immigrants doesn't depress wages and that correcting this problem wouldn't necessarily result in higher prices across the economy. I don't know where the you think that I'm okay with illegal immigration. I don't know where you think that I'm okay with an ever-increasing pool of illegal immigration. That has nothing to do with what the we were talking about, number one. Number two, the ever-increasing pool of illegal immigrations, quote unquote, okay, it doesn't really depress wages. No, not at the scale that we're at and not in the ways that you're talking about. Because again, like the biggest anti-immigration like economic study ever produced by Borjas was talking about like 10% of the like native population, like that number of immigrants coming in less than 6 months, increasing the population by another 10%. That was where you saw the like worst case scenario of immigration. All right. Whether it's illegal or legal, it doesn't matter. All right. And the only group that had their wages impacted negatively were high school dropouts, people who didn't even have a GED, and their wages were depressed by like 2 to 3%. And that was only over the course of like 1 to 3 years, I think, maybe 5 years. But all those people who were not the immigrants, right, all the native workers, they either moved into a complementary position or they moved into managerial positions over the immigrants because they had more experience. So no, there is no direct correlation between the amount of immigration that comes in and the prices increasing. Okay, sorry. I'm not going to read chat anymore.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I mean, like, I'm not going to argue. I mean, from a capitalist standpoint, I own a ranch. I mean, I guess, even though IBJesus didn't think that, agriculture counts as hard labor, I don't know about that one. I literally was on a panel a couple of weeks. Yeah, I don't know if you saw this. I was bleeding from both eyes on a panel about welfare when they were telling me we shouldn't work no more, and I'm bleeding from both eyes because the cow had exploded an abscess into my eye, and they were both infected, and so I snapped on it. It was really good content. Yeah, so whenever when they were telling me I don't know anything about hard labor, I just really wanted to just laugh. But so yeah, I mean, from a capitalist standpoint, I love illegal immigrants, right? I could hire them and they'd pay them all right, but that has nothing to do with really my point. The point I'm making is with it's the deterrent factor with the wall, right? You want to make it so difficult the average person doesn't want to go to the cartel to get trafficked over here, and that you want them to have to choose the legal way. And then I also think we need the immigration reform, absolutely. But it's if you do all the reform and encourage people to come here, then the cartels are going to be the ones that benefit first, because they're going to be taking everybody's coming, they're overwhelming the system, and then they're going to keep coming. Now, if you build the wall first, these people are going to go, hey, and when I say the wall, I don't literally mean just a physical wall. I mean, I'm also talking satellites, drones, whatever we got to do, right? It doesn't have to be just maybe they're forcing them through these certain areas that are safer to go through when they come, where we have people waiting, right? It's like a funnel, it's not literally just one wall. And that's what Texas has done, is they funneled them from a lot of these super dangerous areas that were easy to get across, but now they funnel them through areas where they have people waiting to get them, right, on the other side. And that's why Operation Lone Star has been so successful. And I see this work along the Texas border, which the Texas border is a massive chunk of the United States southern border, right? It's not it's just Shelby Park, which if it was just Shelby Park, I would give you some credence to that, your argument about walls not working. But since Texas, it's the whole Rio Grande that's the border, and it's all of this seems to be working. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to scale up what Texas is doing and then add the immigration reform, which is why I think Trump's bill was much, much better. And also initially, this is the crazy thing. This is why I tell people all the time, Trump is a moderate. He was okay with the DACA, right? And then what happened is his base revolted, and then since he's no, we can't do DACA, then the Chuck Schumer was all that, we don't need no bill. But that's why I talk about the wall being effective, because at least based on what I've seen so far, it is effective.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. This is the issue, all right? In theory, you're not necessarily wrong. I'm not saying that you're right, but just in the theory, you're not necessarily wrong. Putting up a wall is going to it's probably going to make it slightly harder to get into the United States. All right. But here's the thing. Number one, it's in the political sense, it's a complete non-starter. Dems are never going to go for it. It's a symbol of a bygone era that Democrats will never want to return to. All right. It's a political non-starter from that standpoint. In addition to that, you can make it really difficult to get here all you want, but it's a disincentivizing the journey, but it's not removing the incentive for the journey. The incentive for the journey is the asylum process. And if we can avoid,
why is the asylum process? That's my point. That's where the problem
because
is, right?
If that's where the problem is, if we take away that massive incentive, I don't know how easy it is to come into the United States and claim asylum. Why do we need the border? Why do we need the border wall?
Asylum completely?
No, but I don't think that anybody wants that.
Okay, so would you be okay with restricting it to you can only have asylum if it's a political chase, being a political persecution, as opposed to being able to claim gang violence is bad?
Now we're getting into territory I'm not 1,000% sure. My line would be I don't know exactly what all of the different like categories of asylum are. I'm pretty sure it's like political persecution, religious, racial, ethnic, whatever, like most of those things. When it comes to whether or not gang violence should be a part of that, I don't know. Like on one hand, like part of the reason that gang violence is so bad over there is because of America, because of our foreign policy back in, like I was saying earlier, like the 60s onward, probably a little bit before that, but you know, like especially during the Cold War, our foreign policy towards Central and South America was atrocious, led to a lot of the criminality that we see now. So like, do we have any moral responsibility for that? I would say probably, yeah. But it just depends on how far we go with that, right? I don't know exactly what my line is, and I could be pushed to having a stronger stance or a weaker stance on it. It just depends on what is the best way to go about it. But if we take away if we make it harder to claim asylum in the United States, or we build up the institutions at the border that are there to process all of the asylum claims and is hold to our like existing laws as they are, right? I don't think that I would have a problem with that, right? And if we took away that claim asylum loophole, then it would essentially destroy the entire incentive. We wouldn't need a border wall at that point.
This is where I disagree, I think, on the asylum, right? I think we massively need to restrict asylum. And then I'm going to use an example, right? There's a guy I know. His name is Juan. We called him Juan, too, because there was 3 Juans working the place already.
Sure.
This man works 3 jobs. This is the epitome of the American dream, in my opinion. This man has no education. He works 3 jobs. He's done it since he moved here from Guatemala. Mm-hmm. He works 3 jobs. He's got, he now owns a Porsche, $300,000 home, and he's got an American wife and a bunch of kids, right? Like, that is the American dream. His kids are going to have a good life, way better life than he lived in Guatemala. That's perfect. That's the kind of people I want coming, right? I want as many as those people we can get. This guy is willing to work, do whatever it takes to make the money. We should definitely restrict asylum, because that seems to be the major issue, like further down to, like, I don't know exactly where. Like, we can get in the nitty gritty on that. But then we also need to expand it so we get people that are wanting to come here for economic gain and work. Those are the people we want. We should make it easier to get here. If you're working, we can do background checks, whatever, see who is doing this, come in. And then we have to disincentivize coming through here in an illegal manner, because if we don't do that, the real issue and the real people that are going to hurt are all the people being sex trafficked.
Super quick
people that are
point on
going
that.
drugs.
Super quick point on that is that, like, the way that we have it, where you step foot on American soil and you say, you know, I'm claiming asylum, we're kind of bound by international law to do that. And I'm pretty sure that we were
international law.
Well, I disagree
We're the
with that.
superpower, aren't we? Come on.
Yeah, we're a superpower, which means that we should be
Time to bring back imperialism, baby. Let's go.
Well, what I'm in favor of is the United States leading the world on a moral level and on a strategic level, right? I think that we should be pushing other countries to be like half as moral as we are when it comes to
how often do we get by that? Like, I mean, how often do we try to be the moral leader and we follow these international treaties, and then like they just turn into guidelines and other countries don't? Like, it's all the time, right? Like, I get the moral virtue signaling by the superpower,
but then we can sanction them, and we have sanctioned
doesn't
people
work.
for not.
Come on.
What do you mean it doesn't work?
Did it get the cat? Like, okay, the sanctions are supposed to like incentivize the people to get rid of the people in power, like to an extent, right? That's one of the reasons.
You're talking too fast. Can you say it again?
So sanctions, one of the reasons we put them on there is to disincentivize a country from doing the things they're doing, and potentially make things economically hard enough for them that their current government fails and a new government is put in place, right? That's kind of why we put all the sanctions to get rid of the Castros, right? Didn't work. The Castros stayed in power until, I think they're still in power. They're chosen successors in power. Didn't work on North Korea. Like, I mean, there's so many examples of sanctions not
North
actually.
Korea.
It does not work on North Korea. North Korea is
more
insular than ever before.
Yeah, it's insulated, and it's like, is it a threat? Like, technically, it's a threat to like South Korea. It's a threat to South Korea.
The
only thing that is like making them grow right now is the fact that Russia is like getting their shitty ass munitions from Korea or North Korea. But
Well, now they're modernizing. They're building modern factories and shit. Like, that's the problem. Like, now they're out of a famine. They've got a working, guaranteed military relationship with Cuba, Iran, and Russia now, along with China. They're producing more than they ever done before. They're repairing weapons, MiGs and stuff from Cuba. Like, they're sending physical advisors to Syria. They've sent physical advisors to Russia. This is a very bad thing, right? Like, BRICS is getting stronger. BRICS is about to intake 3 new countries, it looks like. I think, what is it? Indonesia, Malaysia, and I forgot the third one. Like, these are adversarial powers, and it's very clear to me that this, like, globalization ideal isn't working. And when we sit here and we go, oh, sanctions work.
What do you mean
work,
it
right?
hasn't? It's not working. Like, we're
working.
It is working.
Are the Kims in power?
Is like the point of sanctions literally just regime change?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
No.
Yes.
No, it's to like part of it might be like hopeful that regime change happens, but I don't think that we engage in regime change.
So what do you
like
think the
that.
point of sanctions is?
Like the point of sanctions
Punish the
is
country, right?
Well, it's to
Through economic hardship.
Yeah, it's one, we're going to create economic hardship unless you fall into line. If you don't fall into line, then we're not going to trade with you whatsoever. That means that it's going to hamper your ability to grow economically, industrially, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to make it harder for you to become a threat to us and people that are like us. And right now, we do have a problem with the world like kind of moving into like possibly World War III with multiple power blocks rising, with Russia and China's kind of tenuous relationship, and North Korea getting the benefits of Russia not being able to get enough parts for munitions, and all of this stuff.
Just look at our own sphere. Look at our own sphere. Look at Venezuela. We put sanctions like on Venezuela. Their economy's recently crashed, right? They're even pushing out their guy. Now, here's what's happened. A massive portion of the immigration is now coming from Venezuela, and this is the crux 22. What you're
hold on,
saying,
but
right?
that's not even true because we lifted a lot of our sanctions on Venezuela in return for promises of like a free and fair election, right? And that was during the massive crisis that they've been having and all the people coming here. We did reinstate those because they didn't hold to that. I think we halted or we reinstated the sanctions back in, I think, January or February. Or April. Like yeah, so we've reinstated those things. It doesn't seem like the sanctions are
is upticked again. And this is my problem with this, right? And this is where you're like, I'm kind of like having an issue with what you're saying, right? You're like, okay, we should use sanctions on these countries. Okay, cool. What happens then is it puts the economic hardship not on the rich and the elite ruling class. It puts the hardship on the people. The people then go, oh shit, this is awful. They either revolt, which doesn't seem to be the case, or don't become powerful enough to revolt, or they leave, or they stay and suffer. So when they leave,
what
and then
else
in Venezuela's
would you
case,
have us
they start
do? What else would you have us do?
Because
what
would
we
I
don't
have us
want.
do?
Well, hold on, really
I would
quick.
say invade,
because
but like
the
that's,
two.
I know you
hold
don't
on,
want
really
that.
quick. I let you talk for like a long time so that you can get your point out, right? So like here's the thing. Like we have the option of either doing sanctions on someone or like going to war to like force them to do something. Outside of that, like what else would you have us do? It's not like we should like go around and every single time someone pisses us off, we go in and invade them and like change their leadership. So like, would you rather us not do sanctions? Like,
I don't think sanctions are effective, and I'll tell you, like this is my issue with this, right? Like I personally would say,
but the promise of reducing sanctions is effective because the Iran nuclear plan. The Iran nuclear plan, while it was in effect under Obama, it was effective. We were reducing sanctions on Iran in exchange for making sure that they didn't build nuclear bombs, right?
I mean, I don't like the Iran sanctions. That's the whole thing. But like my point is here with this, just because I'm fixing to leave here. And then you can argue this with me real quick. But with Venezuela specifically, and I think this is a really good example, is we put the sanctions on them. I think maybe a targeted strike would have been more effective, like a drone strike or something, like to send a message. But like, that's debatable. I don't really care. The problem I have is when we put sanctions and then the people mass immigrate outwards and they come here, I get told the same thing by the Dems, which is, hey, we caused this problem down there, and now we have a moral obligation to help these people. And I'm like, well, okay, no, we can't put sanctions and have a moral obligation to help these people, because it's either we put sanctions to punish this country or we like help the people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I
and I think
understand
that
what
would
you're
be
saying.
invading.
Sure,
So,
I
like,
understand what you're saying. Like, and again, like when I'm talking broadly, because like do you like disagree that like we engaged in massive campaigns of regime change in Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, all over South America, like those sorts of things, and the instability that it bred was probably the precursor for how corrupt they got later on.
I don't disagree with that, but I definitely
That's
think
what
I
I'm
was
referring to.
wrong.
I'm
And
not
that's- and
necessarily
that's
talking
wrong.
about Venezuela.
No,
we have
and
a different kind of relationship with them.
Right, and this is part of the problem I don't like Reagan. And this is actually a big reason I don't like America's modern version of neo-imperialism, right? This is definitely just a fundamental difference, I think, between me and a lot of people here in the United States. But I personally think that instead of doing this we put regime change and we support it, it would have been better if we had gone in there, taken out the regime, then stayed and invested. Now, the American populace doesn't seem to have the stomach for that a lot of times.
For
And I
doing
think
what?
that-
Sorry, say it one more time.
So if we're going to change the regime, this is where I think we are morally obligated. I think we should stay and then build, right, and stay as long as it takes. And I don't think the American populace actually
That's
has
not
the stomach for
populist
that.
at all. That's that's neocon.
No. I'm saying no. The American populace doesn't have the stomach for that. Yeah, it's neocon, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. I prefer a much more neocon method than like the Trump populist method. I'm not a Trumper, right? And so whenever like even with Afghanistan, like I know it was unpopular to still be there, but I think that since we did invade, I thought we had a moral obligation to stay there until the job was done. And it's sad that I'm sad we pulled out. You know, same thing with like Panama. We took out the Panamanian. What was his Noriega, extradited in the United States, and then their country went to the shitter. And it's like, well, it's a small ass country, we could have gone in there and held that country forever and probably improved everybody's life there, right? Like if we invaded Haiti right now, they'd probably all their lives would be better. Like, and instead they got, barbecue running the capital. Like, it's crazy. I don't know. And I know that's a fundamental difference between me and a lot of populist MAGA people and even like the left. But yeah, so no, I'm not a fan of neo-imperialism where we like do shit behind the scenes and we have regime change. I don't think it's very effective. At least in regards to the people there, I think it's very effective in keeping the problems over there, the big ones like the wars, not coming up our border. But I don't think it's great for like other domestic issues because I think it causes immigration issues here. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think that like invading a country and like going to war with its regime is going to create less immigration to the United States?
Well, okay. And this is, I'll give you an example. The Romans, when they invaded, right, they gave people a chance to become auxiliaries, and then after you did your time as auxiliary, they gave you full Roman citizenship, and then they adopted over like the next couple hundred years, adopted it. And like if you look up Europe today, like Germany is a great example of what became, used to be Roman. Then they became, instead of Germanic tribes, they have massive cities now, et cetera, et cetera. You can look at like Britain, London, the capital is literally because Rome decided they were going to sit there and stay. And they took on a lot of these tendencies, right? Like they have the arts, they have the sciences, and I don't think the American populace has the stomach to sit there and stay 100 years and have their children
I don't
die.
think that's number one. It's not even just like I think that not only is that like an immoral thing to do, I also think that it's probably not something that's sustainable. That's like one of the reasons.
You don't think that it'd be moral to go in there and help Haiti right now and like take over?
With something that's up as Haiti, but there's so much to do, like when it comes to our rules internationally, when it comes to sovereignty, right? Now, if Haiti asked for us, like if the government of Haiti or whatever like interim government is there asked us to come in and like create order, I think that sure then, but like something like that would have to be like requested.
Sure, I get. I don't know, like by who's gonna. Okay, all right, yeah, I'll use Haiti again because I've been to Haiti a bunch for like work there, not work, but like, what's the word I'm looking for? Humanitarian stuff.
Sure.
So I don't know why I'm blanking. It's because I drank too much last night. Now I can't think of words. But I don't know who would request that. Like their president literally got ousted by the gangs. They formed a new government, but it's a government in exile. The gangs have their own government, and they're saying we're not going to back down till a new government's formed that includes us. I mean, they're obviously not going to request it. However, we're willing to work with the gangs. The gangs are currently protecting the U.S. Embassy. So if the gangs asked us to go in there and set it up for them, are we going to listen to them? Are we going to listen to the Haiti's government exile? Like, I don't know who you would ask at that point.
Well, we wouldn't ask. They would have to request, and it would probably be the exiled government that is still recognized by the UN. Well,
that's ironic because the exiled government is like has almost no support, and the gangs are literally there, like they've literally cornered off between 3 different gangs right now.
Well, the way that, like, listen, we're talking about stuff that we like. Neither of us has the like requisite experience to talk about, right?
I mean, I do.
But I would imagine
I've been doing humanitarian aid there
well,
multiple occasions. I have like friends and family
that's not
there.
Regime change and nation building. I don't think either of us have that.
Well,
okay,
we have history. Come
okay,
on,
so I would say that like. If the government there wanted us to, like, it's really hard to say because like Haiti is a very like uniquely up area that we, it's really hard to say. But I would assume that the way that we would do it is we might say, yeah, we'll help you if they requested it, and then say, but here are the conditions that will help. Like, you guys have to have like this kind of election with this kind of security around it, and it has to be, have UN, third party verification that it was legitimate, and et cetera, et cetera. Like, I imagine that would be like the kinds of conditions that we would put down for helping, right? I'm pretty sure, like sometime in my lifetime, we've been requested to help. Well, actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely happened a few times.
Was it Qatar during Desert Storm, and then I think that
Kuwait.
Oh, Kuwait. Sorry, and like the Yugoslav thing wasn't there like people requesting that the U.S. and NATO?
Somewhere, yeah.
So like, yeah, there are people, and there are like, organizations, whether it's government or, military, that will like step up and help with stuff, but usually it has to be requested or authorized by the UN. And like, if we were asked to do that and it was something that we could do, and like, yeah, I would be down for that, right?
That's
like
what
we did it in Libya, but like we didn't.
Well, so like look at Somalia. Somalia has a U.S.-backed government, right? And they've requested our aid, right? But
that's right.
They also have an alternative government that doesn't recognize the U.S. backed one, right? Same thing. Well, this is why I brought up Haiti again, because I think it's very similar to Somalia. The gangs in Haiti have asked for aid from the U.S. government, like on different stuff, right? They actually aided U.S. Marines in getting people out of Haiti whenever all the stuff was going down, and they've secured the exit lines for the U.S. government, and we've not had any problems with U.S. people leaving, basically, from the embassy and from other areas. So like, it's interesting because it's like you have these people that are obviously terrible, but they're willing to work with the U.S. government. Like, do you accept them? Like the same thing with Somalia. Do you accept the request from the U.S. like backed government, or would you say that the portion that controls the other half of the country is the legitimate government? I think it gets real murky when we start.
It does get murky, but that's it gets murky, but that's because law is murky, and especially international law is murky, and there's probably pretty easy answers to what we're talking about, or there might be like a protocol and that we have set down that we just don't know about because we're not part of that world.
Well, on that note, I'm out, but I'm supposed to tell you one thing. Hold on, let me just check it out. Yeah, it says I'm supposed to tell you that, by the way, Rezi is a real cool guy.
Yeah, I love
don't know what
Rezi.
that means. Yeah, good. I'm glad we're all on the same page. I didn't know if y'all had some kind of thing going on, but I was told that.
Why would anyone think that me and Rezi have beef?
I don't think anybody thought that. They just told me to tell you that. To make sure you tell him that Rezi's a real cool guy. I was like, all right, I'll make sure I do that.
All right, gotcha.
See you later, Sondsol. You be good.
All right, catch you later.
Yeah, retard. I have perms in here, Gibbs. You moron. What the do you think you're doing? You dumb piece of shit. You smelly little. Get him back here. Get him back here right now.
Well, I think that he's leaving. One sec. Come back.
Little shit. Said my name.
Or is he mad? What? Who? Wait, was it you that was telling him to say that, or
no?
Then why are you coming so hot? Why are you so mad? You
because like he said my name. I'm just sitting here thinking about video games and shit, and this said my name because I was watching your stream. Yeah, Gibbs, what's up? Who the talking? Who the thinks that I have beef with Sondsol?
Nobody thinks that. They told me to tell you.
Who
that.
told you that?
Listen, it was a ghost. They told me to tell you.
Who was the ghost?
It's a
Okay, do they
ghost.
walk among us, Gibbs? I'm an exorcist.
Listen, it's the
I'm here
voices
to
in my head.
exercise demons, Gibbs.
The voices in my head told me, bro. They told me to tell you. Tell
You've
them.
been watching
By the
Randy
way,
Orton, Gibbs?
I
You watch
love
Randy Orton? You
He's the
get
best.
becoming the Viper?
Yeah, bro. He's fighting. What's his name in the Bash in Berlin this weekend? Let's go. I think it's next weekend. Woo!
All right. Fair enough. All right. Anyways, yeah. So, yeah, it's fine. I don't have beef with Sondsol. I like Sondsol. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Catch you guys later.
No, it's fun.
All right. Sorry, Sieg.
Holy shit.
Sorry, that took much longer than I thought it was going to.
It was good. I love Gibbs, and how do I say it? I think he's like he's one of those people where he might not be able to make like the best policy decision, but he's one of those people that should bring into a policy meeting because he makes a lot of good points for you to formulate a policy. That's how I'd put it.
He brings up like the worst thing that we should avoid, and therefore it's like helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I can get on board with that.
But I don't know. I'm just trying to be nice.
No, I think he's a cool dude. All right.
So
what was it that you wanted to
off with your fat ass?
Okay. What did you want to come in here and say? Because I completely forgot.
You said that by just merely bringing in immigrants, it increases the economic output of an area. And that blew my mind that you think that.
Well, to be like, let me be more nuanced with it then. It's one thing, okay? It's one thing that is like at baseline. There's probably a lot of other factors that play into that, but just like having a bunch of people come in, like isn't going to, unless you can like draw like the direct link to like more people equals higher prices, unless they're like all completely unemployed.
Well, there are direct links. Like, for instance, California is following that right now with the lack of land and also huge governmental regulatory policies on building new housing units and destroying older housing units to build apartments or more high-density level housing units, which is simply, if you bring in a whole bunch of lower educated poor people, they're going to compete with the lower educated poor people of that area. And all those lower educated poor people, all they can do is compete over the housing that lower educated poor people can generally afford.
So when it comes to housing, what I was specifically responding to was like goods and services. Like housing, maybe, but I don't know if that would be like a lasting marker.
Well, I'm just using housing as an example because you said goods and services. Housing is a good, or it could be a service if you do rent.
I would put housing into like, I don't know if I would put that into goods, because goods to me feels like you go into a store and you buy something. Housing is either seen as like assets in the United States or as like a unit of housing. Now, like having more people go in, yes, that's you're going to be competing for housing, and we should build more housing. But I feel like in the Borjas study, now I'm going off of like an argument that I haven't looked at in like a year and a half, maybe 2 years. But I'm pretty sure that with the housing situation in his study, where like literally they increased the population by 10% in less than 6 months, right? The housing situation was resolved fairly quickly.
It can be.
It can be, but like I would just need like in order to like accept the idea that immigration has a direct like causation or correlation with increased prices to the like native population, I would need to see something like that.
Well,
I mean,
sure.
like, I would have to
think,
see it.
Why do you think places like New York, San Francisco, Denver, Colorado, what's the major city in Washington State?
Seattle or Portland?
Seattle.
Like,
why do you think they're all changing their tune on being sanctuary cities?
Probably because they like the massive influx of people like sending it there as a political stunt from states that do have the space and the ability, like the infrastructure actually in place to house those people. Sending them to
what
New
you
York.
said right there with political stunt, wouldn't it be a political gift if they did just increase economic output and all those places were just thriving from just an increased influx in population?
Well, in certain places it will, in certain places it won't. Like in a rural area, right? Like I imagine that like more people going into those towns and buying goods and services and like increasing the economy would be really good. There's probably a lot of houses that are available down there and a lot of room to build houses there. Whereas in a place like New York, the rent is like $4,500 for a studio apartment in Long Island, and they're sending them there. And it's not like they can build out more housing in New York City, right? Like, so I agree that it's something that can be a detriment to a locality, but it depends on what those localities like situation is. Now, for New York City to be a sanctuary city, yeah, that's fine, and we have states' rights, and they're allowed to do that. Like they're not going to. All that means is that they're not going to actively look for someone's immigration status. Right, they're not going to.
They're not going to turn them in based on their immigration status. As
right.
The answer.
So, like, we can talk about that, but I don't think that it's like. I don't think that it's hypocritical, in my opinion. If they were sending them to like, if we're to look at like a liberal state, like in totality, New York, yeah, that would be like pretty stupid of them to not take those immigrants. I think that they should. I think that we should spread them out. But like when it comes to like, as the political stunt, like, you guys like immigrants so much, take them from us, right? From a place like Texas that has some of the like most affordable housing in the country, the space in every single city to build out way more housing compared to a place like Martha's Vineyard, which is a summer home, vacation spot for the ultra wealthy that's not going to have a bunch of apartments that can be built or available when they get there. A place like New York, who's probably has some.
What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think the statement is that they're doing?
The statement is like, yeah. They're trying to. If I'm going to like steelman their position is, oh, well, if you guys like immigration so much, if you like all these illegal immigrants, and if you're going to be a sanctuary city, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to ship them all off to you because we don't want them here, right? But the difference is the economic impact is going to be different based off of what area it is. I understand what the political statement is, right? And if New York State was unwilling in totality, I would call it out for the hypocrisy that's there. But that's not what the issue is in these specific places, right? They're sending them specifically to like huge cities that are run by Democrats that will get them a lot of like public attention, right? Like Chicago, like I don't know as much about like LA and California, right? But like if if the states themselves were like not willing to accept illegal immigrants, but they were wanting it for the southern states, that would be bad, right? We should allow them to like free movement and like all the things I've talked about before. Granted, they actually have a legitimate asylum claim or they've immigrated here legally, et cetera, like sure. But like the problem that I have with what happened with like Texas and Florida is like Florida and Texas have these sprawling cities with very few like zoning laws, right? So you can just build more housing like all over the place. Houston is constantly expanding. Like the greater Houston area has the same square mileage as the state of Connecticut. Okay, one city, and it's barely built out in the like outer reaches of like the greater Houston area. There's plenty of places for more people to go there, right? If you don't want the immigrants there, just like explain like the real reason why. And it doesn't have to do with the economic impact on like Texas or Florida cities.
If for 1 second you actually listen to everything that you just stated, you've made the conservative point. The people who own multiple houses, multiple planes, are the ones that are going, well, immigration too much, we can't do that. And we're supposed to send it to these low-end areas that are building like no other to keep on and allowing low-income people to afford houses and stuff. And at the same time, you talk about zoning laws and stuff, and you say, well, Texas has so few, but then places like California, New York, and others have, and I'm just talking about New York State, not the
Sure,
state.
one second. I just want to write down. So the first point that you just brought up there was multiple
They're sending
houses
very poor
and
people to, instead of competing with their poor, they're competing them with other people's poor, which is the ultra wealthy areas.
right. But what my issue is specifically like the capability of a specific area to actually handle that, right? Like if Austin had a problem where they literally like they were unable to build out more in a way that like New York City was, right? Like you can't. It's an island. They can't build out. But like in Martha's Vineyard, it's not that like, oh well, these people have multiple houses. All we're doing is pointing out hypocrisy without actually like pointing to an actual problem, because the problem isn't
you're moving the fire somewhere else. It's not a fire to these wealthy people until it is.
But it's not even a fire it's not even a fire in Texas is the problem.
Sure it is. Why is it not?
Because the Texas economy isn't dying and people's wages aren't dying because of immigrants coming in. We're not having like mass homeless like issues with illegal immigrants coming in. That's not what the issue
doing
is.
Everything that they can to keep their economy booming. Meanwhile, places like California, it costs $1 million to build a unit.
And that's a
in
problem
places
for
like
California.
Martha's Vineyard, you have people that own multiple houses that are ultra wealthy in a place that's lowly densely populated. And you're going, why can't you handle this population? You guys own multiple houses even. And the answer is because
but all you're doing is pointing to the hypocrisy. Again, like on the first part with California, like there's I just don't know like a lot about West Coast cities. I don't know how dense they are. I think that they're significantly less dense than places like New York or Chicago or places like that, while they're probably slightly more dense than places in Texas. I don't know a lot about that, like specifically. So if they're like, and they probably have a bunch of like crazy, stupid zoning laws that make it impossible to build more housing in LA. Like that's entirely possible. When it comes to a place like Martha's Vineyard, I'm not willing to concede that point, because like this is a specific area. Yeah, what we're pointing out is hypocrisy on like, oh, look at these rich people. They say that we want the poor and sick masses to come, but then they don't want them in their area. Well, sure, they might not want them in their area, and that's good for pointing out hypocrisy. But like, you're not pointing out like the actual issue, and the actual issue is in Martha's Vineyard. They don't. It's like a high-end resort. Like, isn't it an island? I think, or like on the coast.
I'm not even talking about Martha's Vineyard, by the way. You're the one that brought up Martha's Vineyard. I'm talking about just New York State. You can even talk about just New York City.
Well, I might be wrong. Okay, all I know is about like the like specifics, like New York City and like the Jersey side. Is it Jersey City on the other side of the river? Like those areas. That's understandable why they're not able to like build out, because they have built out already. There's literally no more land unless you go further out, right? If the entire state now, like I will 100% agree with you, 100%. If the state of New York doesn't want to take them in because they have nowhere to put them, because that's bullshit. The entire state is not densely packed like New York City is. It's just that New York City is densely packed like New York City is. And that's where they're sending them to make that political point, right? Now, I don't know what New York City's policies are or New York State's policies are on why they are housing them there as opposed to, like in, I don't know, Buffalo or,
I mean, do you even know what New York's newly released policy on illegal immigrants are?
It's
the
been focusing
30-60 rule.
Very different things. It's what?
It's the 30-60 rule.
What's the 30-60 rule?
They just released it a couple months ago. If you're a single person, you have 30 days. Otherwise, you have to get the out. If you're a family, you have 60 days to find a place. Otherwise, you get the out.
And by get the out, does that mean deportation or you have to leave the city?
you're no longer allowed to have any resources from the city. And that's because they've had multiple hotels destroyed, and the city had to pay for them and stuff by like paying for illegal immigrants to stay there.
Yeah, and again, like I would have to look in specifically onto that policy to see if I agree or disagree with it. But like again, like what I'm talking about is like on the state level, because I don't like it might be reasonable for New York City, which literally doesn't have like you can't expand it, right? You can't make more housing in an area that has like every
There's places like Martha's Vineyard, which is I know what you brought up, but it's a low density housing place for the ultra wealthy.
There's probably places around Martha's Vineyard that like where people who are working the service jobs
ultra wealthy to lose their housing. That's right.
Listen, if that's not what the problem is, it's there's
no,
like
I mean,
land
Beyonce
for
needs her apartment.
I mean, I don't care about the ultra wealthy having more than one house. Like we can shit on rich people all we want and like the virtue signaling that they do, but again, like the reason why you can't build up more housing in Martha's Vineyard is because I'm pretty sure that all the mansions already take that space up. Now, if they want to, like, if we wanted to say, like, okay, well, you have to have every area has to have like this amount of like units per capita for this income level, stuff like that. That's one thing. I don't know how that would be like legally, but that's something that like we could talk about. But like in terms of just like sending them to places, when people come from over the border, they're going to places in Texas and places in Arizona and places in Nevada and places in California that are relatively close to the border, right? Or they're moving to like southern states that are very lowly dense or very low density that do have housing and cheaper apartments and more job opportunities that they can go to, where it's not like affecting those places in the way that like New York City would or Martha's Vineyard.
But do you not see how this isn't a Republican versus Democrat issue? What's the thing in common with all the states that you've named off?
Nevada and Arizona are swing states. California is a Democrat state.
California is not directly connected to the border, and California
yes, they are. What are you talking about? They literally share a border with Mexico, Baja California.
Yes, and do you know what that border looks like? It looks like it's surrounded by three sides by an ocean. They have more times with narcotics. They have a worse time with narcotics subs than they do with illegals. Besides the fact that they ship them in from Texas.
Well, they're coming from across the border, like along New Mexico and Arizona, and I don't think Nevada actually shares the border. But like Arizona is a swing state. No, New Mexico is a blue state. What are you talking about?
I thought New Mexico's red. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Like they're like going there, and there are a lot of illegal immigrants in California because they go from those places which are like all desert, and there's not really a lot of places for them to go, although a lot of them do stay in those places, and they like go to places that have more opportunity, right? California has the space and the ability to like handle those, but I'm being pushed into a position where I'm arguing for illegal immigration, but that's not what I support, right? The problem again, what like you can say it's a Democrat versus
more immigration's better.
Like in general, like on the economic side, yes, it is, but like it's about like there's multiple things. It's the amount in any given time period. So over a short period, you don't want to like increase the total population by like 10% is the wait. Actually, I don't know. I think it was 10% in the Borjas study, but like 10% over a 6-month period was like kind of
I'm just
bad.
You because it's a low density area. 10% is not insane for a low density area, and they can build housing units because it's a low density area quite quickly. Especially if there's not a lot of governmental regulations.
In order for that to happen, and I wouldn't be opposed to that happening, right? But in order for that to happen, someone would have to sell their plot of land, and then like someone would have to like sell their plot of land, or the government would have to go in and eminent domain their land to build more housing is the problem. I think that the land is already spoken for, right? It's either built out on and someone like uses it as their summer home. Like that's we could say that that's like good or bad. Like rich people are having multiple houses. Like we can have that conversation, but like that's not really what the issue that I have with it is. It's that like in order for us to even begin addressing that problem, there would have to be someone that would sell their house. There's no room for there to be more housing, even though it's a low density area. It's because it's full of mansions, and unless you're fine with going through and eminent domaining those places, someone's gonna have to sell it first.
You don't have to eminent domain.
Tell me how the government can build on someone's land without,
because a lot of people give up their land if they bought their house for $100,000 for 5 years ago, and then the government comes in, they go 500,000, and it's not really the government; it's actually really a private person. And they go, okay, yeah, sure. And then they build an apartment complex, and that apartment complex can house.
Well, then
like
we would have to
30
have
families.
some like private person that wants to build an apartment complex in Martha's Vineyard go through and buy someone's house. They would have to like make that sale, but no one wants to do that because they probably get more money like developing the giant mansions and then like selling those off and shit like that.
They don't sell them off. They're just so wealthy that they don't care.
Well,
it's not life. It's not life.
I'm talking about
money.
the developers. I'm talking about the developers.
Oh well, the developers, they would have to offer so much money that it's no longer worth it. Which is why
Right.
they
So
don't.
again, what
And
I'm
then you
saying
have
is,
places like the Bronx or other places in New York that has a housing size limit. I mean, you live in. Can I say where you live?
yeah, I say I'm in DC.
Okay. You live in DC, and if you know anything about DC, they have a housing size restriction, so it can't be any greater than the Washington Monument.
Yeah. Oh, I think it was the Capitol, right? Or is it the Washington Monument?
Is it the Capitol? Like, I can't remember.
I can't remember either. But yeah, I know. And like DC has some of like the highest rent prices in like I don't live like in DC proper, granted.
Yeah.
I won't say exactly where I live.
Because
but-
rent's so expensive. I don't
yeah,
blame
there's no way that we could possibly
you.
afford it in our
You
wildest dreams.
and I both know the rent prices that DC proper is running into, and that's because they won't build bigger. They won't go upwards. They can't legally.
Yeah, and that's something that like that. Yeah, like I don't necessarily agree with those kinds of policies, but like also there's like a cultural reason, like we want to respect the monuments or the Capitol building. Like I could understand why those are in place. It might not be the most economically efficient thing, but yeah, I mean I agree, right? But like that's not the problem in New York, right? The only time that
Yeah,
like we
it's-
talk about the
New
regulations
York has a
there.
housing restriction.
Yeah, they do
Most-
have how. Yeah, but like the reason why is because the logistics of building out a new property in New York City, like you have to like make sure that it's not going to mess with the subway and like public services there. It's not going to sink into the ground. Like there's a massive a skyscraper
Well, that's
been
why
under
New York is in a very special location, which is it's very
On an
close
island,
to
yeah.
bedrock, and we put steel beams down to the bedrock level, so it doesn't do any of those things.
Well, we do our best to do that, but like there's a skyscraper right now that I mean I watched a video on this a month or two ago that's been in limbo for I think like 15 years because the pillars that are supposed to reach down to the bedrock, like they slipped somehow. I don't know a lot about the engineering aspect of it, but like if you don't build it correctly according to the code, then you have a skyscraper that's tilting over on one side, and like if it collapses, it's going to take out like 5 other buildings too. Like I understand like why some of those housing or some of those building restrictions might be something that could be rolled back and it wouldn't cause much of a problem, but like a lot of them are for good reason that it's really hard to like build up more in New York City because of the
Well, I'm even talking like, have you seen the Bronx?
We're
We're not talking like skyscrapers here. A lot of these are like
I don't know
2 or
much
3-story
about
complexes.
Well, I again, like I would have to like. There's probably a bunch of regulations, and this is something that the Democrats are running on right now: is removing building regulations on housing that are overly restrictive, right?
So it's one of the few things that I'm actually in support of what Kamala suggested, which is if you know the history of the United States, I think you watched one of those videos. The newer states that got brought in, the federal government took more of the land to the point where I think Alaska, the feds own 80% of its land
Oh
or
yeah,
something.
Nevada is like there's like 30% of the land available to the actual state, and the rest of it's federal. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually insane when you actually realize how much land is owned by the feds. And so I think it's great that she is. I think that's actually one of her good policies. Out of the multiple that she suggested that I think are horrific, to put lightly,
Yeah,
the one
her
where she
housing policy is
relinquished
like
federal
pretty good.
land for housing, I think is a great one.
Yeah, like that, and the like running on increasing federal funding for places that reduce their or that build more housing, and that would require them to like remove some of the building codes. Like that's pretty based. It's the 25,000 for new homeowners is kind of a wash, but
I think it's a wash because I think it does nothing. I think it increases inflation because the whole point of economic activity and why the houses cost a lot is because people are willing to pay a lot more or are paying a lot, like X plus whatever of their yearly income. If you add 25 to it, you're still getting X plus whatever. So it does nothing.
The argument that they're making is that the biggest hurdle right now isn't that people can't afford it month to month, it's that they can't afford to like put down that down payment. So the 25,000 is for the down payment, which would reduce their mortgage if you put down a larger.
If you paid attention to the Obama administration for to try to prevent another 2008 from happening, because if you don't know, essentially 2008 happened because people would take out a loan, so then they could take out their house loan, and so they did first-time home buyer programs, which is essentially they'll help you out with you provide like they'll provide like a federal loan of like 20% down, so that way you can purchase your first time house. So we've already gone through this,
right?
And houses are not even yet again, like during the Biden administration, they have increased by 4x in my area alone.
I mean, yeah, like unfortunately, the federal government, like generally, unless they make like a massive point to do it, like they don't have much control over the pricing of housing in the United States because it's going to be like largely location locked. So that's
But you know where I live. I live out in the middle of nowhere, and if it increases by 4x, that should tell you a lot about what housing looks like, especially in cities alone.
Yeah, it means that
like
more people are moving there, and they don't have enough housing to accommodate that, and so the price of housing goes up, and they have to build more houses and build out a little bit more, build up a little bit more. And I agree with that, which is why like the Kamala thing is like really good. But like when it like just to like finish out the immigration topic, like I don't disagree with the things that you're saying when it comes to the like cost of housing. Right, but that's like a united. It's not unique to like immigrants or illegal immigrants or anyone coming into the United States. It's just kind of like an issue that we have that we're like in the process of fixing. Whereas like it felt like the argument that JMac was making in chat was that prices for like goods and services, if we take housing out of that, just like if we're talking generally like goods and services,
all right, which one do you want to tackle next? Electricity? Do you want to tackle food? What do you think that poor people require that hasn't increased?
But the cost isn't. But like the only thing that I would ask is like, where's the direct causative like factor? How do we like draw the causative line between immigration and that when we can already point towards like the massive inflation that everybody saw all over the world as like a reason for the increase in prices?
Well, first off, massive inflation happened because
COVID and the war
most
in
countries
Ukraine
are running a deficit in their budget, and they're doing quantitative easing to try to supplement their deficit.
Sure.
Now, with something like food prices and other things, as you know, economies run on supply and demand. So if you increase the demand of an area, even if the supply is not necessarily going to rise alongside the demand, that area becomes more pricey.
Sure,
And
but
whatever
here's
subject
the
you talk
question:
about.
why is it that in places like even in places where there are low immigrant populations, the prices are still increasing at the same rate?
What areas are the prices increasing at the same rate that immigration?
The
That
prices
are
in
low
the
immigration versus places of like high immigration.
you would have to like show me something that shows that like in places where there is like a high level of immigrants and like showing a line on a graph that shows increase in immigrants or increase in illegal immigrants, whatever, and then like either side by side with that or like in the same time frame, like the lagging indicator, the prices go up immediately after that. Like that would be pretty strong evidence. I would have to change my opinion based off of that. But like, I don't think that I've heard anybody say that like illegal immigration is causing prices to rise, because the prices have risen pretty, like across the entire country, the prices are pretty consistent. Like in terms of like goods and services. And it like the reason that food and goods and stuff like that, like things that are necessary for survival, have gone up is because there was a massive hit to the farming industry in the United States during COVID. After COVID, a lot of the places that we would normally either export food to, or the amount of food that needed to be produced was reduced, because they had to kind of, restart their entire fields instead of the kind of factory one after another. They had to shut down production and then restart up production. So that's probably going to cost a lot of money. Like I can think of a million reasons besides illegal immigration that would cause prices, or that has caused prices to rise in the United States. Like again, but if there was like some kind of graph that showed like a direct correlation, at least a correlation that I could look into more, that showed like an influx of immigrants into a specific location, let's say it's Houston or Chicago or something like that, the direct line of those immigrants like entering that location, and then prices within 6 months increasing in that location, and that being like a consistent trend that we can see across multiple different cities, sure. But I'm not willing to like say that it would instantly cause prices to go up, because I haven't ever heard anybody make that claim before, and I've never seen any evidence for that before.
Why do you think there's a difference in prices between rural regions and urban regions?
Lower demand?
So it's cheaper to get shit in rural regions because lower demand?
That's probably part of it. Also, probably part of it is the cost of upkeeping a store in a larger area probably costs more rent, and probably costs more in electricity to keep it open if we're talking about grocery stores. So I can imagine that prices would have to be higher as a result of that.
If you increase that demand by 100-fold, what happens?
But yes, if we increase the demand by 100-fold, but we haven't seen 100-fold increase in any location that I know of.
A lot of illegal immigrations go into high density areas.
Yeah, which like would imply that the population hasn't
Demand is
increased
going up.
100-fold, right?
Well, I was saying 100-fold, so economics.
Yeah, but like if it was 100-fold, yes, but like that's the problem, is like the even though we have a lot of immigration that's coming in, right? Like I think it's slowed down a little bit in the past couple of months.
It does. Do you know why it has?
Probably the executive actions that Biden put in place, because
What
they didn't
were
pass. I think he reinstituted a bunch of Trump policies. Yeah.
Both Trump policies, but he instituted another policy that's proven to be very effective, which is essentially saying, if you are coming here and you claim something like asylum seeking, and we are going to hold you out in like camps or whatever.
Wait, that's Title 42. That one hasn't been reinstated.
What?
Title 42?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought that was fine. What title?
It's a completely Biden thing. It's not even Trump era.
Sorry, Sorry, the way you're describing it, I thought that it was Title 42. But go ahead.
What they do is they hold them out in like camps. Actually, in Mexico this time, which is kind of funny because that's what Trump wanted to do. We're going to do video calls with you, and if we accept you for your claims, you get to come into the U.S. If we don't, you're banned from the United States for 5 years. Period.
Yeah, I thought that was Title 42, but yeah.
I don't think it's Title 42.
Yeah, I might be mixing my stuff up. And like, here's the thing: like, we can say yay, like these things have reduced the amount of immigration that's come through, but like, part of the policies and the way that the Democrats are trying to operate things, right? One of the things that they're trying to do is be more bipartisan. They're trying to, like, the messaging from Biden and from Kamala Harris has been like, I'm going to be a president for everyone, and we're going to we want Congress to do this. So I'm going to do this. We want Congress to do this, and we're going to help them do this. And so they want to like not rule through
keeping Republican era immigration, or a lot of it, and then also increasing immigration.
Well, what I'm trying to say is what they're trying to do is they're not trying to rule through executive fiat in the way that like Trump and arguably Obama did, right? Like the Biden administration has made it a point to where they're not going to just to get their way, do an executive action, right? They're going to try and negotiate with Congress and make bipartisan bills, and that's why we got all these massive bills. But the executive actions, like everybody has a problem with the executive branch like constantly seizing more power, and the reason that the executive branch is seizing more power is because Congress doesn't want to do anything, and Biden's been pretty good about like spurring both parties to work together to get bills passed. And so that's why they tried to do the immigration bill, and when they couldn't get the immigration bill, like at that point it's like, well, this is both politically untenable, and it's like logistically at the southern border, there's too many people at once for us to deal with. This is untenable, so we have to do something. We wanted it to happen through Congress, through the Senate, but they abdicated their responsibility and they moved on from that. So
right, but I don't know how that has anything to do with what you're saying about immigration. I guess good for Democrats are trying to be more bipartisan.
Well, I'm just saying, like, when it comes to
Republican era immigration policies, and then also increasing that is bipartisan. But okay.
Well, all I'm trying to say is like the Democrats are willing to work on the border, right? And like they've been forced by their constituents, like they're slaves to what their constituents want. Right? When the constituency started turning on the immigration policy stuff, then they switched their policies accordingly. They tried to go through.
Why do you think their constituents? Why do you think their constituency turned on them?
Because there was a lot of immigrants coming through. No, I haven't been arguing against that.
But it's good for the economy.
It is good for the economy. This is why I keep on saying, like, I don't think that this isn't like an economic fight that we're having between Democrats and Republicans. This is like a social fight. This is a fight about like how many people are we going to bring in? Now, like I'm going to like make it super clear. And also Democrats have like had this position for forever. Like, we're not in favor of illegal immigration, but we are in favor of trying to fix whatever the problems are at the border. Now, their fixes probably weren't strong enough. I'll admit that. But like they're not for like just opening up and literally anybody can come here. Where literally I don't think that there's a single Democratic politician that has been elected into the House or the Senate or the presidency. Now, I might be wrong on the House because there's 430 something House members, but like especially in the Senate and the presidency, nobody is in favor of open borders. So like we're not saying like unlimited people come on through, right? But we can deal with it at manageable levels, and it wasn't until like the past year and a half, 2 years that it became unmanageable levels.
Well, what you're saying is just simply not true, because why would we have sanctuary cities? Why would they purposely not work with the government?
Sorry, I don't know where
illegal
the
immigrants.
line is. Which part was I incorrect on when it comes to where is it?
That Democrats that across the board aren't in favor of open borders. Because I could bring up Democrats like Bernie Sanders, AOC.
I don't think that any of them are for open borders.
Yeah,
they're huh?
No person is illegal.
That's a slogan. What is their policies? What are the things that they're advocating for?
Why do you think they come up with a slogan like that?
Because like when you're referring to a person as an illegal, then you're like dehumanizing them. Now you might say that that's soy, but that's what the reason is.
Right, because you're not an illegal person. Because that would be dehumanizing if you cross the border illegally.
This is why people want to call them like undocumented immigrants, which is a synonym for illegal immigrants. But like when you call them illegals, it feels bad. It's just a feels thing. Like I won't like disagree. Like it could definitely be like a soy thing for people to say.
Why didn't I go too deep into it? Because I went straight to the sanctuary city thing again.
Well, the sanctuary city thing is a completely different issue because that's a states' rights issue, right? Like the federal government has the express duty of enforcing our borders, right? The states do not, and local, local.
Do you think there might be a sort of a correlation between sanctuary cities being blue and possibly the politicians that they elect being blue, also in support of illegal immigration or people immigrating here because no person's illegal?
They probably don't care. Yeah, they probably don't care as much about illegal immigration as other people. And they probably are fine with the illegal immigrants coming into their cities because they're like their cities haven't been crumbling. We've had sanctuary cities for how long, and these cities haven't been crumbling. Houston is a fucking sanctuary city, and like
what the
every
fuck are you
year.
talking about? Most of them have implemented policies against homeless people and illegals now.
I don't know about like each individual city's policies on these things. I'm just talking about like the places that I've lived in, the places that I've been. Like I think like Austin, Texas. I think San Antonio. I think I don't know if Dallas is because Dallas skews a little bit more right leaning. But Houston, all of these places are sanctuary cities, right? And none of these cities are like crumbling. None of them have had like horrible economic downturns. I don't think that we've had any like major policies, at least in the places that I've lived, right, where they're like trying to get rid of illegal immigrants or trying to refuse more of them coming in, right? Because like on the macroeconomic scale, like more people in the labor pool equals more ability for business to expand, right? But like the issue, again, I don't think that the issue that people argue about, because if there was any argument economically against not illegal immigration, because there are arguments against that, but when it comes to like just like the macro econ, like supply and demand, the more supply of labor that you have, right, you're going to be able to produce more things. You're going to have more employees. You're going to be able to expand more. Like that's like the Econ 101 thing. There's going to be like other things like we talked about housing that's going to go into that. But again, like this isn't what the fight is. The fight has been a social issue the entire time. Like, and it's always like at least as long as I've been paying attention to politics, it's been a social issue.
So I don't know the cities exactly what you mentioned. I know a few. And so like something like Denver has banned urban camping, has now started implementing homeless encampment sweeps, supportive housing initiatives before they walked it back.
Right, but I don't know if that's an illegal immigrant thing, or it could just be a homelessness thing because Denver got giga expensive in the past like 10 years since they legalized weed, and everybody moved to Colorado and Denver to start their own little weed company, and the prices in that city have skyrocketed. So it doesn't surprise me that there's a massive homelessness problem there.
Except where do you think illegals go in Denver, Colorado for housing?
If you can, again, like all I need to change my opinion would be like showing some like correlation. Can you like let's look this up really quick. 1 second. Where is my window? Denver, Colorado.
Also, here's a New York Post article
immigrant
I just posted in chat of Denver migrants sending 13 demands before they refuse to leave or clear their encampment, because they do it under bridges. Illegals live in tents under the bridges of Denver.
1 second. Let me just look this up. Okay. Okay, so let me look at this thing that you're showing me really quick so I can know what we're both talking about. Denver migrant sent to Mayor Mike Johnston list of 13 demands as they refuse to clear encampment, move into shelter.
It became a growing meme in Colorado as anti-immigration surges.
Let me just read this really quick. Pre-immigration lawyer and fresh cooking ingredients. What?
If you scroll down a little bit, it tells you the 13 demands, which gets kind of actually hilarious.
Okay, so let me read the demands. Okay. In terms, like, if they don't have some of these things, I think it is like a literal violation of the international law that we signed on to. But like, I mean, what is the point that we're making here? I mean, I understand like it could be unreasonable if a bunch of people went in and squatted on some land and then made demands in order to move or something like that. But like,
well, you said they didn't have any homeless encampments. Here's proof of it.
I didn't say that they didn't have. I said it wouldn't surprise me if they had homeless encampments. That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because like Denver's gotten like giga expensive. Of course.
Apparently, it's a war crime if we don't help them, but if we denied them at the border, it wouldn't have been an issue.
I mean, both of them would have been an issue under current law. That's the problem. We have to change the law. But the problem is the conversation isn't about changing the asylum law. The problem is that the like mainstream Republican Party is more concerned with still arguing in 2024 about the wall, more interested in talking about the mass deportation of over like tens of millions of people.
They want to get rid of people that are asking for free food and showers.
Well, let's make them U.S. citizens and let's have them pay into the tax base,
so
and then
US citizens asking for free food and showers. That would be better. I forgot. Sorry.
Well, it would give them the ability to like work in the United States.
They can work in the United States. They do it under minimum wage. They're a second-class citizen. We've created a second-class citizen.
Every single thing that I'm going to point to here is like there might be a problem with homeless migrants in Denver. I don't know a lot about this. I don't know if the majority of the homeless people in Denver are migrants or not. It sounds like this group is all migrants. But here's the thing. What I would point towards is like, well, the reason that they're here in the first place is because we have an asylum process that has been in place for a very long time that nobody seems, well, actually the Democrats recently have started talking about like specifically the asylum law. Republicans, that's not the conversation they want to have. They want to have the conversation about the border wall and deporting a bunch of people. But like the problem is they're here because of the law that we had in place. We are not able to deal with that in the way that we ought to, right? Because of the way that the law is set up and the way that we process all these people. We should find a different way to deal with asylum claims. We should find a different way to process these people, a different way to like work that out, and it would lead to more people being turned away at the border. But these people are here now. Unless we want to go through SS style, kicking in people's doors and dragging them out and pulling them to the other side of the country so that we can deport them, that like sure, fine, but like this is going to be like an unbelievable measure. Like it is an absolutely ungodly logistical nightmare to go into every city and every community in the United States and go papers please and then handcuff as many people as possible and
fuck? Why
millions.
do you guys always go to Nazis? You know what the Democrat solution was for this?
What was it? Gas chambers? What?
Starve.
Are you talking about in Denver?
Yes.
I'm not talking about Denver. I'm talking about the entire United States. I'm talking about the
Democrat owned.
The Democrats in Denver, Colorado, are not the federal government. Denver is a landlocked state with no borders to any other nation. What I'm talking about, states are not. They're not the ones that enforce border security. That is the responsibility of the federal government. That's one of the big contentions that we've had over the past couple of years. And yes, I agree that this might be a big issue, but there are ways that we can deal with the issue that we have of all the people that have come in. And there's also a way that we can reduce the amount of people that have come that are coming in, right? We should reduce the amount of people that are falsely claiming asylum. They're economic migrants. They're not seeking asylum, right? So that's point number one, probably the biggest thing that we can do. And number two, we have all of these people that are already here. And it seems like, at least in Denver, we have this homeless issue. One of the things that we should probably do is at least give them work permits in the United States. Yeah, the housing issue is probably a really big deal. But hold on, I'm just responding to everything that you said. When it comes to the housing things, this isn't going to be something that the federal government, unless you again want to explain to me the logistics of rounding up literally millions and millions of people to deport them, go through all of the legal challenges that all of them and large migrant orgs in the United States are going to bring. So it's going to stall that. They're going to just be put into camps in limbo waiting for one side or the other to win, right? The amount of legal costs that are going to go into this on each individual case, the amount of manpower that we're going to have to scrounge up to go door to door to find people. I don't know what the logistics behind this are, but if we want to go on a mass deportation thing, sure. But this is just a non-feasible thing.
It's not really. When people say, do you know what mass deportation is?
When I listen to Republican lawmakers and pundits talk about it, it's grabbing as many people and deporting them as possible. The Republican National Convention, their little signs on one side it said Trump, Vance, and the other side said mass deportation now. This is what the Republicans. This is what the Republicans.
No, you got me. They have signs.
No, it's what they expressly. It's what the politicians are actively pushing for. It's what they explicitly say that they want.
No, I get it. They have the signs. It's over.
Oh my God! See, you're triggering the out of me, and I love you, but I'm about to get really mean because if we want to talk about the signs, then yeah, I can actually point towards the actual politicians of the Republican Party and the things that they say that they want to do with the illegal population that's already in the United States, which is mass deportation now. Get ICE to kick in doors and raid workplaces. Yeah, we could talk about that. Things that Trump is literally done. By the way, I don't even have to talk in hypotheticals. It's literally a policy that he tried to push as hard as he could while he was in office. And then we can look at the Democrats who are talking you want to talk about open borders, find me the signs at the Democratic No, shut the up. You've triggered the out of me. So now I'm starting to get mean. All right. I will get nice immediately after I finish this point. So we can look at the DNC and we don't see open borders literally anywhere. We don't see open borders in any speech at the DNC. And there were dozens of speakers of from as far left as AOC and Bernie Sanders to the farther right side of the aisle in the Democratic Party of billionaires. Literally nobody's talking about open borders. You can't show me a bill that they have put forward that's going to have us swing open our gates and just let anybody that wants to come in. You can't point to that with the Democrats, but I can point towards the level mass deportation thing that you're saying is so ridiculous that I brought up. I can actually point to the actual politicians that said those things. Okay, I'm sorry. I got triggered. I love you to death. I really do. But holy shit, you can't say the signs like that and then pretend like that's not an actual policy that the Republican Party wants to push.
No, there's a reason why we're a republic. I'm not going to disagree with you if the average Republican voter is an idiot, just like how I wouldn't disagree with you if the average Democrat voter is an idiot. we elect representatives to elect representatives, so that way hopefully we get a couple layers from the idiocy. But all I'm gonna say, no, not all. I've got multiple points.
Yeah, you can. I'll let you speak. I just laid into you, but
first off, the Democrat Party is now becoming the one that's hard on immigration. As the Democrat Party has now released things like you will not enter the United States for 5 years if you lie to us, which I'm in complete support of. The other thing is like the Democrat Party kept a bunch of the Republican era immigration policies in place, and so it's really weird to me that we're gonna sit there and attack the Republicans when the Democrats are also doing the same bullshit.
Really quick, just on that, I even in the debate, I opened up by saying that the Democrats have been too soft on the issue for too long, right? I agree with you on that. They've taken a harsher stance on illegal immigration. So why would I you were the one that was bringing up the open borders thing, but now you're saying that the Democrats are being harder on immigration, which I agree with. They are being harder.
Yeah, no, last year they have been harder on immigration. Biden has done that.
Yes, and the point that I'm trying to make, right, is that when you brought up open borders and you brought up specific lawmakers, again, you're not going to find some kind of policy that they're pushing for or anything like that that shows that this is an open border policy. Open borders, at least to me, means that if you come in here, then we will grant you citizenship and we'll take everyone that comes in, and we're not going to deport anybody.
You know what Obama did?
One of his executive actions, I don't remember which one it was, but it was the foundation for the loophole that has led to this. Yes. And he was also a massive deporter as well.
I think it was denied, by the way, but he was, what was it? What did he call those people? The children of illegals or something.
DACA.
Yeah, it was DACA.
The Dreamers, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know where you're getting this when the Democrats have in the past pushed things like DACA and stuff.
Well, DACA
and I do think that Democrats have gone harder on board. What?
That's not open borders, though.
Hold on.
What do you? Well, hold on, really quick. What do you think DACA
No, it was
is?
the Dreamers. It was the Dreamers Act.
Yeah. DACA, deferred action for children.
Deferred action citizenship, something for Americans or whatever.
Or for children of immigrants or something. Yeah. But what do you think that does that equals open borders? Because it only
you come across the United States illegally and then we give you and your children citizenship, that sounds
that's not how DACA worked. That's not how DACA worked. The only person that was given citizenship was the person that was or arguable the whole thing, right? But the only people that were given that were the young children, right? The people that were brought here, and it's not like they could have the mens rea to know that they're breaking the law. They're following their parents, right? Their parents weren't given those protections. Only the children were. Now, there were probably, depending on which administration was in charge, and I don't know off the top of my head because this is not a topic I've talked about in a very long time, but I'm pretty sure that under liberals, under the Democrats, they probably didn't want to split up those families. And Trump said that he wanted to split up those families. The DACA thing is doesn't have anything to do with open borders though. That's a really, really hairy issue to figure out.
What do you mean? Republicans are screeching about back then. Because exactly what you said. Do we split up the children and the parents, or do we let the parents live here from now on? Because it'd be also very sketchy and not great if we took children in and put them in
little camps like Trump did, yeah, with no toothpaste.
No, it wasn't like Trump. Obama did that too.
Okay,
Trump
the difference between, again, the camps themselves were not the problem, and that became the talking point. But the problem was the splitting of the families and the extended amount of time that they were like holding people there, and then also like all of the leaked correspondence that the people in charge of like creating the whole policy coming out and them talking about like, well, we don't bother with buying soap because like, do they really even need toothpaste and soap? Like that sort of thing probably led to like really bad optics too. But like it was the treatment of the people within those camps and how long that they were being held there, and it gave off like really dystopian, like even.
No, I mean,
even
I will
now.
agree that the camps weren't that bad when Obama was president, but the second that Trump became president, they were a really horrific thing.
Okay, Sieg, did you hear any of the things that like probably were like definitely worse under Trump in terms of like the moral like state of things, like in terms of them like arguing whether or not like the children deserve to get like soap and toothpaste?
Hold on, if Red gets to come in here freely, I get Doghouse.
Oh shit, I didn't even know
And
the
he's
Doghouse
probably
was
gonna
running.
gang up and ass rape me too, but it'll be fun. If he does,
Yeah, we can bring him in. We can bring him in.
yeah, we can get a
Doghouse.
4. We can get either a 2v2 or a 3v1.
I mean, I'll fight everyone on this. Like, I don't know what position I'm being attacked on at this point. Like, because like I feel like we're jumping all over the place. Because on some parts of this, we're going to be talking about like federal laws that we need to do. On some of it, it's going to be like some of the stuff that we're talking about is issues at the local level, right? And then some of this is going to be like the feasibility of different federal actions, but then we keep on like using the feasibility of the federal actions to talk about the localities, and it's just like something that like I don't even know where we're at in the conversation anymore.
Hey, really quickly, I just wanted to say one thing.
Yeah.
So Trump, the issue with Trump versus Obama is not the child detainment centers. Child detainment centers are a necessary part of a border because orphans come up. Unaccompanied minors are a problem, and they're a minor problem. There's very few of them. What Trump did is he passed a law that said, or he did an executive order changing it so that if you go up, your family gets divided. The parents go to a jail and the children go to jail. And that caused a huge influx of children into the orphan camps. And then all these orphan kids, then they got overwhelmed. Temporary facilities got built. Tons of them got raped because companies had to sprout out of nowhere and they didn't do background checks on their employees. Some of them got lost because it was such a debacle. It was a huge mess. I think only like a few years ago have we actually found all the kids that were separated from their parents. We have only recently like reunited them. That's the only thing I wanted to interject.
Okay.
Yeah, and I wanted to jump in here because I was listening to some of y'all's conversations.
Your mic is. Do you have a Scarlet TI or 2i2?
What do you mean it's? Let me
It's
just change it.
popping.
Give me 1 second.
It sounds like a loose cord.
I'm not ready to beat my forehead in, and your mic makes both of us want to beat your forehead in.
It sounds like a loose cord to me.
No, it sounds like
It sounds
again. Do you have the Scarlet
Here, I'll just switch
audio
it over to
interface?
sure. Okay, I switched. Does this sound better or worse?
Oh yes, that's perfect.
Okay, perfect. All right, yeah, I switched it over. I guess because I was doing voice meter aux output. I don't know.
Oh, that could be
Anyways,
it, yeah.
No, so I wanted to hit on the Denver thing. So the whole Denver thing, little did people know that it was because of the sanctuary, or it was because of the Operation Lone Star, which was when they shipped out a bunch of immigrants to Democrat cities. And so one of those cities was Denver. So Denver was like, oh crap, we're getting an influx of migrants. So they had to, oh, my daughter somehow got out of her playpen. Come here, baby girl. So basically, that's why they had to like open up all of these. You might hear my daughter in the background. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why they opened up those homeless shelters, was because these migrants got shipped over there with no resources, like in several other Democrat cities. Hold on, I'll be right back.
So like if what he's saying is real, then like it seems like the issue that I had with the shipping them off to New York City and stuff like that kind of holds there, because it seems like they're like specifically choosing places that do not have the capacity to like house any migrants, like a place like Denver, who has, again, like their housing costs have skyrocketed. It's like unbelievable since they legalized weed first. Like, it's been unreal how crazy things have gotten, like cost wise in Colorado, especially in the bigger cities. So like I don't know if that's necessarily a point to my argument, or if it's a point to yours. I guess we'll see when he gets back. But like, again, like the problem that I have is about like capacity. Okay, you're back. Okay, so are you saying that like there was like a massive influx in a very short amount of time into Denver, a place with notoriously high cost of living and a high cost of housing, and now we're like shocked Pikachu face that there's tent cities?
Basically, yeah. That's the whole thing. Is like that's what happened. Was everybody got shipped over to Denver? So Denver had to like, oh crap, we've got a massive influx of migrants. We've got to figure out where to house these people. And now what we're seeing is that some, now that the, Republicans have gotten in their talking points and they stopped shipping, migrants over to these Democrat cities, they're starting to shut down some of these temporary housing shelters and things like that. So,
yeah,
I want to make this.
Yeah, go for it, man.
I was gonna say, I want to also mention. I'm sorry, hold on. Let me go take care of my daughter real quick, all right? And then I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're fine, man. I'll just look at chat for a second.
You're good. You can read chat. It's been going on. It's been going quite rapidly.
Yeah, people are arguing pretty hardcore, but like, JMac, you keep on projecting and saying that I'm giving positions to conservatives that they don't have, and then arguing against that, and then saying that like I'm downplaying the how bad the Democrats' policies were. Literally, the entire conversation that I had in the panel, and then the entire conversation I'm having here is, I've never said that the Democrats had a better border policy than the Republicans. I never said that. It's just that I don't think that the way that the Republicans, since Trump got in office, I don't think that their policies are the way to go about it. I don't even know what the border policies of the Republican Party were pre-Trump, because I wasn't that close to like looking at the individually like policies of each. I was young. But it's not my comments. I literally responded to something that you said with what the Oh.
Okay.
Sondsol does
I'm
this
back.
thing that the left always does, take an issue and literally only discuss it in the component terms. For example, Sondsol won't put together DACA/DAPA along with multiple other legislative and executive actions that clearly signal that the Democrats want to increase immigration, and to date that the Democrats are comfortable with literally expanding illegal border crossing, i.e. opening the border. No, nobody's arguing for open borders. I agree that their border policies were not as strong as they probably should have been, or that like they could have been, even with their constituents. But they've changed course. Are we just going to like pretend that? Are we going to pretend that they haven't changed course? Are you going to like produce a clip of me saying that the Democrats had a better policy? I'm not sure who you're reading. Not my comments. I'm literally reading your comments. Okay, you know what? I'm not.
Can I read you the Trump platform too? Because I think this is something that like people are assuming based on his previous policies, but they're not actually looking at the literal verbatim "Make America Great Again" platform. Literally, that's what it is. And just want to let you know, guys, if you are a communist, Marxist, or socialist, they want you out of America. Literally, I am reading that verbatim from the actual policy position. I'm not making this up.
Can you link it to
Says
me so I can have it up on screen too?
Yeah, I'm gonna link it in chat.
Okay.
Yeah. That's really long, but yeah, I'll link this, which is probably a little bit better. And you can click on the link that says party platform here for anybody who wants a little bit of an easier link. This is what it says on page number 8. Strict vetting. Republicans will use existing federal law to keep foreign Christian-hating communists, Marxists, and socialists out of America. Those who join our country must love our country. We use extreme vetting to ensure that jihadists and jihadist sympathizers are not admitted. What does that sound like, Sondsol?
Hold on. Which
Strict vetting, number
Strict vetting.
4.
Republicans will use existing federal law to keep foreign Christian-hating communists, Marxists, and socialists out of America. Those who join our country must love our country. We'll use extreme vetting to ensure that jihadists and jihadist sympathizers are not admitted.
What does that sound like to you? Does that sound like a familiar policy that they tried to implement in like 2016?
Listen, dude, like really quick. It's just like, see, where are we at in our conversation? What are we even arguing about? Because oh, is he still here?
I'm here. I'm just shutting up. I'm just sitting here.
Oh, okay. Because
I'm
just
jiggling my
before
feet.
I don't want to go too far out and like cuck our entire discussion, because I don't even know what we're like arguing about anymore. Like we're just like bringing up like each granular point, and then like one of us would have a problem with the granular point. What is the overall
my
issue?
problem is how you say unrestricted immigration is good for the economy.
If
I
that's
think
what
it's
the
bad for the
argument,
economy.
if that's what the argument's been about, we've been arguing about nothing, because I've never said unrestricted immigration is good. And I've never believed that. There obviously has to be restrictions on immigration. Even when I was a socialist arguing with the Nazis, I said that there has to be some like basic levels of restriction for national security reasons, for like having them come in at an acceptable rate. But like the issue is, again, the issue that I have when I have the conversations is that we're arguing about the economic aspect of it on the baseline level. Like the economic aspect, like more immigration, more bodies does equal a better economy. But it does, and I've said this a million times, like it does matter on the rate of people coming in and the ability for like each like individual community to support those people with services and goods, with housing, et cetera, with jobs. Like those are the sorts of things that like we would have to like slow it down to an acceptable level to accommodate for, right? But when we're talking about the border, there's a lot of people coming over, and the issue isn't that like the illegal immigrants are destroying the economies of these states, right? Because Texas, one of the biggest, border crossing areas in the entire border, right, has one of the biggest economies in the world, right? I think they're like the number 3 economy in the United States, right? Right behind, I think it's New York, California, and then Texas. And then number 5, I think, is Florida. I don't remember who 4 is. But like the places that are having these immigrants go into aren't having their economies destroyed. There might be some issues with like housing prices. That might be something to consider. But the problem isn't that. The problem is like a social issue, right? Like we would, in order for it to like economically harm people, right, we would have to see a massive wave of immigration that all stayed in one place. But these people are filtering out into different places. Now, should they be here in the first place? That's the arguable part. That's the part where we say, all right, is this like a legitimate asylum claim? Is this not a legitimate asylum claim? Should this person go through like the regular channels of immigration? Or should they, are they like entitled to amnesty, or I'm sorry, asylum, right? When I talk about like giving mass amnesty or like incorporating these people back into the United States, there's a lot of different ways. I don't know if I necessarily would 100% support just like blanket immunity from everything. Like there's things that we could do where they work towards getting their citizenship. But like at the point that we're at right now, we have a bunch of people who are undocumented, who might not even have a work permit, depending on how they crossed. And it would be better for us economically. It's not like they're necessarily directly harming us, but there are issues with how many people came across, right? And the locations that they're being sent to. So like what we should probably do is incorporate them into the tax base, right? Have them pay into state and federal taxes because they're not paying into those right now if they're completely undocumented, or if they're—
That is a lie. They are paying into them.
Like if there's sales tax or like property taxes like that, right? But I'm
Nope.
talking about like for federal,
Income tax.
unless they fake a social security card.
Nope.
How do you pay into income tax if you don't have a social security number?
Well, I worked as a tax accountant for a while, and I'll tell you this. It turns out the IRS doesn't give a if they have a social or not. They just have to pay
Probably
income
don't have the
tax.
ability to like go after someone because the IRS is one of the most notoriously underfunded and like constantly.
No, most federal agencies don't work with each other like the way people think they do.
Well,
A lot of
that's not even-
illegals
that's-
pay income
yeah.
tax, and they don't give their social or anything.
Well, that should be something that they can enforce, right? Like legally, like, hey, how are you? You know,
Yeah, there. I want to mention this too, Sondsol. The idea about them paying their taxes has to do with them trying to hope that by doing that they'll be able to gain citizenship better. And I'm reading this article real quickly here. It says various attempts at comprehensive immigration reform legislation over the last decade, including the Gang of Eight bill, have included provisions like good moral character and paying back taxes as requirements for obtaining legalization. A provable history of paying taxes is seen as one way to show good faith, should such a bill ever pass. So, you know, them paying it is a way that hopefully they're able to be in good graces with the United States at some point to be able to.
It's that, and it's also one less federal agency that you piss off. Considering that the IRS or every federal agency has their own police enforcement, including the post office.
sure.
So, you know, not pissing off the federal agency that took down a literal mafia is a really great start.
1 second.
Yeah, so
So
there's
if
some
they-
interesting. Yeah.
They might. Okay, so there's an ITIN, the individual taxpayer identification number that they could have. But like, if you're completely undocumented, how do you pay into income tax if you don't have either a work permit or a social security number?
Well, that's easy. You either file a tax form with the IRS, and then you tell them how much you made, and they go, okay, you owe us this much in taxes. Your company can do it for you, which is how which happens a lot from normal Americans.
Yeah.
Or
But like my understanding, and this is how like every illegal immigrant that I've ever met, because I lived in Houston, Texas, you're not gonna not interact with people who are undocumented. None of them, they all had to like either like get a fake or a dead person's social security number in order to get a job at a company that has more than X amount of employees.
Well, that's not the right way though, right? I mean, that's the thing is that like when you look at how illegal immigrants work, I mean, there's several different ways in which they could work.
Sure,
One of
sure.
those is the whole fake social security number, which is pretty illegal, obviously. And
Yeah.
it would not help if they were to do that to be in good graces. And should they get deported, it's like, bro, you did this.
Yeah, the
if they're trying,
ITIN right here, it seems like if someone were to like come over and then overstay their visa, like they would probably still have one of these, and that's how they would be paying into that. Like I don't
Well,
doubt that
that's
there's
a
like
different agency is the answer. And also the agency would go after the company, not the illegal immigrant, which is to try to dissuade companies from hiring illegals.
right.
It's a different agency. The IRS doesn't give a in fact, the IRS, if you steal something, as long as you report it, how much you stole,
oh yes,
the IRS will go, okay, you owe us this much in taxes, and as long as you pay what you stole in taxes, the IRS doesn't give a shit.
that's called the Al Capone treatment right there. That's a fun one because Al Capone didn't report how much he stole or something like that, and so the IRS came after him for tax fraud or something, tax evasion. I forgot what it was. It was one of
and
the
that's
two.
why the IRS took down the mafia.
Yeah, it's pretty wild stuff, but yeah.
Okay, so do we have any further disagreements? Like I've not made the claim that mass immigration, like unfettered, boundless immigration is a good thing. I don't know where I've literally and if there is a clip of me saying it, if I misspoke, give it to me and I'll I will sit down and I will grovel at your feet, asking for forgiveness. But I've never made that claim before in my entire life. I of course recognize that there's limits on these things, which is why I was pointing towards limits in certain locales. Probably some places can handle way more immigration than other places. Like New York probably can't handle as much as Houston, Texas, because Houston, Texas is a giant, barely developed city that doesn't even have public transportation. So
Well, it
yeah.
doesn't have public transportation. And it does, but it doesn't have public transportation because of just how large it is. For anybody who isn't aware of Houston, we have three major
we could do it
loops.
if we gave a
Nah,
fuck.
man, nah, because we technically Houston proper has public transportation, but that's neither here nor there. All I'm saying,
Even
is,
the metro buses, I've known one person in my entire life that used them, and they're just not reliable, and there's not enough of them. But when it comes to I'm in DC now, and dude, it is so based being able to just jump on the metro, not having to drive literally everywhere. Partly because I can't believe I'm saying this, Texas roads were so much better than the roads over here. Oh my God, it is unreal. I don't understand them.
brother.
We had feeder roads in Houston. They don't have feeder roads anywhere else.
Ouch.
They don't have those. There is no.
And the problem is we're talking about a clash of. It turns out a single policy isn't by itself. Well, we talked about in theory,
broader policy, sure, yeah.
But multiple policies go into place and so forth. And with public roads or public transportation especially, the truth is we don't have good public transportation in America because most people hate public transportation in America. And guess what?
A couple
your
of things.
Your state or your old state and my state are the two highest states for car debt, monthly payment.
Well, here's
I
the
think
thing,
the average person in my state is $1,200 in truck payment.
I don't think it's because we hate public transportation. I think we learned to hate public transportation because in other places, they already had these massively built out cities that were already fairly dense, like London and Paris and places like that. But in the United States, outside of the East Coast, you didn't really have these already developed, highly dense cities in the United States. And then the car was invented, and then it was really easy to get around different places. And so we developed with the car, whereas everybody else was developing places that couldn't accommodate cars as easily, like London,
Sondsol, I have to say this. Okay, when it comes to public transportation, the reason why it's hard to get any kind of federal public transportation across the board is because of just how unique each region is. Now you're probably like, Doghouse, that's the most clear cut take, obviously. But no, what I mean by that is for example, in Houston, there is a common. Well, for example, in Houston, a lot of people would say that wherever metro, for anyone who's not aware, I'm not sure this is a common term used. Metro is the busing. Anywhere metro goes usually turns to crap. And they're not entirely wrong. Because some of the areas that metro reaches are also known as some of the worst parts of town. And so that's the kind of sentiment that's built with that. But then if you go to New York where they have subways, well, then you have a unique issue where subways kind of attract some of the, I don't want to say less desirables, but I've kind of already said it.
But it's it's the common usage of it, right? The more people that use it on a regular basis, there's probably going to be the more people, the more likely there's going to be crazy people that jump on them, right? New York couldn't avoid that because they're already so dense that building out tons of highways and expanding lanes and stuff like we do in Houston, that doesn't help with the traffic. That was just not a feasible thing over in New York City, but in Houston you could just expand instead of building up and super developing the areas that have already been built on. And also like, yeah, like some people hate public transportation. Listen, I came from a state that mostly had, I came from Houston, Texas. I mostly drove everywhere I went, and I hated it compared to like now when I can like jump on the train, make my way into DC proper, go get like stupid drunk, slightly sober up so I don't puke on the metro, and then make my way back home without having to like pay for an Uber or having to, like get someone to cuck their fun because we need a DD. Like I like the metro. Okay.
I'm waiting for a Sondsol bail. I'm waiting for a Sondsol bail fund right now because he's gonna get a PI charge. Okay,
True.
that's what I'm waiting for.
I mean, truth is I think public transit is superior. It's just hard for you to explain that to Americans because Americans don't even like sitting next to each other.
Yeah.
Let
I
alone
know.
like explain
It's
to your
attitudes.
girlfriend, like, hey, you might have some really random weird guy masturbating right next to you and you just ignore the shit out of that. Like that stuff's, even if it only happens once every like 10 years, that stuff's enough for most Americans to be like, I'm just gonna drive a car. That's not worth
like
it.
I understand like part of it's like the attitudes and the culture around the like we already have like this preconception around what public transport is supposed to be. It's for the poor, and so like nobody wants to be seen on the public transport. Like I'm talking about like the perception that I have of like how people think of it from Texas, right? But like here, like DC is a very, very populated area, right? And the metros are very clean. People aren't crazy on these metros. I was on the subway in New York and I did see a couple of weird ass things happen, right? In the 3 days that I was there. But again, it's like the quantity of people using it and the culture around public transportation and the perceptions of it and the use case of it. And there's a lot of people in DC that love to take the metro, and it's, even though it's packed sometimes, it's not too horrible to, use, and it's not gross, and it's not like there's screaming, hobos, getting in your face and threatening you. On average, like that might happen, but it hasn't happened to me yet in the month and a half that I've been here. Yeah. Anyways. Anything else? Because I'm about to get triggered by chat again.
I have nothing I want to say other than check out that graphic. I don't know if you saw it or not.
Oh yeah. Do you want to plug that thing really quick?
Sure, I can. Yeah. So guys, me, Sondsol, Demon Machine, and Tiberius D are all pairing up, and we are doing a show called The Political Compass. The idea behind The Political Compass is that every single one of us on this show have found that we're a little bit irritated with the state of politics and the lack of reasonableness that's in these politics. So what we've decided to do is kind of have a show, and the main show would be, I'm gonna be hosting it on my channel, and everybody can kind of jump in as they feel. It will not be really so much a debate panel. We're not going to have random guests every single time. It's going to be the main core group of us, which would be me, Sondsol, Demon Machine, and Tiberius D. We'll also have Wes, who will also be included on this. And as you might imagine, the Political Compass, you're like, wow, Doghouse, that's a lot of people. Well, the idea is that you have every single one of us from the political spectrum. So we have Demon Machine, who's on the right, me, who's center right. The idea is Tiberius D is center. Sonsol's our lib, and then Wes is our lefty. So it's kind of bringing in everybody from literally every single aisle of the political spectrum. But also didn't want to call it the political spectrum because I felt like that would have been a little bit a little interesting. So anyways, but yeah, that's going to be hosted Saturday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And your boy Sondsol over here will be on it at some point, whether it's this Saturday or not. I will announce the lineup every week, probably on Monday or Tuesday on Twitter. So yeah.
All right. Catch you later. And see, really quick before I jump out, I'm sorry if I blew up on you, but like I'm starting to get like super triggered when people start talking about the like this is what this side believes and this is what this side believes, and I get super frustrated. I need to like calm down on it because I don't want to like piss anybody off or make anyone like ruin any relationships, which is why I usually don't debate with people that I like on stream. But yeah, I still love you, and I'm sorry that I went off the rails at you. But yeah.
Well, all I'll say is, I value friendships based on our opinions and stuff, and I don't hold them so dear to heart that, like, if you believe in something different than me, it cuts the ties or whatever.
Wait, I'm sorry. What cuts ties? Are we cutting ties?
No, I said if you believe in something different than me,
Oh,
it's
okay.
gonna cut ties. I don't cut ties because we believe in different shit.
Yeah, no,
And
I generally don't either.
I'm sorry, but you're an ex-Bernie supporter.
Yeah.
That means that you believe in open borders and you're a communist. I'm sorry. Bye.
Catch you later. Sondsol hates kittens. So true. Man, you guys are still losing it. J-Mac, can you concisely, in 1 or 2 sentences, explain what your issue with what I've been arguing is, so I can see if it's even worth inviting you on stream? Where am I wrong? Where am I horrible? Where am I a lying little lib? They're not to be used for DACA and deferred action for I don't know what DAPA is, for parental arrivals, where a president at one moment acknowledges no constitutional or legislative authority to act, and then backtracks and issues an EO because Congress won't enact a law that he wants. That's the entire reason why there have been so many executive orders in the past 30 years, is because Congress won't act. It's the DREAM Act that Obama signed? Yeah, Dreamers and DACA are the same thing, are they not? Are these two things not the same thing? They're about the same thing. Oh, this still hasn't been signed. So DACA is this, but it's an executive order, essentially. All right. What are we going into now? Technically, executive orders have been down recently, but I can't tell you why / if executive orders were culturally different back in the day. Well, it's not just like culturally, it's just like the pragmatic reason why more EOs have been passed. I think that executive orders by president. Jesus Christ, Dwight D. Eisenhower, Truman, 907. Is that really total orders? Holy Ulysses S. Grant was the first one to break triple digits. Woodrow Wilson with the 1800. FDR with the 3700. Let me see here. I'm just curious. Well, maybe they haven't like exploded, but I was under the impression that's something that I've always heard. Man, I wish this would just go away. Damn. Oh, go away. And what does this column? Average per year. Jesus. In 4 years, Trump almost matched the amount of executive actions that Barack Obama did. Most important is that you took a comprehensive conclusory statement like Democrats want open borders and then dug into the component parts of immigration policy, and for each component you wanted to argue that the specific component by itself doesn't support the claim that Democrats want open borders. However, the claim being made wasn't that just one single component supported the comprehensive claim. What does open borders mean to you? What does open borders mean to you? Still high? I mean, like, even with three, that's 1,000 per term. A little over 1,000 per term. The average per year was 307. Like, that's a lot. Yeah, well, the DACA situation is a lot more hairy to me. And, like, it is a lot more hairy. And when it comes to, like, a lot of it wasn't just, like, the new arrivals, right? It was, like, people born after a certain year, right? It allows some individuals who, on June 15, 2012, were physically present in the United States with no lawful immigration status after entering the country as children at least 5 years earlier to receive a renewable 2-year period of deferred action from deportation. Yeah, because why would we want to, like, have, you know, hundreds of thousands up to like a million, like million plus people who we spent all of this tax money educating, training, and then ship them off to some other country when the only place that they've ever known is the US. The parental one is probably a little bit harder to defend, but like, yeah. But let's see here. The issue, no, blah, blah, blah. The number issued alone isn't that big a deal. I see it like the only reason I brought up the executive orders thing is because like my understanding, like based off of like even in class, like when I'm like my political science class, like political science 101, and then like government class that I had to take, like 2 of those like specifically talked about. So I don't know why they said that when the amount of executive orders doesn't seem to be like necessarily increasing year over year. I thought it was for the past 30 years, but it seems like it's not actually that crazy. Although like we can see that like with Biden, the amount of executive orders is lower because of his stated goal of wanting to legislate through the legislative branch instead of the executive branch, which was like the ultimate point of the argument that I was making. It's just I was arguing a point tangential and wrong. Well, the New Deal, I thought that was like a set of policies. I didn't know if they were executive orders because like that's not what anything that I've like looked into before. In terms of like World War II history, like the American side of things is not what I know a lot about, unfortunately. The rise of extremism was the part that I was interested in. Block Trump's attempt to undo DACA. Well, yeah, because like, again, like, are we a heartless, like evil country that is like hates children? And are we a stupid country that will spend hundreds or like tens of thousands of dollars over the course of a child's lifetime to educate them and, you know, get them ready to work in our workforce only for us to deport them to a country that didn't have to spend all of that money to train and educate them? Like, I just don't understand why we would want that. Yeah, I know, like DACA is in danger, but they haven't shot it down yet. It was to note that a massive expansion of governmental power, New Deal, necessitated a high number of executive orders to implement those new laws. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know why, like I want to know more about like different processes in our government and stuff. That's why I'm going to college to learn these things. But like the idea that like I've learned multiple times in several classes, 3 different like distinct classes with 3 different professors where they've talked about like the rise of executive orders, and then I see this makes me like wonder if I was missing something or if there was something that I don't know. Yeah. I would rather us legislate through Congress and the Senate through Congress than executive orders, because like those can just be like undone. It doesn't require consensus. It can just be, swapped. It doesn't lead to like a stable set of rules for the country, right? Which is what I like most want is stability. If we don't have stability, then we don't have much of anything. So. Do you have a clip of Sondsol saying immigration? Hold on, Seek. It's not immigration growing the economy, because I did say that. Unfettered, open borders, no restrictions, whatever the like anything even approximating those things. But I, of course, say that immigration grows the economy because nobody disagrees with that. It was unconstitutional abuse of executive authority, not because we're heartless. Do you think that we should pass the DREAM Act then to replace the executive order? Like, are you in support of the actual like policy, just not the way it was enacted? Like, I'm curious. Because the DREAM Act and DACA seems like a no-brainer. It does. It seems like a no-brainer. Yeah, if you weren't heartless, you replace it with something else first, and not threaten to deport literally all. Yeah. No, I've literally said, like, please give me the clip. If I said the wrong thing, then please. But literally the entire time that I've been talking, this entire stream, including the panel, I think that I've been arguing the same point that I've been arguing this entire time. Okay. I didn't watch this clip. We'll watch this clip and then we'll watch something else. Okay, guys?
To kind of preface this is where I was kind of like falling asleep there, is that Jesus the Druid, I might have a degree in STEM, but econ just makes me tired. To kind of preface this.
I forgot about that. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Why do I have this open? Okay. I don't know where that came from. Wait, did I close out his platform?
But I don't know that.
1 second. Sieg, again, now that you're back from commercial, I just want to make it clear. It's not that I obviously think that immigration grows the economy, because that's what data like lends me to believe. It's the other claims around that, like the idea that I ever advocated for open borders, like the idea that like I said that like the things I had problems with were, number one, I don't support open borders and never have, and number two, I don't think that immigration causes it. Like I don't think there's a direct correlation or causation between immigrants entering the country and price of food or, you know, stuff like that going up. Okay, we need to move on. Okay? I cannot believe like immigration is. Are you talking to me? No, I was responding to Sig. Yeah, I will grovel. But again, if I don't think that I've literally ever said that. Like, I might have said something crazy, some crazy stupid shit like that in the past, but like even back then I was arguing for like obviously reasonable, you know. Well, you'll have to get that clip first. Oh, that sounds like a you problem, not a me problem, because I'm not going to need to grovel. All right, okay, let's see what Mr. Tim Pool has to say. Actually, why don't we just like watch the actual video?
They
Let's
know
see
it.
what he has to say.
But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is.
He's so mad, dude. Jesus Christ, he's so unbelievably mad. Over what?
Is our enemy being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies.
I like. In what way? What like? What action have they taken against us that like would make us think that they're an enemy? Like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. It's so wild, the total flip between the parties regarding the U.S. military. Well, like the Democrat Party is moderating in a lot of the way that they. 1 second. They're moderating a lot, especially under Biden, when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to quite a few things, like the economic things, like they're much more pro-capitalist and much more pro-small and big business, depending on which big business. They're also very antitrust, or very pro-antitrust. I don't know how to say it correctly, but like one of the biggest critiques I had, like as I moved out of being a socialist into being a liberal, it was the Democrats' policies on, you know, our foreign policy and on our economic policies in some areas. But like at the end of the day, like they're moving towards that area of, they're moving right in economics, and they're moving right on immigration. They're moving right on the military. Why? Because situations have changed. The world stage is much different than it was. Yeah, and the constituency changed. It's weird how like the policies of the Democrats change according to how their constituents vote, huh? If they want to get more people from the middle, then they're going to move more towards the middle. And the Republicans, they make it really easy to not have to cater to the far left faction, because they keep on putting in Trump, and nobody on the left likes Trump. And a lot of lefties are willing to hold their nose and vote for him or just like abstain. Like, funny, when Romney posited the very same geopolitical and foreign policy stance, these same people, they didn't change, condemned Romney and claimed that the 1980s wanted their foreign policy back. It's funny. That was in 2012, and we're in 2024. And in 2012, Russia was not doing the kinds of actions that they started doing in, 2014. Well, when Romney was positing these things, I assume that you're talking about during his presidential run, which was in 2012, yeah? Like, things changed since he ran for president. Now, Obama's policy towards Russia in 2014 was atrocious. His foreign policy when it came to the Middle East was atrocious. You're not going to catch me defending that. I've never, I don't think I've ever said that the foreign policy of Obama was better than of Biden's. And Trump's foreign policy was dog shit, but I wouldn't say it was better or worse than Obama's. I'm not sure. The rest of the world just kind of laughed at him a lot and didn't like him very much. But it's gone largely unacknowledged other than to commit us to specific scenarios rather than restating a commitment to U.S. leadership in the world. Wait, what are you talking about? That was like one of the biggest things that Biden ran on. That's one of the biggest things that we're doing. Like, we're taking the lead on like multinational operations, like in the Red Sea, bombing the fuck out of the Houthis. We're taking the lead on shipping stuff to Ukraine and helping them. Like, the U.S. has like re-put itself into a position of leadership in the world under Biden, where like world leaders were like immediately like, man, I can't trust this Trump guy to be there when we need him there. Like, unless it's like we can't trust him as much as we could trust previous presidents. Sondsol wants to bomb Luffy. True. Okay, let me help my girlfriend, then we'll watch this clip. Maybe we'll watch the whole video. Where he applauded himself with having the foresight to see Russia preparing to invade and literally did nothing about it. What are you talking? He did nothing about it. There's probably things that we could have done that were riskier than the actions that he took that he didn't take, like putting U.S. troops in Ukraine to deter any kind of incursion, because if Russia attacked and we had U.S. troops there, then it would be like a whole thing. Like, that's something that I heard some people say. I don't know what the ramifications of that would be, but like, what else would you have him do? Like, the things that he did was try to stop it from happening in the first place by negotiating. When that didn't work and Russia did invade, they slapped the roughest sanctions in world history on them, and their economy's struggling, and because their economy is struggling so bad, they are offering people like, I think it's like, man, the pay for being a Russian soldier right now is ridiculous, but like, it's better than the alternative of trying to find a job in Russia. So he delayed the sanctions, explicitly rejected Ukraine's request for sanctions and weapons before the invasion. I don't remember Ukraine requesting us to do anything like that. I think that they kept on saying they're not going to invade. Everybody needs to calm down, because they were trying to, like, the reason that they probably didn't put sanctions on at the beginning is because, like, if they put sanctions on then Russia, like, they're already getting, so why wouldn't they try and go through with what they were going to do in the first place? Like, you probably say, like, if you do this, this will happen. Not, okay, here's a bunch of sanctions before we even like have confirmation that you are going to do this, right? If you like, also, I don't think that the oligarchs in Russia are getting richer. I don't think they have the capability. Like, if anything, they got poorer because so many of their assets were seized overseas. Yeah, like, Russia was like, did not expect everybody to start sounding alarm bells, but like the Biden administration started screaming it from the rooftops as soon as they found out in December of that year, right? And everybody was calling them lunatics for assuming World War III, you know? Like, for 2 months leading up to the invasion, they were like sounding the alarm bells and saying, Putin, don't do it. Preemptive sanctions against Russia, arguing that would force Putin to rethink his decision to invade if the attack was indeed unavoidable. Zelensky argued that U.S. should flood weapons into Ukraine, including the anti-aircraft systems, fighter jets, and heavy artillery needed to prevent Russian forces from overrunning the country. Harris rejected both suggestions, according to the Ukrainian officials in the room. I mean, again, like, you're looking back at this as if you know that they knew exactly what would happen with every single decision. But like either any of those would be could they deter him from invading? That's possible, but it also could make him just like even angrier, right? It could have escalated things when they were trying to de-escalate things, right? Like you can look back with like 2020 vision, right? For like the criticism isn't that approving X or Y would have deterred. Well, isn't that what is the criticism then? Damn it, I don't like accepting cookies from every single random Sputnik news organization. I don't know what's the point of this? Rotted Prince. Why do I know that name? Is that Biden didn't show leadership and literally stood by and aside as Putin invaded. Wait, hold on. What are you talking about? The Biden administration was literally trying to start talks with Russia. They were like active in the situation. They were working with other Western leaders that might have had a better rapport with Putin than Biden did. I don't need to get into this with you. Like you're it's not that you're necessarily right or necessarily wrong. It's just that you're like stating things that like none of us were disagreeing. Yeah, but like here's the thing. I'm not making a claim that it would or wouldn't, or like the thing is, any of the actions that you talked about, right, could have led to increased aggression, right, when they were trying to avoid that. So their policy seems pretty reasonable in my opinion, but if the plan is to try and stop it from ever happening in the first place, right, they don't want to like escalate things, but they're also like giving warnings about what they'll do if it does escalate. And everybody was looking to the U.S. because it was our intel that was giving all this information, and we were the ones that were like leading sounding the alarm bells and working with other nations and telling Putin, like, I don't know, like what, like this just seems like a criticism with no like basis for any other, like you don't have any frame of reference. You're just like saying things. That's the problem. Okay, let me see here.
And they know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong, I know.
They're the ones that got invaded. They're the ones. They invaded Ukraine from the north, the east, and the south. And the only reason that they've kept inside of their borders up to this point is because we were tying their hands behind their back and expecting them to defend themselves against what was thought to be the second strongest military in the world. Does Tim pull numbers? He's one of the largest political YouTubers in the world. Yeah, he's like I wouldn't be surprised if he was in the top 3. He's a massive YouTuber, yes.
You've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict.
Nord Stream, wait, hold on. No, minimize. News. Is my internet crashing? What the Volodymyr Z, keeping with German privacy laws, left the country before Polish authorities could detain him. 1 second. And it was blown up when? September 26th. Gotcha. A diving school in Kyiv? But like, wait, hold on. Let me just make sure that it doesn't accidentally dox me. Isn't Kyiv a landlocked
city? Where are you diving in Kyiv? Maybe in the river here, but is that really good diving water? A river? Sorry, it's not the point of the video, but
Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize to Russia. And they know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore.
that Ukraine is the enemy of the US is about the dumbest thing I heard all week. Yeah, I know. But like this is like the conspiracism and the like anything that the Democrats support is evil, and therefore Ukraine is evil and Taiwan is evil. Anything that the Democrats hate is based. So Russia is our ally, China is our ally. Unless it's Iran. I don't know what the deal is there. Why Republicans hate Iran but love China. Well, no, Republicans don't really love China, but they think that there's no danger from China, but there is danger from China. I don't actually even know what the broad feeling towards China is with Republicans anymore, because it feels like half of conservatives that I see talk about foreign policy, like most conservatives I see talk about foreign policy, think that Russia is like no threat and actually could be our friend, even though they're openly antagonistic to us. It's so mixed on China, though. In Iran, it seems like everybody thinks Iran's our enemy. But like the fact that like there are a sizable number of people in the Republican Party that think that Russia isn't antagonistic towards us and we could be their friend, when they're like very openly, yeah, we're with their elections. Yeah, we're with this. Yeah, we're with that. Like, why would we ever think that these people are on our side? Okay, let's see here. Here's a full video on Kursk.
We've got huge news.
Okay,
Huge news from Politico. Ukraine's incursion into Russia could change everything, Mark Kelly says. This really set Putin back on his heels, he said of Russia's president. It really depends if China is ready to engage, to take Taiwan, and they want to go to war. If China stands back and lets this happen, I don't know what Russia can do, but Ukraine has invaded Russia. I think this is the scariest outcome we could have seen.
What is China
Hindustan
gonna do about
Times,
this? What?
not that I think is the greatest
Wait,
source.
hold
Or
on.
whatever.
Go back. I was
We've
fixing
got
something.
huge news from Politico. Ukraine's incursion into Russia could change everything, Mark Kelly says. This really set Putin back on his heels, he said of Russia's president. It really depends if China is ready to engage, to take Taiwan, and they want to go to war. If China stands back and lets this happen, I don't know what Russia can do, but Ukraine has invaded Russia.
Is he saying that China needs to save Russia by invading Taiwan now? No shot.
Taiwan, and ready to engage, to take Taiwan, and they want to go to war. If China stands back and lets this happen, I don't know.
China's not going to invade Taiwan to save Russia. Like, China and Russia's relationship has been kind of not as warm as people think it has been over the past couple of months, because it seems like it's very transactional. China's supporting Russia because Russia is aligned against the United States, and that's literally it.
Know what Russia can do, but Ukraine has invaded Russia. I think this is the scariest outcome we could have seen. Hindustan Times, not that I think is the greatest source or whatever. NATO rift over Ukraine, Kursk's incursion exposed. Italian deputy prime minister warns West of World War III. Yeah, here we go. Telegraph. World War III is closer than anyone dare admit. I mean, I've been talking about it. Ukraine has invaded Russia. Let's pull this up. Let's pull up the map here. We're grabbing it, and we'll do Kursk, Russia. This is Ukraine invading Russian territory. Let me close this, drop this in. Okay. Kursk. Here's the map. Here's Ukraine, and they have invaded this territory of Russia, it's kind of hard to see, but here's the border of Ukraine. They've now invaded Russia. I mean, we saw this coming. Do you think Russia is just going to sit back and say, Western forces are invading our country, we're going to do nothing?
Ukraine isn't a Western force.
They've lost their minds. You vote for Kamala Harris, my friends. Don't be surprised if your sons are drafted. Don't be surprised if your daughters are drafted. The Democratic Party wants to expand the draft to women. All of these single cat ladies, the greatest thing in the world for the Western war machine. You know why?
Just because, like, number one, I don't even know if that's true that the Democrats are trying to add women to the draft. But even if that's the case, it doesn't mean that that's necessarily something that they're going to draft them into combat positions. I don't even know if that's like a real thing. But even if that is the case, like, does he think that we're going to have like platoons of like 5'2" women in like half of their body weight of equipment running up and trying to fight the Russians?
If you are a parent, if you're a woman who's pregnant, they're not sending you to fight. If you're a woman who has a young child, they can't send you to fight. If you're a young man, bye, you're first in line. Harry Sisson's going to be on the front lines. I'm not kidding. They're going to have him do some kind of PR role, frontline stuff, if it really comes down to the draft. He's young enough. He's perfect for it. If World War III really does kick off, if Russia does expand this conflict, and that...
Just saying really quick, there's a video by Ryan Macbeth, I think it was Ryan Macbeth, where he lays out that it's entirely possible that the history books, like if World War III does pop off, right? There's a really strong argument to say that we're already in World War III, right? Because the like World War II, World War I, both of these places or both of these events, they didn't have like a solid start date. You can say September, what was it, September 29th or something? 1939. Most people say that was the beginning of World War II. But like we had tons of conflict before that in Europe, right? We can look at Germany and like taking over Austria and all these other places, Czechoslovakia, the Sudetenland, right? We can look at the fact that in Asia, Japan was already like balls deep in China and like swirling their around, just them left and right. World War II, there are a lot of events that happened for World War II in the lead up to World War II that we don't call the beginning of World War II. So if we're looking at World War III, who's to say that like the information wars and these smaller regional conflicts aren't the beginnings of World War III? Now, I'm no war hawk, and I don't think that war is a good thing and that we should be aiming for war. Like, don't get me wrong, but like when enemies present themselves and they present themselves as enemies and they want to fight, our position, then we got to step up to the plate. We got to be ready for it. Yeah.
And look, I can give you a scenario. Let's jump back to the map. Kursk gets invaded. Russia, here's a strategy. And I'm saying Russia could have a simple strategy. How do you force Ukraine to back off from the Kursk region? You attack Latvia. You've got Kaliningrad right here, this chunk right here on the Baltic. This is Russia. Yes. Kaliningrad right here is a Russian oblast that is not connected to Russia. It is bordered to the north by Lithuania and to the south by Poland. They could launch an incursion from Kaliningrad into Lithuania. In fact, they
if they wanted to do that, my guy, wait, I'm sorry. Has this guy literally never, like, have you ever played a grand strategy game? Wait, where's my, did I get rid of my window with the Google Maps? No, it's just right here. Like, my guy. In order for Russia to put any troops of any, large scale invasion or large scale, operation, they're going to have to sail it from over here all the way down past Estonia and Finland's, through their waters, right? They're going to have to move this sizable force all the way through here without being detected. They're going to have to go all the way through here with Sweden, our other NATO ally, right? Also being able to see them. This right here, I think this island right here is like, people call it, if I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm thinking of this place right here, Rune. I don't know how to say these things, but it's essentially like, in terms of strategy for NATO, it's a floating, hard target, aircraft carrier that they could just send out 1 million planes if they wanted to, right? Russia brings all these troops all the way down here. Poland's not going to notice them. Lithuania, Latvia, Sweden, Estonia, Finland, none of these places are going to notice this massive invasion force going into Kaliningrad. And then the setup that it's going to take for, Lithuania to not notice Russian troops massing on their border. Like, if this was the route that they were going to take, they would just go through Belarus and then connect Kaliningrad through, Lithuania and Poland. Like, that's what they would do. They wouldn't try and start an invasion from Kaliningrad because I'm sure that they don't have enough troops there to contend with the full might of NATO. Now, granted, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, they just have trigger forces, which is just enough forces there to kind of defend, maybe hold out for a week, but they're not meant to do any kind of large-scale operation or defense of these countries. These countries, we know, in NATO, if they were to get invaded, they would fall against Russia. Well, given all of our planning beforehand, right? And then we would go back and we would liberate them, essentially, right? But Poland used to be just have a trigger force, but Poland's military has grown massively in the past couple of years. This is what will happen if Kamala is elected.
I think 17.
What the f is wrong with you? Okay, let's finish.
They could attack Lithuania from the south and Latvia from the east.
But they wouldn't do that because that would be
it'd
tactically
be a massive expansion.
Amazing.
But it would force Ukraine or
that.
NATO to reassess. Now, I don't know that Russia could handle.
The fact that we have Sweden and Finland in NATO now, even if you were to say oh, those other countries, but those countries have pretty decent military capabilities themselves. This is just the worst possible attack. Here, let me give him a better argument really quick. The better argument again would be to mass forces in Belarus, say it's another training exercise like Ukraine, make it seem like you're about to make another big push into Ukraine, and then launch them in to Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. That would be way easier and way harder to predict. That would be a much better argument for this. But going into Kaliningrad, moving enough forces to Kaliningrad to make that viable is just not something that's going to happen.
By itself, going up against all of the Western powers. The question then becomes, how does Turkey handle this? The question then becomes, what does China think? Russia's huge.
Well, Turkey is part of NATO.
If China enters the fray,
China will not defend Russia if they start a fight with NATO. I'm sorry, they won't.
Joining Russia, taking Taiwan, splitting U.S. forces. Welcome to World War III.
Also, any fight that we have, hold on, look at this for a quarter of a second. Sorry, I just clicked on some random. A second. Okay. Any war that is fought from the with the US, right? If we're talking about a theater of war, what do you notice in Europe? What do you notice about Europe? There's a lot of landlocked countries, right? This isn't going to be a naval fight. This will be the Air Force and the U.S. Army going into Europe. This theater of war is going to be a land and air war. It's not going to be a naval war. Partly because Russia doesn't have the naval capacity to fight us on that. Okay? Over here, what do you notice a lot of? What do you notice a lot of? There's a lot of water. This theater of war would be primarily air and naval warfare. Would we be splitting our forces in a technical sense? Yeah. We technically would be splitting our forces, but we wouldn't be using our navy for a war in Europe, and we wouldn't be using our army for a war in Taiwan. This is how our military works.
Not to mention, we've already got a crisis in the Middle East. You've got the Houthi rebels in the Red Sea attacking shipping lanes. Saudi Arabia, Yemen. You've got Iran. Things are heating up. And I think that I fear. I don't know. I fear we will have full-scale war before the election.
Oh my God, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
I feel like it would result in Trump winning, but this is their fail-safe. The military-industrial complex, they call it, wants the war. If Donald Trump becomes president...
Both the Democrats and the Republicans want to increase our military capacity because of these threats from other countries. The military-industrial complex has shrunk massively since the end of the Cold War. I think we used, how many major military technology companies are there nowadays? You got Lockheed Martin, you've got Boeing, you've got I think there's 10 or less major companies, because the 30 or so companies that were constantly vying for attention, constantly vying for contracts with the U.S. military back in the Cold War, they all consolidated into smaller companies. Why? Because there was less need for us to have this massive military edge over everybody, because we already had a massive military edge. We could slow down on the innovation and still be decades ahead of the next best army. Worldbeyondwar.org. Oh, all of our military bases? Yeah. What is this for? What's the point here? Just that we have capabilities all over the world and we can respond in less than 24 hours?
And the war is already on. It will be very, very difficult to stop. And Trump may have no choice but to say, we're going to see this through. We can't stop now. I think Trump will attempt to bring peace. But I do believe...
Trump would be just as war hawkish if someone was attacking our allies, I think, as anybody else, because he would want to show strength in his first year or two in office. But let me show you guys this this cool ass thread. This made me it made me hella patriotic, dude. It made me hella patriotic. X. Why is my browser going at 2 frames per second? There we go. Let me just do that, and then let me go here. Let me go down. Here we are. How scary is the U.S. military, really? America's military is so powerful that we have to put ourselves on a leash to go fight. The world hasn't seen the full might of a post-Cold War American military fully unleashed to do devastation without care of rebuilding afterwards. Depends on which end of U.S. power projection you stand. If you are in the receiving end, extremely scary. When that group of terrorists killed 3 Americans in Jordan a few months back, part of the retaliation was hitting the car of the commander in charge of the attack while it was in the middle of traffic in Baghdad. Only his car. There was no collateral damage. 1,000 years from now, military historians will point to America's ability to control supply chains as the primary reason for its dominance in the world. It's truly an impressive military and logistical feat. The amount of restraint the U.S. military shows in any given conflict is beyond reproach. You want to see what the U.S. military can really do? Look around and find out. The U.S. military has, generally speaking, repeatedly demonstrated the ability over and over again to equip, maintain, and supply a large ground, air, and naval force of 12,000 plus kilometers from their country. That's not normal. Militaries historically were designed for and fought in more regional conflicts. Relatively few militaries have ever been able to do that. The U.S. military can get a fully functional Burger King to any location on the planet, any location, within 48 hours. It is beyond terrifying in capability. America downplays and underreports its military cache, while most countries inflate theirs. For 11 straight months, the U.S. and Britain flew over 250,000 missions. 250,000. Yeah, missions to West Berlin to provide them with food and coal. At the height of it, there was a plane over the city every 30 seconds. The U.S. military can deliver on its promises. Democracy is non-negotiable. I like that one. Our aircraft carriers are the truly uniquely scary things that we have. They can successfully subdue a third world country before landing a single troop. They can travel anywhere very quickly and without ever needing fuel. They are like the Battlestar Galactica. It's all that you've heard, and the scary part is we don't need boots on the ground till later in the conflict. The largest air force in the world is the U.S. Air Force. The second largest air force in the world is the U.S. Navy. Just before Desert Storm, Iraq had the third largest military in the world. Less than 72 hours after it started, they didn't even have the largest military in Iraq. What can the U.S. military really do? It has not fought a peer. Meanwhile, Russia is outperforming all of NATO alone. Do you think that if the U.S. military wanted to go in and donkey stop Ukraine, that they wouldn't be able to do it in less than a month? Are you insane? Russia is outperforming all of NATO alone? You are a lunatic. If you, literally, nobody with a sound mind thinks that Russia's military is capable of taking on the U.S. military at this point. Especially after all of its degradation, fighting, barely equipped troops in Ukraine for a they almost had Ukraine in 3 days, and then Ukraine beat them back and then took back their territory. They have lost ground to an inferior military that has been marred with lack of supplies. They're outgunning Ukraine 10-1 in artillery. You could say that, and that's probably true. Why have they not won that war yet? Why haven't they been able to take any more ground? The reason why America isn't attacking Russia is because of its nukes. That's true. That's probably true. It's also probably because we don't want to go to war with anyone right now.
Тихо, тихо. Ты снимаешь? Да. Охренеть. Ой, жарко сюда. Вот зря мы сюда пошли, там осколки, летят. Поэтому говорю, голову. Нифига себе.
Also, the nukes mean nothing. I hope you realize that right now, right? Yeah, it might be one of the reasons that we haven't tried to start any kind of war with Russia over this, right? I'm not sure if we would have even so, but Russia's They nuke someone, it's guaranteed Russia is wiped off the planet? Yeah, exactly. Russia is a massive paper tiger. The only reason Ukraine is having troubles with it is because Ukraine had a not even second-rate military. It had a fifth-rate military. I think it had 6,000 active duty military members when Russia invaded. Russia manufacturers? Wait, are you saying Russia manufactures their own weapons? So do we, and we've stepped up production. They've tried to step up production, but they can't match the amount of production that they need to do the war. So instead, they're going to North Korea. North Korea, where 30% of the shells don't even explode on impact. Germany's newest tank was destroyed by cheap drones. Yeah. Guess who was the country that pioneered using drones in combat like that? It was Ukraine. Why did Russia copy them? Because they were so successful at blowing up their tanks. It seems like all tanks are a little bit susceptible to these drone attacks. I'm sorry. Russia's great hypersonic weapon stopped by 1980s Patriots. Yeah, like, I'm sorry. You're actually, like you want to like shit on Biden for being dementia-addled. Like, you have to be like truly deranged to think that the U.S. military isn't the scariest fighting force the world has literally ever seen. And there's probably not a near peer to us in the world right now, even including China, even including Russia. China's military literally has never been tested. I know Russians, they are not struggling at all. Then why haven't they pushed the Ukrainians out of their territory? Then why haven't they taken over? Why haven't they finished the war in Ukraine? It's not us that's getting chipped away at. We're sending them our munitions that we had on the schedule to just go and blow up in a field somewhere. Because the goal, okay, I'm sorry, I can't get stun locked by like actual like subhumanly unintelligent such as this. Sorry, Tron, I'm sorry I said the R word, but like I'm running out of adjectives for something that delusional. Okay, that shit's, you can come back in 10 minutes. That's so like I don't even know how to even begin arguing with that, because number one, you won't jump into like a voice call with me, and I know you won't, because I know who like your old account was, and you never jumped into a voice call with me. Number two, I'm not going to have this conversation with someone as delusional as to think that the Russian military is like legitimately trying to denazify Ukraine. Like, that's their actual goal. If that was their actual goal, then why were they trying to take Kyiv in the first like couple of days of the like every single one of their objectives has changed since the beginning of the war, and the reason that they've changed is because they can't deliver on their promises. Jesus Christ. They had to pull back troops from Ukraine to defend in Russia. Did they finally do that? Because my understanding was that they couldn't, they were given a dilemma of like, we either pull forces back from this front in the war and put it there, or we try and fight it with our conscripts. And the conscripts were working, but they didn't want to lose any ground elsewhere. So Russians aren't struggling meanwhile. Oh, careful. Oh, no, it blurs it out. Okay. Because I've seen this video, and man, they posted this video on Twitter, uncensored, and the amount of bodies in these trucks was appalling. And I don't know if it like shows on this version of the video, but like the bombs that they dropped on them, dude, it's like they had like 10 squads of dudes on either side of the road just laying into them with machine gun fire for like an hour. That's what with the amount of shrapnel that came out of these bombs, that's what these the roofs of these things looked like when they peered in and you could see the sun coming through. Like those dudes were like, they weren't just shredded, they were turned into like a fine mist. When you glaze tyrannical propaganda so hard you get bodied in Twitch chat. Like, here's my thing, man. Like, I would totally bring him on to argue with him about it, but I know that he wouldn't. And I'm not going to get one guide by someone who's as delusional as to think that the U.S. military isn't the strongest military in the entire world. It's not even like I'm trying to glaze America, right? I am patriotic. I love my country. But like when it comes to like telling it how it is, I'll tell it how it is on our military. Our military is like a demon that has been contained by holy seals and blessed cold iron chains. And the second that we decide to break those seals and release the demon, it's going to be incredibly unfortunate for whoever's on the receiving end of that. It's going to be, it would be apocalyptic. I'm not even talking using any nuclear weapons. Okay, last clip. Wait, hold on. What are, I don't even know what we're looking at here. Is that a Japanese I'm sorry. I don't even know what you're linking me. Okay, we're finishing this clip and then the Temple video. Just absolutely decimated. Dozens of bodies in each one of these things in the clip that I saw. Just hanging out. Wait, how old was he? 48-year-old. Dude just driving and he gets in trouble for it. Oh shit, this might have been the... Or is this a different one? They said, you know what, I'm not going there. You know what, that seems like a place not for me.
Believe that Democrats will try to make this war happen before anyone can change office. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation.
Also, I doubt that like World War III like proper will pop off before anybody takes office. Like, I don't even think that any warfare in 1939 in Europe, I don't think that it started within like a month or two. I think it took a little bit for it to start gearing up. People started like getting their militaries ready and shit like that. And then the Germans blitzkrieged the out of France. So
the Arizona Democrat said 130,000 Russians have had to leave their homes at this point in the conflict. I think the Ukrainians did something unpredictable that could really change the tide of how this conflict is going to play out. At the time of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there were fears that if Ukraine and its allies expanded into Russian territory, a regional or global conflict could break out. The war, however, has largely settled into a stalemate, at least until Ukraine's forces crossed into the Kursk region in Russian territory. It's simple. Low-yield tactical nukes. Russia is not going to tolerate its city being evacuated. How long until Russia says... At the time of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there were fears that if Ukraine and its allies expanded into Russian territory, a regional or global conflict could break out. The war, however, has largely settled into a stalemate, at least until Ukraine's forces crossed into the Kursk region in Russian territory. It's simple. Low-yield tactical nukes. Russia is not going to tolerate.
If Russia busts out any amount of its nuclear stockpile, even a small-scale tactical nuke, they will lose all friends on the international stage, and they don't have that many to lose.
Its city being evacuated. How long until Russia says 100 kilotons? We'll keep it small. And
that wouldn't be a tactical nuke, you nincompoop, you moron. Little boy was 20,000 tons. What did he say?
Russia is war, however, has largely settled into a stalemate, at least until Ukraine's forces crossed into the Kursk region in Russian territory. It's simple. Low-yield tactical nukes. Russia is not going to tolerate its city being evacuated. How long until Russia says 100 kilotons? We'll keep it small.
The only nuclear weapons used in combat literally ever in the entire history of the world was 15 kilotons. That was a strategic level bomb. 100 kilotons? 100 kilotons? What is the Tsar Bomba? 50 megatons. Okay. I don't have like such deep knowledge of nukes that I know. $1521. We don't have one that's a direct 100 kiloton. Got it.
And
also, if they use like tactical nukes, That would be at the tactical level, which would mean that it's on the battlefield, which would mean that they're irradiating their own land, which would mean that they're bombing with radiation their own land. Now, it's not there forever, ever, right? But even I think in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, like the rate of cancer is still significantly higher than outside of those areas.
And Kiev, that ends the war overnight. I don't know that we'll see that we see that right away. I think what we see first is likely going to be low-yield nuclear artillery, flattening the eastern region of Ukraine, just wiping out.
But they annexed that. Why would they flatten their own territory that they're claiming to have? Do you have literally any reason to believe that they would nuke territory that they consider their own?
Some key areas. If Russia uses any kind of actual higher yield nuclear weapon, then it's World War III and they know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our
Republicans also fund them, just so you know about it.
Nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong, I know. You've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict. Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize to Russia. Vladimir Putin's a bad guy. Not a good dude, don't like him. But for what reason are we now allowing Ukrainian forces to invade Russia? Russia's only recourse if they lose the Kursk region is going to be just carpet bombing Ukraine. They cannot win, but by the grace...
If they do that, it would be bad. But if they do that, it would mean the end of Russia.
Of Russia does Ukraine continue? Because Russia has nukes. Russia is deciding not to flatten Ukraine. If Russia decides right now that an invasion into their territory is too much, and so they decide to just carpet bomb or nuke Ukraine, it's over. Maybe that's what NATO wants. Justification for entering the war and scaling things up and starting World War III. World War III being the excuse by which they can rush into Russia, destroy their government. Putin's
nobody wants to do that. If it needs to happen, it needs to happen, but nobody wants to do that. So I don't think that that's going to happen. Though, like, in the event, and let me be like ultra clear on this. If Ukraine, or I'm sorry, if NATO joined the war, if they joined the war, they probably would fight Russia back to its borders. They probably would bomb inside of Russia, but they probably wouldn't go inside of Russia, is my understanding. Oh my God. It's been 10 minutes. He's actually been watching the entire time. Jesus Christ. Poland might. Well, I did read an article about Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland thinking about putting troops into Ukraine to try and turn the tide of the war over there. The question is if Russia retaliated against them, if NATO would come to their defense. It's but like, this is just something that they've floated because they want Russia to stop and they want more aid to Ukraine now. They see it as a major threat to their security. So Poland ain't no chump. Poland has been supplying mercenaries since the start. Or maybe mercenaries that are based in Poland just go there? Do you think that the mercenaries that Poland is supplying, like allegedly, like do you think that Poland is like granting these guys the ability, or are they just going? One second, you keep on giving me
between a rock and a hard
video,
place.
dude.
What's he going to do? Allow NATO to expand on its border? literally invade its territory? It did. Will China intervene on behalf of Russia? Things are getting crazy. At first, we heard that the Ukrainians were firing rockets into this region. And they said it's because Russians were attacking them from this territory. Now they've invaded and triggered an evacuation. On Sunday, host Margaret Brennan asked Kelly if he was comfortable with American weapons being used on Russian soil. I am at this point, Kelly said. The Ukrainians were illegally attacked by Vladimir Putin. He's intentionally killing women, children, old people. It was an illegal invasion. Illegal? It's an invasion. This incursion. And let's characterize it that way.
An invasion for the purposes of conquest of land is illegal. There are Geneva Conventions. There are all sorts of rules of war, and when wars are justified and when they're not. Wars of aggression are not legal under international law. Does anyone know the Nuzlocke name? Are you asking what game this is? It's Crystal Legacy.
For now. I don't think the Ukrainians want to intentionally hold Russian territory for a long period of time. But this really set Putin back on his heels. No, it didn't. Putin's allowing it to happen. That's the reality. He's allowing it to happen. I will stress this again. At any point, Vladimir Putin could...
if you're a big Nuzlocke person, this is a very difficult game to Nuzlocke, okay? I will let you know that first off. They do have a hard mode that they let you do, but this is probably the best Pokemon ROM hack I've literally ever played in my entire life. I can't stop playing it. Yeah, no, I'm not good enough at Pokemon to do Nuzlocks though, so this is not a Nuzlocke run. This is just the challenge mode. No items in battle and set mode and shit like that.
Scale up the weapons that he's using, and he can say 10 kilotons. Flatten this region. Not Kursk. Flatten, I don't know, Donetsk. What are we looking at? Likely where they're invading from, here's Kursk. From Sumy. Flatten them. He can literally just flatten the rural areas outside of it. He can destroy any means by which vehicles could transport through, and he can say cut them off. Tactical or nuclear artillery. I mean, the reality is this, my fear. Vladimir Putin nukes Kiev with a 100 kiloton bomb and says it ends today. The people of Russia won't tolerate this. But I got to tell you, there's another reality here. Putin may be very happy that they invaded Kursk. It's going to allow him to mobilize a war effort.
It's like the cope every single time. Oh, well, this is actually... Don't you know? This was actually part of my plan. I'm letting them me in the ass with a broom handle sideways. I'm letting them do this. Why did I just do that? Okay, we'll just go until I can't go any further. I forgot to buy healing items. Damn it.
He may be sitting back being like, thank God they finally did it. Now he goes on TV and says, NATO, the United States, through Ukraine, have attacked and invaded our country, displacing 130,000 people. He might then say, my fellow Russians, you must mobilize. We need weapons manufacturing. We need resources. We need food. The war has been brought to us. If you sit back, the West will destroy us. And this is...
But China isn't giving Russia everything that they want, and they probably don't have any plans to. Why? Probably because they don't want to get too embroiled in any of this dumb bullshit. They don't want to get embroiled in it. They'll give them the things that they can turn into weapons, but they won't give them weapons directly. I'm sorry, but it's just such cope. It's such cope. China is not going to be the savior of Russia. If they do, then yeah, we'll be in the area of, we're about to have the biggest war the world has ever even conceived of, sure. Rock slide. But again, we're talking about multiple militaries in the West that all have experience in war and the ability to do invasions of places that are hundreds of thousands kilometers away, tens of thousands of kilometers away on the opposite side of the planet in like 24 hours with the logistics to let it be, long lasting versus completely untested militaries like North Korea or China. And I don't think Iran is engaged in any like military actions since the Iran-Iraq war, right?
This is going to ignite the people of Russia. This may be what Putin was hoping for. So then, with the mass mobilization, they go in and crush Ukraine. If it really did escalate to that point, I fear Putin.
Let me tell you. I'm not saying this because you're like, you hate the United States. You hate the United States because you believe every bad thing about the United States, but you refuse to accept any of the things that like make us great. The dollar isn't going to be worthless. No, the United States dollar is not going to become, like the secondary, currency on the world stage. These things aren't going to happen. Not in the next 10 years, okay? Russian state media is telling Russians to stay quiet about the incursion? Yeah.
Would then bomb Kiev. You know why? Because
BRICS is a loose organization of people that don't even have like they're not even a strong. It's an economic pact. It's they're not making their own currency to replace the dollar. BRICS isn't what you think it is.
No European nation is going. What did they say?
Poland will not be marched.
Which city
over
was
again.
it in Poznan? I think it was. Might have been. Some EU parliamentary member says no one is going to sacrifice New York for Poznan, Polish city. If Vladimir Putin really was to nuke a Polish city, there would be no dramatic mutually assured destruction escalation.
You're fucking.
If Putin were,
if you think that. You just have to believe every bad thing about the United States and ignore all of the good things and the strong things about the United States in order to be here.
Or to attack Kiev with a 100 kiloton bomb, flattening city center, just decimating their center of central governance.
The world would turn on Russia immediately.
Is NATO really going to scale this up?
They literally, yes. They
I do think that if Putin were to drop a nuke on Ukraine, Democrats would be in trouble because a lot of people in this country are going to blame them. They're going to say, Ukraine, if we did not support it, a country we have nothing to do with, Russia would have come in and taken the land, but that would be the end of it. The escalation's crazy, man. I don't know what else to tell you. Invasion? What invasion? Putin is downplaying Ukraine's Kursk offensive. Sure. Atlantic Council. Warmongers. Kelly added, since the invasion now over 2 years ago, we have, periodically, as we should reevaluate, how we're going to conduct ourselves with regards to Ukraine. As soon as Ukraine invaded Russia, the U.S. should have cut off all funding. But the point is, Ukraine's a vassal state of the United States. Russia knows this. We are being dragged into that war. I'll leave it there. Smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends.
All right. It's been fun, guys. I got to eat dinner. We're going to raid into AdmiralGibbs because he's the only person I see that is live. And he's a nice enough guy. All right. I love you guys very much. It's been a fun one. I might stream tomorrow, but next week is going to be really tough on streaming in general. The latter half of the week, I will not even be available to message on Discord. So if you need something, message me now. All right. Love you guys very much. I'll catch you guys next time.